I'm Eric Warren. I moved into an old apartment building in the city, a place known for its quiet charm and historical appeal. Everyone talked about it like it was a piece of history, with its brick facade and vintage interiors. It was perfect. I found the locked room. When I first toured the apartment, everything seemed fine. The place was spacious, filled with sunlight that streamed through the large windows. But it wasn't until I started unpacking and exploring every corner that I noticed something odd. At the end of the narrow hallway, there was a door that didn't seem to belong. It was smaller than the others, and there was no handle, just an old, rusted keyhole. I asked the building manager about it, but she seemed to avoid the question. "It's just an old storage closet," she said, her voice tight. "It's been locked for years. We don't really use it." But something about the way she said it struck me. She didn't seem convincing, and there was a strange look in her eyes, like she was hiding something. The door nagged at me every day. I couldn't understand why it was locked. Was there something valuable inside, or something dangerous? After a few weeks of living there, curiosity got the best of me. One night, while everyone else in the building was asleep, I went to the door. I brought a flashlight and a crowbar, determined to find out what was behind it. The moment I pried the door open, I felt a cold draft sweep through the apartment. The air behind the door was stale, and the darkness felt thick, like it hadn't been disturbed in decades. I stepped inside, the flashlight beam flickering slightly in the cold air. The room was tiny, no bigger than a closet, but it felt wrong. It was lined with old, decaying bookshelves that had been emptied long ago. Dust hung in the air like a fog, and there was a sense of weight in the room, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Then I noticed it. At the far corner of the room, under a pile of old rotting blankets, was a strange, metallic object. I pulled the blankets away, revealing a small, rusted metal box. It was locked, just like the door, with an intricate lock I couldn't quite understand. It felt cold to the touch, and when I lifted it, I could hear something faintly moving inside. I wasn't sure if I should open it, but the thought of whatever was inside gnawed at me. So I searched the room for something to pry it open with, eventually finding an old screwdriver hidden in a drawer in the corner. With shaking hands, I managed to open the box. Inside was a small, faded photograph. It was old, so old, it seemed to have withered with time. The photograph showed a family, standing in front of the very building I was living in. They looked happy, smiling in the sunlight, but there was something about their faces that felt wrong. Their eyes were blank, hollow, as if they weren't really there. I pulled it out, inspecting it closely, and that's when I heard it, a faint whisper, like someone was breathing down my neck. I spun around, but there was no one in the room. I felt it then, like the air had shifted, becoming thicker, more oppressive. The whispers started again, growing louder, and this time, I could make out words, though they were barely more than a hiss. "Get out!" I dropped the photograph, my heart pounding. The whispers became a roar, filling my ears, echoing in the small room. I tried to move, but my legs wouldn't respond. I couldn't breathe. The room seemed to be closing in on me. Suddenly, I felt a cold hand grip my wrist, pulling me backward. I screamed, but my voice was swallowed by the overwhelming silence that followed. The room was suffocating, the walls pressing in, and in that instant, I understood. The room wasn't just locked, it was a prison. I stumbled out of the room, slamming the door behind me. I could still hear the whispers, following me, relentless. But when I turned the handle to leave the apartment building, I found the door wouldn't open. It was stuck frozen in place. The hallway stretched on forever, and the walls seemed to close in on me, just like in that room. The building had become my cage. I never saw the manager again. I don't know where she went, but I found her photo in the same box I'd opened. The photo of the family, with her standing right there, her hollow eyes staring back at me. I don't know how long I've been trapped in this building, but I know one thing for sure. If you ever find a locked room, don't open it. Don't even try. Some doors should never be unlocked. Some secrets are meant to stay hidden, and the building, it doesn't let you leave once you know too much. My name is Jessica Marlowe, and I never believed in anything supernatural until the walls started whispering. It all began when I moved into the old Victorian house on Maple Street. The place had been empty for years, but the rent was affordable, and I wasn't one to shy away from a challenge. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. The house was large, with high ceilings and long hallways, giving it an eerie feeling, even during the day. The previous tenants had left abruptly, and the landlord couldn't or wouldn't explain why. Still, I was eager to settle in. The first night was quiet enough. I unpacked, made some tea, and tried to ignore the creeping unease that gnawed at the back of my mind. But that night, as I was lying in bed, I heard it. A soft, barely audible whisper, like someone was standing just outside my door, breathing quietly. I thought it was the wind, or maybe my imagination playing tricks on me. But as the days went on, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't just in my room, it was everywhere. Sometimes it was in the walls, other times it came from the floorboards, and occasionally, I'd hear it in the corners of the ceiling, just out of sight. It was never clear what the voices were saying, just faint, hushed words I couldn't make out. I tried to ignore it at first, telling myself it was nothing, but it didn't stop. It only got worse. One night, unable to bear it any longer, I decided to investigate. I followed the sound, my heart pounding in my chest, trying to locate where it was coming from. I wandered through the house, room by room, and eventually ended up in the hallway. Standing in front of the largest room in the house, the master bedroom, the whispers seemed to be coming from behind the walls. I pressed my ear to the cool wood, listening carefully. The voices were clearer now, though still muffled. I could make out a few words, distorted and twisted, but none that made sense. Then, one word cut through the silence like a knife. Help. I recoiled, stumbling backward, my breath quickening. The whisper had come from the wall itself, not just a voice in my head, but something real, something trapped. The air in the hallway grew colder, and I shivered as an overwhelming sense of dread settled over me. I knew I had to know what was behind that wall. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I grabbed a hammer from the toolbox in the kitchen and began to pry at the wall. It was old, the plaster cracked and brittle. With every strike, the whispers grew louder, more frantic, until I had torn a small hole large enough to peer inside. What I saw made my stomach twist with fear. Behind the wall was a small, dark alcove, and inside it was something I couldn't explain. Old, yellowed photographs, broken mirrors, and a thick layer of dust that had been undisturbed for decades. But the most disturbing thing was the shape in the corner, hidden beneath layers of cloth. I pulled the cloth back, my hands trembling, revealing an old, decayed mannequin, its face twisted into a grotesque smile. The mannequin's eyes were hollow, and its mouth, curled into an unsettling grin, was open as if it had been screaming for years. I recoiled, nearly falling backward. The whispers stopped. Silence, and then, as if the mannequin was alive, it moved. The entire room seemed to shift. Around me, the walls groaned, the floorboards creaked, and I could hear the whispers again, louder, closer. The mannequin's head jerked to the side, its empty eyes locked onto mine. I tried to run, but the door slammed shut, trapping me in the room. Help, ... The voice came again, but this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was louder, filled with pain and desperation. I rushed to the door, frantically trying to turn the knob, but it wouldn't budge. The walls seemed to close in on me. The whispers, now a chorus of frantic voices, all shouting at once, screaming, begging for something I couldn't understand. In the corner of my eye, I saw the mannequin move again. It stood up, its limbs jerking unnaturally, and started to crawl toward me. Its face stretched into that horrific grin. I don't remember how I escaped. My mind is a blur, but somehow I managed to break free from the room. I ran out of the house, not stopping until I was far away. The whispers followed me for days after, echoing in my mind. I never returned to the house on Maple Street, but every so often, I hear the whispers again, quiet at first, but growing louder. And when I close my eyes, I see the mannequin's face, staring at me from the shadows. Some houses are never meant to be lived in, and some walls are better left undisturbed. If you ever hear whispers in the walls, don't listen. You might not like what you find. I'm Henry Dawson. I never believed in ghost stories, not even the ones my grandmother told me when I was young. But that was before I moved into the old farmhouse on Birchwood Drive. It was supposed to be a quiet retreat from the hustle and bustle of the city, a place to escape for a while. I never expected it to come with such a dark history. The farmhouse had been abandoned for years. The previous owners had left in a hurry, as the neighbors explained, but no one seemed to know exactly why. The place was falling apart, with broken windows and creaking floorboards. But it was the basement that caught my attention. When I first saw the door to the basement, I felt a chill run down my spine. It was old, the wood darkened and warped with age. A rusty lock hung from the door, and the hinges squealed with an unsettling sound when I tried to open it. But curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't resist. The landlord had warned me, though. "Don't go into the basement," he said, his voice low and almost fearful. "It's better to leave it alone." But that only made me more determined. I couldn't ignore it. There had to be something down there. Something that had kept the previous owners from returning. One evening, after the sun had dipped below the horizon, I decided to investigate. I found an old key hidden in the kitchen drawer, its shape familiar, like it had been there for years, waiting to be used. I didn't think twice before unlocking the basement door. The air was thick, damp, and cold when I stepped inside. The smell of rot hit me immediately. The basement was vast, filled with boxes and forgotten furniture. But there, in the far corner, I noticed something strange. A large, covered object stood against the wall. It looked like a wardrobe, but it was too large, and it didn't belong. As I approached it, the air grew colder. My breath became visible, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. There was something about the wardrobe, it felt wrong. My instincts screamed at me to turn back, but I couldn't. I had to know. With trembling hands, I reached out and pulled the dusty cloth off the object. It wasn't a wardrobe. It was a large, old-fashioned mirror. The frame was dark wood, carved with intricate patterns I couldn't quite make out. The glass was foggy, but as I wiped it away, the reflection became clearer. But what I saw in that reflection wasn't me. It was a man, standing behind me. His face was pale, gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to stare directly into my soul. I spun around, my heart racing, but there was no one there. I was alone in the basement. I turned back to the mirror, my hands shaking uncontrollably. The man in the reflection hadn't moved, but his mouth was slowly beginning to open, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. The air grew even colder, and I could see my breath swirling in front of me. Suddenly, the mirror seemed to come to life. The image of the man's face twisted into something grotesque, and I could hear a voice, low, rasping, and full of malice. "You shouldn't have opened it." I couldn't breathe. Panic surged through me as the man in the mirror began to move. His hands pressed against the glass as if he were trying to reach out to me. I turned and bolted for the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest, but the door to the basement slammed shut on its own. I was trapped. The mirror's reflection flickered, and I heard the man's voice again, closer this time. "You're not leaving." The basement grew colder still, and I felt something pulling at my feet, like invisible hands were trying to drag me back. I fought with every ounce of strength I had, but the darkness closed in around me. I screamed, banging on the basement door, but no one came. Just as I thought I couldn't escape, I heard the door to the basement creak open. Light flooded in, and I bolted up the stairs, barely escaping the suffocating darkness below. The door slammed shut behind me, and I collapsed, gasping for air. I don't know what I saw in that mirror, but I know it wasn't human. I never returned to the basement. The mirror is still down there, locked away in the darkness. They say there's a secret in every house, a truth that's buried beneath the floorboards. Some secrets should stay buried. I learned that the hard way, and I won't make the mistake of going back to that basement again. If you ever find yourself in a house with a locked basement, don't open it. Don't even think about it. Some things are better left undisturbed. My name is Sophie Clark. I don't believe in ghosts. At least, I didn't. Not before. I moved into the house on Meadow Lane. I thought it was just a rumor when the neighbors spoke about strange noises and flickering lights. That was until the key dot. The house itself wasn't special. It was old, yes, but nothing I couldn't handle. A two-story colonial that had been vacant for years, with a large, unused basement that no one ever spoke about. It seemed perfect for a fresh start, and I signed the lease without thinking twice. The first week was uneventful. I unpacked, got settled in, and began enjoying the peace and quiet. But then, one night, I heard it. It started with a soft scraping noise, like something or someone was dragging something heavy across the floor. It came from the basement. At first I ignored it, assuming it was just the house settling. But then the noises grew louder. It was impossible to ignore. I had to check. I stood in front of the basement door, my hand resting on the cold doorknob. I had never opened it before. I didn't even know if it was locked, but as I twisted the knob, it creaked open with ease. The air inside was thick, damp, and carried a faint, unpleasant odor there. On the floor of the basement was an old wooden chest. It looked out of place, like it had been there for decades. And on the chest, there was a single key. It was unusual, old and brass, with intricate markings that seemed almost ancient. I didn't know why, but I felt drawn to it. I picked it up, and the moment my fingers closed around it, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't explain it, but I knew this key wasn't meant to be found. The noises stopped. The air in the basement grew still. I felt a sense of unease creep over me, and without thinking, I pocketed the key and closed the basement door behind me. I told myself I was overreacting. It was just an old house, just an old chest. Nothing to worry about. But that night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air in my room felt colder, the silence more oppressive. I reached over to the nightstand, where the key now sat, untouched. And that's when I heard it. The whisper. It was faint at first, but unmistakable. Open it. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice was low, gravelly, and it seemed to come from the depths of the house itself. It repeated again, louder. This time, open it, Sophie. I sat up, drenched in sweat, staring at the key. I couldn't resist. I had to know what it opened. I grabbed it, my fingers trembling as I headed back to the basement. The door creaked open once again. The chest was still there, sitting in the middle of the room. My breath hitched as I approached it, the key now heavy in my hand. I knelt down, inserted the key into the lock, and twisted. The chest creaked open, and inside, there was nothing but darkness. But as I peered inside, I felt something cold brush against my skin, something that wasn't air. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and the shadows around me seemed to deepen. The voice returned, but this time, it wasn't a whisper. It was a scream. You shouldn't have opened it. I stumbled backward, slamming the chest closed, but it was too late. The basement seemed to come alive, the walls groaning, the floorboards creaking. The door slammed shut behind me, and I was plunged into complete darkness. I don't know how I managed to escape. I ran up the stairs, the sound of something following close behind me. I don't know what was in that chest, but I know one thing for sure. It wanted to stay hidden. I moved out the next morning, leaving the house on Meadow Lane behind. But the key, I couldn't leave it behind. It's still in my possession, sitting on my desk, and every so often, I hear a soft, scraping noise coming from the shadows. It's getting louder, and I can feel it. The thing in the chest, it's still out there, waiting. Whatever you do, never pick up a key you're not meant to find. Some doors should never be opened. I'm Evan Hayes. I moved into my new apartment on a cold, dreary November afternoon. The building wasn't much handled, 5-story walk-up in a neighborhood that had seen better days. The rent was cheap, and it felt like the perfect place to start over. No questions asked. It was the kind of place that had history, too much of it, in fact. The landlord, an elderly man with a permanent scowl, warned me about one thing when I signed the lease. Don't go into the basement. He said it with such urgency that I didn't question him. I moved in, unpacked, and settled in quickly. The apartment itself was quiet, almost too quiet, which I liked. The building had a sort of eerie charm to it, like it was holding its breath. But as I sat on the couch one evening, the faint sound of something thumping from below caught my attention. At first, I assumed it was just old pipes, or the building settling, but as the days went on, the thumps grew louder, more rhythmic. One evening, curiosity got the best of me. I grabbed my coat, put on some shoes, and headed down to the basement. The door was heavy, made of old oak, and it creaked as I pushed it open. The stairs were steep, leading down into complete darkness. I felt a cold breeze hit me as I descended, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. At the bottom of the stairs was a long hallway. The air was thick with must and mildew, the smell almost suffocating. I moved forward, drawn to the source of the noise. The thumping was louder now, like something where someone was banging against the walls. I walked down the hallway, passing old storage units and boxers, until I reached the last door at the very end. It was an old, rusted door, covered in layers of dust. The thumping was coming from behind it, louder than ever. My heart pounded as I slowly turned the handle and opened the door. Inside was nothing but a small, dark room. The walls were covered in strange marking symbols I couldn't recognize. But there was something more unsettling in the middle of the room. A large, ornate mirror stood against the far wall, reflecting the dim light from the hallway. Suddenly, the thumping stopped, and then, silence. Absolute silence. I couldn't look away from the mirror. My reflection was there, but something was off. It was me, yes, but it didn't feel like me. My reflection stood still, staring back at me with cold eyes. I reached out to touch the mirror, and just as my fingers brushed the surface, a voice, low, distorted whispers sounded from the depths of the room. Evan, I recoiled, my breath catching in my throat. The reflection in the mirror moved its lips, curled into a grin, something twisted and unnatural. It wasn't me. It couldn't be. Without thinking, I turned and ran, slamming the basement door shut behind me. My heart raced, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I rushed back up the stairs. When I reached my apartment, I locked the door, but the image of that grin haunted me. I didn't sleep that night. In fact, I haven't slept properly since. The thumping returned, but this time it wasn't just coming from the basement. I could hear it in the walls, in the floorboards, even in the air. And the worst part? The reflection in the mirror keeps showing up when I least expect it, just standing there, watching me, waiting. I don't know what's in the basement. I don't know who or what was calling my name. But one thing's for sure, I'll never go back down there again. If you ever move into an old building with a basement that's locked away, don't ignore the warnings. Some things are better left undiscovered. I wish I could forget what I saw, but I can't. The echoes from below still haunt me, and no matter where I go, they follow. My name is Alex Carter, and I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. That was until I moved into the old house on Oak Street. The place had been abandoned for years, and no one knew exactly why. I didn't care about the rumors. It was cheap, and I needed a fresh start. The house was large, with peeling paint and an overwhelming smell of dust and neglect. But the most intriguing feature of the house was the basement. The door to the basement was old, with intricate carvings I couldn't quite decipher. It was always locked, and the landlord was adamant that I should never try to open it. That only made me more curious. After a few weeks of settling in, I decided to investigate. One night, when the house was quiet, I found a small key hidden in an old drawer in the kitchen. It was an antique key, tarnished with age, and I knew it had to fit the basement door. My heart raced as I approached the door, the feeling of anticipation almost suffocating me. I inserted the key into the lock, and to my surprise, it turned easily. The door creaked open, revealing a set of steep, narrow stairs descending into darkness. I stood frozen for a moment, feeling a chill run up my spine. There was something about that basement, something that felt off, even though I couldn't explain why. As I descended into the darkness, I felt a weight pressing on my chest. The air was damp, and the temperature seemed to drop with every step. The floor was covered in dust, and the walls were lined with old, cobweb-covered shelves. There was a faint smell of mildew and something else, something I couldn't place. I moved further into the basement, my flashlight flickering as I tried to illuminate the space. Then, I saw it. A large, wooden chest was sitting in the corner, almost as if it had been waiting for me. The moment I saw it, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me. I didn't want to open it, but I couldn't resist. My hands shook as I slowly approached the chest. It was locked, but I didn't need to think twice. Sai had the key. The lock clicked open with an eerie sound, and I lifted the lid. Inside, there was nothing but a few tattered old blankets. But as I reached in to touch them, something moved. A low, guttural whisper filled the air, and I quickly pulled my hand back. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I realized the blankets weren't just old, they were breathing. A shadow shifted beneath them, and before I could react, something grabbed my arm. I screamed, pulling away, but the grip tightened. My flashlight fell to the floor, spinning wildly as I tried to free myself from whatever had me in its grasp. In the darkness, I could hear a voice, low and guttural, speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Panic surged through me as I fought to break free. I managed to stumble backward, falling to the floor, and when I looked up, the chest was closed. The whispers had stopped. Everything was still. I rushed back up the stairs, slamming the door shut behind me. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me back up. I didn't sleep that night, or the next, and when I tried to return to the basement, the door was locked again. No key in sight. I haven't been back since, but I still hear those whispers when I'm alone. I don't know what's down there, or what I unleashed, but I know one thing. I've made a terrible mistake. The house on Oak Street is still abandoned, and I've moved out. But if you ever come across it, don't make the same mistake I did. Don't open the forgotten door. My name is Ethan, and I wish I had never opened the basement door. It all started when I moved into my grandfather's old house after he passed away. He had always been a quiet, reclusive man, and his house reflected that dusty furniture, thick curtains that blocked out the sunlight, and a silence so deep it felt unnatural. The only part of the house that truly unsettled me, though, was the basement. I wasn't allowed to go down there as a child. Whenever I asked about it, my grandfather would grow silent, his face darkening. "Some doors are better left closed," he would say. But now, the house was mine, and so was the basement. One night, as I lay in bed, I heard it, a dull, rhythmic knocking from below. 3 slow knocks. A pause, then 3 more. I sat up, my heart hammering. The house was empty. I told myself it was just the old wood settling, but deep down, I knew better. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way to the basement door, every step feeling heavier than the last. The air around it was freezing. I reached for the handle, hesitated, then turned it. The door swung open with a groan, revealing a staircase leading into pitch darkness. I swallowed my fear and stepped inside. The wooden stairs creaked under my weight, and the air smelled of damp rot. My flashlight's beam cut through the gloom, revealing a space filled with forgotten relics, dust-covered trunks, rusted tools, and broken furniture. Then I saw it, a single chair, positioned in the center of the room, facing the wall. Chains lay coiled around its legs, as if something had once been restrained there. The dust around it was disturbed, as though someone or something had been pacing in circles. I stepped closer, and that's when I noticed the carvings. Deep scratches covered the surrounding walls, erratic and desperate. My flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something shift in the shadows. Then the whispering began. It started as a faint murmur, words I couldn't quite understand, but with each passing second, it grew clearer. A voice, hoarse and pleading. "Ethan, let me out." I spun around, but there was no one there. The air grew thick, suffocating. The whispering turned to sobs, then guttural inhuman laughter. The walls trembled, and a deep, guttural growl resonated through the basement. Panic surged through me. I turned to run, but the stairs seemed farther away than before, stretching endlessly upward. My flashlight sputtered, plunging the room into darkness. Something moved, a slow, deliberate scraping sound, like nails dragging against stone. My breath caught in my throat as I felt the presence behind me. Close, too close. Then, a touch cold, skeletal fingers grazing the back of my neck. I bolted, stumbling up the stairs, my legs heavy, as if the air itself were trying to pull me back. I reached the top and slammed the door shut, locking it, my chest heaving. The knocking started again. 3 slow knocks. A pause, then 3 more. I haven't gone near the basement since, but at night, I still hear it. And every morning, when I check the door, I find the lock undone. My name is Oliver, and I have always been afraid of basements. As a child, I used to have nightmares about being trapped underground, surrounded by whispering voices. My parents always told me it was just my imagination, that there was nothing in the dark waiting for me. I believed them until last night. I recently moved into an old house on the outskirts of town. It was a fixer-upper, but I loved the idea of restoring it. The only part I refused to touch was the basement. I told myself it was just because I had no reason to go down there. But deep down, I knew it was fear. The house had other plans. Last night, as I was settling in for bed, I heard something, a dull, rhythmic thudding sound, like someone knocking from beneath the floor. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but then it came again, louder, more insistent. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The basement door stood at the end of the hallway, slightly ajar. I didn't remember leaving it open, heart pounding. I stepped closer. The air around the doorway was ice cold. I reached out, hesitating only for a second before pushing the door open all the way. The stairs disappeared into blackness. The knocking had stopped. I told myself it was just an old house settling, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting down there. I took a deep breath and descended. The smell of damp earth and mildew hit me immediately. The walls were lined with wooden shelves, empty except for a few rusted tools. The concrete floor was cracked and uneven. Then I saw them. Handprints. Dozens of them, smeared across the walls, as if someone had been clawing their way up from the floor. Some were small, like a child's, while others were far too large to belong to any human I had ever seen. My flashlight flickered, and I felt the presence, heavy, watching. A whisper brushed against my ear. "Oliver." I spun around, but the basement was empty. My breath came in ragged gasps as the whispering continued, surrounding me, pressing in from all sides. Then, the worst part, the handprints. They were moving, crawling across the walls, shifting toward me. The air grew thick, pressing against my chest, making it impossible to breathe. My legs locked in place as the darkness seemed to deepen. The whispering grew louder, overlapping voices calling my name over and over. My flashlight flickered violently before dying completely, plunging me into pitch black. A soft, wet sound echoed from the farthest corner of the basement. Something was moving, dragging itself across the floor. I could hear it breathing. I forced myself to move, breaking free of whatever invisible force held me in place. I ran. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling in my desperation to escape. I slammed the door shut and locked it, my hands shaking. The whispering stopped, but now, every night, I hear scratching from beneath the floorboards, and I know whatever I left down there is trying to get out, and one day, it will. My name is Nathan, and I never believed in ghosts until last night. I moved into this house 2 weeks ago. A beautiful but surprisingly cheap old Victorian home. It had everything I wanted: space, charm, and a decent backyard. But there was one thing that made me uneasy from the start. The basement. Unlike the rest of the house, which had been well maintained, the basement door had been sealed shut, not locked sealed. Thick nails and heavy wooden planks reinforced it, as if someone had gone to great lengths to ensure no one ever opened it again. When I asked the previous owner about it, he simply shook his head. "For safety reasons," he muttered, refusing to elaborate. Of course, that only made me more curious. Yesterday my curiosity won. It took almost an hour, but I finally pried the last plank off. The moment I did, a gust of stale air rushed out, carrying a smell of damp earth, rust, and something else, something metallic. It reminded me of blood. I hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. The air was thick, heavy, like the walls were pressing in on me. My flashlight beam swept across the space stone walls, a dirt floor, and an old wooden table in the center. A mirror leaned against the far wall, covered in dust and grime. I had expected a cluttered, forgotten storage space, but the room was eerily empty. Then I heard it, a whisper. "Nathan, .. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The voice was soft, almost pleading, but unmistakably real. My flashlight shook slightly as I turned in a slow circle, searching for the source. Nothing, just silence. Swallowing hard, I stepped forward. The whisper came again, this time from the mirror. My breath caught in my throat. I approached, heart hammering. Wiping away the dust with my sleeve, I stared at my reflection. At first, everything seemed normal until my reflection moved a second. Too late. My stomach dropped. Then, it smiled at me. I didn't move, couldn't move. My reflection, my own face, was smirking at me, eyes dark and hollow. Then its lips moved, but the voice came from behind me. "Let me out." I spun around, but the basement was empty. My own breath echoed in the tight space. Slowly, I turned back to the mirror. The reflection was gone. My flashlight flickered, and the whispering started again, but now it was everywhere above me, behind me, inside my head. Shadows stretched unnaturally in the corners of the room. The walls seemed to close in, suffocating me. I ran. I didn't think. I just ran. up the stairs, through the doorway, slamming the basement door shut behind me. My hands trembled as I locked it, heart pounding against my ribs. Silence. For a moment, I thought it was over. Maybe my mind had played tricks on me. Maybe the air down there had made me hallucinate. But then a knock from the other side of the door. Slow, deliberate. Nathan, ... The voice whispered. I backed away. The door handle rattled. Something was trying to get out. Then, the whispering stopped. A moment of stillness stretched into eternity, and then the lock clicked in locking itself. I haven't opened the door again, but I know it's only a matter of time, because now, I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. My name is Daniel, and I should have never gone down to the basement. My family moved into this house a month ago. It's an old place, with creaky floors, and a draft that never quite goes away. My wife, Claire, loved the charm of it, and my daughter Emily was just happy to have a big backyard to play in. But there was one thing we all avoided: the basement. It wasn't locked, but the door had an odd, heavy feel to it, as if it resisted being opened. The previous owners had left no explanation, just a warning. Don't go down there after dark. I ignored it. Last night, I finally gave in to curiosity. I waited until everyone was asleep, grabbed a flashlight, and pulled the door open. The stairs groaned under my weight as I descended into the cold, musty darkness. The basement was larger than I expected, with stone walls and an uneven dirt floor. Old furniture sat covered in sheets, but something about the place felt wrong. Then I noticed the footprints. They weren't mine. The dust should have been undisturbed, but a clear set of bare footprints led from the center of the room to the corner, where a wooden cabinet stood. The air around it felt heavier, colder. My flashlight flickered as I approached. I hesitated, but then I gripped the handle and pulled the cabinet door open. Empty, or at least, that's what I thought, until I noticed the deep, jagged scratches along the inside, like something had been trapped inside, desperately clawing to get out. Then the basement door slammed shut. Upstairs, I turned so fast I nearly dropped the flashlight. My breath came in short gasps as I ran up the stairs, but the door wouldn't budge. I banged against it, calling for Claire, for Emily, anyone. Silence. Then, the whisper came, right behind me. Daniel. I spun around. My flashlight flickered again, casting erratic shadows along the walls. The footprints in the dust, they had changed. Now they led toward me. A slow, deliberate creak came from the corner. The cabinet door, the one I had left open, was swinging shut. But before it closed completely, I saw something inside. A pair of hollow, sunken eyes, staring back at me. The whisper came again, closer. Daniel, let me out. The light went out, and in the darkness, I felt a cold breath against my ear. My name is Thomas. I've always been drawn to the forest, ever since I was a child. The deep woods were my refuge, my escape, but I never knew the truth about them until that night. It started as a simple camping trip, just me and a few friends, Sarah, Max, and Luke. We decided to go deep into the heart of the forest, far from the usual paths, to experience the wilderness like never before. No one had ever warned us about the forest's curse. If they had, I don't think we would have gone. We set up camp near an old, overgrown clearing, the ground soft and wet from the rain earlier in the day. The trees towered around us, there, trunks wide and dark, like sentinels guarding some ancient secret. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the forest grew quiet, too quiet. We gathered around the campfire, telling stories and laughing, trying to shake off the creeping feeling of unease that seemed to settle over us. But then, just as the fire flickered low, we heard something, a rustling in the trees. It wasn't the wind, it wasn't an animal. It was deliberate, as if something or someone was watching us. "Did you hear that?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "Probably just a deer," Max said, trying to brush it off. But there was an edge to his voice that I couldn't ignore. The sound came again, closer this time. It wasn't an animal. It was a voice. Soft, almost inaudible, but unmistakable. "Help me." We all froze. The voice sounded human, desperate. But no one else was supposed to be out here. We were miles from the nearest trail, deep in the woods. I grabbed the flashlight, and we all stood up, looking around the darkened trees. "What is that?" Luke whispered, pointing to the edge of the clearing. There, standing between two ancient oaks, was a figure, a man, hunched over, his head lowered, like he was hiding something. We called out to him, but he didn't respond. Slowly, he raised his head, and the sight made my stomach turn. His face was pale, drawn, his eyes wide and black like endless voids. He looked like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. His clothes were tattered, hanging off his frame like they belonged to someone else, and in his hand, he held something that glowed faintly in the darkness. "Stay away from the trees," he rasped, his voice a hoarse whisper. We didn't understand what he meant, but then something strange happened. The ground beneath our feet seemed to tremble, and the trees around us shifted, their branches creaking and groaning. It was as if they were alive. "Go, now," the man screamed, his voice filled with panic. We didn't need to be told twice. We grabbed our things and ran, not looking back. The forest seemed to close in around us, the trees twisting and warping, creating paths that led us deeper and deeper into the woods. No matter how fast we ran, the trees seemed to shift, guiding us further from the camp, as if they were trying to trap us. Eventually, we stumbled upon a clearing and eerie, silent place where the trees seemed to form a perfect circle. The ground was covered in strange symbols, scratched into the dirt. At the center of the circle stood an old stone altar, covered in moss. It was ancient, worn by time, and something about it felt wrong. As we approached the altar, the air grew, thick with a strange energy. We could hear the whispers again, louder now, filling our heads. "Leave, or stay forever." I turned to my friends, but they were no longer with me. I was alone. The forest had taken them, and I was left in its grip, unable to move. I tried to scream, but the forest swallowed my voice. The man's words echoed in my mind. "Stay away from the trees." I realized too late what the forest was. It wasn't just a place. It was alive, feeding on the souls of those who entered its depths. And once it had you, there was no escape. I don't know how long I've been here. Time has lost all meaning. The forest has claimed me, just like it claimed my friends. The trees whispered to me now, and I know that one day, someone else will walk into this cursed place, and the forest will take them too. And I will be here, waiting, just like the others. My name is David, and I've spent most of my life in the woods. My father was a hunter, and I followed in his footsteps. The forest was my second home, a place where I knew every trail, every hidden spot, and every sound. But that was before I encountered the lost hunter. It happened during a winter hunting trip, just a few weeks ago. The snow was falling heavily, and the air was biting cold, but I was used to it. I had my gear, my rifle, and I was out looking for deer. It had been a slow day, but I was determined to track something down. The forest was silent, save for the crunch of snow beneath my boots, and the world seemed still. I had been walking for hours when I noticed something strange. Off in the distance, I saw what looked like a figure standing between two trees. I froze, squinting through the snow. It was a man, dressed in hunting gear, but he didn't look right. He was too still, too unnatural. At first, I thought he might be another hunter, but something about him felt off. I called out, but he didn't respond. The figure didn't even move. I decided to approach, thinking maybe he was lost or injured. As I got closer, I saw that his clothing was worn and old, like it hadn't been washed in years. His face was pale, gaunt, his eyes sunken and hollow. But what struck me the most was the way he stood unnaturally rigid, almost like he was frozen in place. "Hey, are you all right?" I asked, my voice cutting through the cold air. The man didn't answer. Instead, he slowly turned his head toward me, and I felt a cold shiver run down my spine. His eyes were dark, black holes that seemed to pull me in. There was no life in them, no warmth, just emptiness. I took a step back, instinctively reaching for my rifle. But before I could react, the man raised his hand and pointed deeper into the woods. "Go that way," he whispered, his voice like ice. "It's waiting for you." The words sent a chill through me. I didn't understand what he meant, but something told me I shouldn't trust him. I turned to leave, but the man's voice stopped me again. "You'll never leave," he said, his voice growing colder. I took off running, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't look back, not once, as I sprinted through the snow. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees pressing together like they were trying to trap me. I couldn't remember the way back. The trail I had come in on was gone, replaced by an endless sea of white. I stumbled, falling into the deep snow, and when I stood up, the man was there again. But this time, he wasn't alone. There were others, dozens of them, standing in the trees, their hollow eyes fixed on me. I could hear them whispering, their voices rising in a haunting chorus. "Join us. Stay forever." I felt something cold and sharp touch my shoulder. I whipped around, expecting to see the man again, but there was nothing. Just the endless forest, the snow swirling in the air. I ran. I ran as fast as I could, pushing through the snow, but I couldn't escape them. The forest seemed endless. The trees towering over me, their twisted branches reaching out like claws. I could hear footsteps behind me, soft and distant at first, but growing louder. The whispers were closing in, and I knew they were getting closer. Finally, after what felt like hours, I broke through the trees and found the main trail. I couldn't believe it. There was a familiar signpost pointing back to the road. I collapsed to my knees, gasping for breath, my legs weak and trembling. I didn't stop running until I reached the car. When I looked back at the forest, everything was quiet again. The snow had stopped falling, and the trees seemed normal. But I knew what I saw, what I felt. The lost hunter was real, and whatever he was, whatever he wanted, he had followed me out of the woods. I don't know what he meant by "it's waiting for you." All I know is that I never want to go back to those woods again. My name is Lucas, and I've always been a skeptic. I don't believe in ghosts, curses, or anything supernatural. But what happened to me in those woods, there's no logical explanation for it. And now, I'm not so sure about my old beliefs. It was supposed to be a fun adventure. I had heard about a hidden trail deep in the forest, a forgotten path that most people had never heard of. It was rumored to lead to an old cabin, long abandoned and left to rot by time. The idea of finding it intrigued me, so I convinced my friends, Kate and Ben, to join me on this hike. We set off early in the morning, full of excitement, ready to explore. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a warm golden glow over the forest. The air was crisp, the scent of pine filling my lungs as we walked through the familiar trails. But then, as we ventured deeper into the woods, we came across something strange. A narrow path we hadn't seen before, almost hidden by thick underbrush and twisted trees. It was as if it had been deliberately concealed. Kate and Ben were hesitant at first, but I convinced them it was the forgotten trail. The idea of discovering something new excited us all. We stepped onto the path, and immediately, the air changed. It felt colder, heavier, as though the forest was holding its breath. The trees grew denser, their branches thick with moss and vines. The trail became uneven, winding and twisting. leading us deeper into the unknown. As we walked, I noticed something strange. The forest around us seemed to grow quieter. There were no birds, no rustling of animals, nothing. Just the sound of our footsteps, echoing in the stillness. It was unsettling, but I brushed it off. Nature is unpredictable, right? We walked for what felt like hours. I kept checking my phone for the time, but there was no signal, no surprise, given how deep we were. The further we went, the more oppressive the silence became. It was like we were walking in a vacuum, the air thick and suffocating. Finally, we arrived at the cabin. It was more run down than we expected. The wood was rotting, the windows shattered, and the door hung off its hinges. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades, but there was something else about it, something unsettling about its presence. It felt wrong. Against my better judgment, I pushed open the door. The inside was dark, damp, and smelled of mold. But what caught my attention was the wall on the far side of the room. It was covered in strange markings, carved into the wood, some of them still faintly glowing. Kate and Ben were already exploring the other rooms, but I couldn't tear my eyes away from those markings. There was a strange energy in the air, and I felt compelled to touch them. As my fingers brushed the carvings, I felt a sudden jolt, a cold rush that ran through my body. And then, the whispers began. They were soft at first, barely audible, but they quickly grew louder. A chorus of voices, all saying the same thing. Get out. I spun around, heart racing. Kate and Ben were still in the other rooms, unaware of what was happening. I tried to shout, but my voice wouldn't come. The whispers became frantic, the sound of footsteps growing louder. The room felt smaller, suffocating, and I felt a cold hand grip my shoulder. I turned, expecting to see one of my friends, but there was no one there, just darkness. The shadows seemed to stretch and crawl along the walls, closing in on me. I ran. I didn't care about Kate or Ben, I just needed to get out. The cabin seemed endless as I raced through the rooms. But no matter where I went, the door was always just out of reach. Finally, I burst through the door, gasping for air. I turned to look back at the cabin, but it was gone. The path had disappeared, replaced by nothing but thick trees and underbrush. It was as if the forest had swallowed the cabin whole. I stumbled back toward the main trail, my heart pounding. But when I found Kate and Ben, they had no idea what I was talking about. They hadn't heard the whispers, hadn't seen the shadows. It was as if they had experienced something completely different. They just wanted to go home. We left the forest that day, and I haven't been back since. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still hear the whispers, and I know that trail, that forgotten path, is still out there, waiting for someone else to find it. My name is Aaron. I used to love the forest. It was my escape from everything, my sanctuary. But that was before I found the tree. Now, I don't think I'll ever look at the woods the same way again. It was supposed to be a simple camping trip. Just me, my brother Jack, and a few friends. We chose a spot deep in the forest, far from the busy trails. I didn't think much of it. I've been camping in the woods countless times before, but something was different this time. We set up camp near a cluster of towering trees, their gnarled branches twisted in odd shapes. Among them, there was one tree that stood out, a massive, hollow oak, its bark twisted in strange patterns. It was unnerving, but we didn't think much of it. The night was clear, the stars shining brightly above. As we sat around the campfire, Jack brought up the rumors he'd heard about strange occurrences in these woods. People had said that there was something unnatural about the trees here, especially that one. They said it was cursed, that anyone who went near it at night would hear voices, see things that weren't there. We laughed it off, the alcohol and the warmth of the fire making us forget the strange feeling creeping up my spine. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It was as though the woods were watching us, waiting. Around midnight, I decided to take a walk to clear my head. I needed some space, away from the fire and the laughter. I walked toward the edge of the forest, where the hollow trees stood in the distance. The closer I got to it, the more I felt a oppressive weight in the air, something ancient and heavy. The wind stopped, and the forest grew unnervingly still. As I reached the hollow tree, I couldn't help but stare at its massive trunk. The hole in the center was wide enough to step through, but something about it felt wrong. The bark seemed to pulse with a strange energy, almost like it was alive. I heard a noise behind me, a rustling of leaves. I spun around, but there was no one there. I was alone. But then I heard it again, closer this time, like footsteps moving silently through the underbrush. I took a step back, my heart pounding in my chest. But before I could react, I heard a whisper. It was coming from the tree. "Help me." The voice was faint, barely audible, but it sent chills down my spine. I tried to call out, but my voice caught in my throat. I took a step closer to the tree, almost as if I was drawn to it. "Help me." This time, the voice was clearer, and I felt a strange compulsion to look inside the hollow. I stepped up to the tree and peered into the darkness. The air around me grew colder, and I felt something watching me from the depths of the hollow. Suddenly, a hand reached out from inside the tree. It was pale, skeletal, its fingers long and bony. I recoiled, stumbling backward, but the hand didn't stop. It reached further, and I could hear more voices now, faint and desperate. I turned and ran, not looking back. My breath came in ragged gasps, my legs burning as I sprinted through the trees. But the forest had changed. The paths I knew were gone, replaced by twisted branches and dark, shadowy corners. I could hear the whispers following me, growing louder with every step. I ran for what felt like hours, my fear pushing me forward. Finally, I broke through the trees and found my camp. Jack and the others were still sitting by the fire, laughing, unaware of what had just happened. I tried to tell them, but the words wouldn't come. I was shaking, unable to explain what I had seen. I never spoke of the tree again, and the others never asked. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. We left the next morning, packed up in silence. The forest had swallowed my fear, leaving only the memory of what I had encountered. I haven't been back since. I don't think I ever will. There's something in those woods, something in that tree, that I can't forget. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I hear the whispers. Again, help me. My name is Sarah, and I've never been afraid of the forest before. But that night changed everything. The forest isn't just full of trees and animals. It's full of things that can't be explained. It started when I decided to take a walk in the woods near my house. I needed to clear my head after a long week of work. I've always enjoyed the peace of nature, the rustling leaves, and the sound of the wind through the trees. I never thought there was anything wrong with the woods. Not until that day. The trail was familiar, winding through the dense forest, but something felt different. It was quiet, too quiet. Normally, there would be birds chirping or the occasional squirrel rustling in the underbrush, but today, the woods felt empty. I kept walking, trying to push the unease from my mind. I had walked this trail hundreds of times before, so why should today be any different? But then, I heard it. A soft whisper. I froze, my heart racing. I looked around, but there was no one. The forest was still, silent again, as if nothing had happened. I brushed it off, thinking it was just the wind playing tricks on me. But then, it came again, louder this time. Sarah, ... My blood ran cold. No one knew I was out here. I was alone. I whipped my head around, scanning the trees, but there was nothing. Just the shadows of the leaves swaying in the wind. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling. No answer, just a whisper, repeating my name in a voice that wasn't mine. Sarah. I turned quickly, walking briskly back along the path, my steps quickening with each passing second. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me, something just out of sight, something waiting. And then, I saw it, a figure, standing at the edge of the trail. It was tall and slender, cloaked in shadow, its face hidden beneath a dark hood. It stood still, watching me, and I couldn't bring myself to move. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure didn't respond. It simply took a step forward, and another, until it was in front of me. The air grew colder, and the whispering intensified. Now all around me, I backed away, my legs shaking, but the figure followed. With every step I took, the shadows seemed to stretch, blocking my path, trapping me in this eerie space. "Sarah, ... The voice crooned again, but now it was joined by others' low, haunting murmurs, too many to count. The shadows swirled around me, pressing in. I could see eyes now, glowing faintly from the dark corners of the woods, watching me, waiting for me to fall. I turned to run, but it was as if the forest itself had shifted. The path I knew so well was now unfamiliar, twisted. The trees seemed to grow closer, their branches reaching for me, their leaves whispering secrets I didn't want to hear. And then, I heard the last whisper, "Stay with us." I didn't stop running, until I broke through the trees and found myself at the edge of the woods. Gasping for air, I stumbled out onto the road, my legs weak, my heart pounding in my chest. I looked back toward the forest, but the shadows had receded. The forest was silent once more, but I knew it wasn't over. I had felt them, those eyes watching me from the darkness. I haven't returned to those woods since. I've driven past the entrance countless times, but I never stop. The whispers still echo in my mind, and sometimes, when the wind picks up, I swear I can hear them calling my name. Sarah, the forest is waiting. It always is. My name is Daniel. I'll never forget that day in the forest. The shadows that followed me, they still haunt me, and I don't know if they ever will stop. It all began when I decided to go hiking alone. I needed to get away from everything. The stress of work, the noise of the city. I thought the forest would offer the peace I desperately needed. The trail was long, quiet, and I felt a sense of relief as I ventured deeper into the woods. As I walked, the sunlight began to fade. The trees grew taller and closer together, blocking out most of the light. It felt like I was walking through a tunnel of leaves. The air turned cold, and the quiet was almost oppressive. I didn't notice it at first, but as I walked deeper, I started feeling like I wasn't alone. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, the isolation playing tricks on me. But then, I saw them, the shadows. Thin, shifting figures that seemed to follow me at the edge of my vision. I stopped and looked around, but there was nothing there, only trees. I kept moving, but the shadows were still there, moving with me. Every time I glanced to the side, they would disappear, but I could feel them, lurking just beyond the tree trunks. I picked up my pace, hoping to shake off the eerie feeling, but the further I went, the worse it got. The shadows weren't just following anymore, they were closing in. It was when I reached a clearing that I saw the worst of it. In the center of the clearing was a large, ancient tree, its bark twisted and gnarled. Beneath the tree, a dark figure stood motionless. The figure was barely visible in the low light, but I could make out its outline. It had the shape of a man, but there was something wrong with it. Its limbs were too long, its body too thin, and its head, it didn't have a face. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched the figure. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound, but I knew it was watching me. I tried to step back, but my feet wouldn't move. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. A whisper that wasn't really a whisper. "You shouldn't be here." I looked around, but there was no one else. Just me and the figure. The shadows had surrounded the clearing now, their forms shifting in the corners of my vision, growing larger with every passing second. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. My legs were burning, my breath ragged as I sprinted through the woods, not caring where I was going. I just needed to get away from the shadows, away from the figure that still lingered in my mind. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the forest. My heart was pounding, and I could hear the sound of my own footsteps in the dead silence. When I finally made it back to my car, I was out of breath, drenched in sweat, and shaken to the core. I started the engine and drove away without a second thought, but the feeling of being followed didn't leave. The shadows, I knew, were still out there, waiting for me to return. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for me. It was always in the back of my mind, lurking, just out of sight. I tried to convince myself that it was all in my head, a trick of the light, the fatigue from being alone for too long. But every time I closed my eyes, I could see the figure beneath the tree, standing motionless in the shadows. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm walking outside, I feel the presence of something behind me, just out of view. I know it's them, the shadows, and I know they're still following. My name is Marcus. What happened in the woods still haunts me, and I can still hear the echoes. They're not just in my head. It started as an innocent hiking trip. My girlfriend Emily and I decided to spend a weekend in the woods. We left our phones in the car and followed an old, forgotten trail. The deeper we went, the quieter it became. The birds stopped singing. The wind ceased. It felt as if the forest itself had stopped breathing. We came across a dilapidated bridge, the wood weathered and cracked. Emily hesitated to cross, but I convinced her. As we stepped to the other side, the silence became absolute. No birds, no insects, nothing. "Marcus," Emily said softly, her voice filled with unease. "Something feels wrong." I shrugged it off, urging her to keep going. I felt a strange pull to continue deeper into the woods, as if something was calling. We reached a clearing with an ancient stone circle. The stones were covered in moss, arranged in a perfect ring. "Let's leave," Emily said, her voice trembling. But I walked toward the center. Something about it felt ... right. As I stepped into the circle, I heard Ita whisper, "Come closer." It wasn't Emily's voice. It was soft, distant, but unmistakable. "Did you hear that?" I asked, my voice shaky. Emily's face went pale. "Marcus, we need to go. Now." I couldn't move. I was rooted to the spot, listening to the whisper, which seemed to come from all directions. "Come closer," it repeated, and I did. The moment I stepped forward, the world around me seemed to shift. The trees twisted unnaturally, their branches reaching for me. The ground rumbled, and a cold wind carried a scent of decay. Emily grabbed my arm. "What's happening?" The whispers grew louder, closer. I turned to her, but she was gone. I called out for her, but she didn't answer. Only the trees and the whispers remained. I ran. My heart pounded in my chest as I sprinted through the woods. The trees seemed to close in on me, disorienting me. I couldn't find my way out. I called for Emily, but the only sound was my own voice echoing. I don't know how long I ran. Hours, days. Time didn't matter anymore. The whispers continued, growing louder. Finally, I stumbled upon the bridge again. I collapsed to the ground, exhausted. No sign of Emily. The woods were silent once more. Then, I heard Emily's voice. But it wasn't right. It was distorted, wrong. "Marcus, ... double quotes," she whispered. I turned, my heart racing. "Emily, come closer," the voice said, now right behind me. I spun around. Standing just beyond the trees was Emily, but she wasn't the same. Her eyes were black voids, and her mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. Her skin was pale, drained of life. She didn't move, just stared at me, her grin widening. "Come closer." I screamed and ran, not stopping until I collapsed, breathless. I don't know how I escaped the woods. When I reached the car, I was in shock. I went to the hospital. They said it was exhaustion, dehydration, maybe stress. But they didn't know what I saw. Emily is gone. Sometimes, I still hear her voice, whispering in the distance, "Come closer." And every time I step into the woods, I hear the echoes of that whisper. I wonder if she's still waiting. My name is Jason, and I made a mistake. A huge one. It was supposed to be a weekend getaway. My friends and I, 3 of us, to be exact, decided to head out to a remote area in the woods for a little camping trip. We were looking for a break from our busy lives, and what better way than to get away from everything and everyone, right? Just us, nature, and a few beers. The drive up to the woods was smooth, the air crisp and clean as we ascended deeper into the mountains. We didn't think much about it, even when the paved road turned to gravel, and the signs of civilization grew sparse. We were eager to disconnect, to be free. After a couple of hours, we arrived at what was supposed to be our campsite, but as we unpacked, something felt ... off. There was an eerie stillness in the air. No birds, no rustling leaves, just an unnatural silence. "That's weird," said Matt, one of my friends. "There's supposed to be a lake around here. I don't see anything." I shrugged it off. "Maybe it's a little further down. Let's just make camp." We set up our tents and built a small fire, but the quietness was unnerving. It wasn't like any other camping trip I'd been on. The forest here seemed to press in on us, as if watching. By the time night fell, we were all feeling uneasy, but we didn't want to admit it. That's when we saw it, the cabin. At first, it was just a silhouette in the distance, partly obscured by the trees. We hadn't noticed it earlier. It wasn't on any map, and no one in the group had mentioned it before. "Let's check it out," Matt said. I didn't want to. I had this strange feeling in my gut, like we weren't supposed to go there. But curiosity got the better of me, and we grabbed our flashlights and walked toward it. The cabin was old, decaying. It looked abandoned, its windows dark and shattered. Vines climbed up the rotting wood, and the door hung on its hinges, as if begging to be opened. "It doesn't look safe," said Lisa, another friend, her voice tight with unease. But Matt, always the adventurous one, pushed open the door. It creaked loudly, sending a shiver down my spine. We stepped inside. The air inside the cabin was thick, musty with the smell of mildew and something else, something metallic, like blood. The walls were covered in strange symbols, etched deeply into the wood, their meaning foreign and unsettling. "What is this?" Lisa whispered, stepping cautiously toward a corner. There, on the floor, was a large circle of dark stains. It looked like it had been there for years. "Let's go," I said, my voice trembling, but Matt was already moving deeper into the cabin. "There's a basement," he said, his voice oddly calm. "I'm going down." I tried to stop him. "Matt, no. Something's not right here." But he was already at the stairs, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. I could hear his footsteps echoing as he descended. The silence stretched on, and then we heard it. A thudding sound, heavy and deliberate, coming from the basement. "Matt?" I called, my voice cracking. No answer. "Matt," Lisa shouted, rushing to the stairs. She grabbed my arm, pulling me back. "We need to leave, now." But before we could even think about turning around, we heard a low growl, coming from the bottom of the stairs. Something was down there. Something that wasn't Matt. We froze. The growl deepened into something worse, a guttural voice, whispering, "You shouldn't have come." I couldn't move. The air grew colder, heavier. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind us. It was locked from the inside. Then, a shadow appeared at the top of the stairs. It wasn't Matt. It was tall, thin, and impossibly twisted, like a person but not. The figure was covered in dark, matted hair, its limbs elongated, stretching unnaturally as it moved toward us. Its face was a blur, just a mess of jagged lines and empty eyes. Lisa screamed. I grabbed her and pulled her toward the window. But as I turned, I saw the thing was right behind us. Its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp, twisted teeth. It hissed, low and menacing. With one last desperate effort, I threw my shoulder into the window, shattering the glass. We scrambled out, the thing just inches away from grabbing us. We didn't stop running until we were back at camp, breathing, heavily covered in cuts from the broken glass. We didn't stay the night. We packed up in a frenzy, leaving everything behind. The entire drive back down the mountain, we didn't say a word. No one wanted to talk about what we had seen, but even now, when I close my eyes, I can still hear that growl, the whisper of the thing that wanted us to stay. And every time I drive past the woods, I wonder if that cabin is still there waiting for the next group of curious souls. I'm Ethan. I'm sure you've heard about those forest trails that people always warn you about. They say if you go down them, you might never come back. I used to think they were just stories, but that was before I walked the silent path. It started as a typical weekend hiking trip with my friend Ben. We were in the mood for adventure and had heard about an old, overgrown trail deep in the woods, known to locals as the Silent Path. According to them, the trail was cursed, and anyone who ventured down it would hear strange sounds, whispers in the wind, or worsey things that weren't really there. But Ben and I were skeptics. We laughed it off and decided to explore it ourselves. After all, we'd done plenty of hiking before. What harm could one trail do? We reached the entrance to the path just as dusk began to settle over the trees. The sun was low, casting long shadows on the ground. The trees seemed to close in around us as we stepped onto the narrow, winding trail. It felt different. The air was colder here, and there was an unsettling stillness in the air. "Are you sure this is the right way?" Ben asked, looking around nervously. I nodded, but I wasn't so sure myself. The further we walked, the quieter it became. It was as if all the normal forest sounds, the chirping birds, the rustling leaves, had vanished. It was dead silent. Only our footsteps disturbed the calm. After an hour of walking, we came to a clearing. In the middle of the clearing was a large, ancient tree, its bark twisted and dark. A hollow lay in the center of the tree's trunk, wide, enough for a person to crawl inside. "Let's check it out," Ben said. His curiosity piqued. I hesitated, but I followed him anyway. There was something strange about that tree, like it was calling to us. As we approached, the air grew even colder, and the sky above seemed to darken. That's when I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible whisper. I froze. "Did you hear that?" I whispered to Ben, but he was already staring at the hollow in the tree. Something was inside it. "Ben," I said again, more urgently, but he didn't respond. He was too focused on the tree. I stepped closer, my heart pounding. I peered into the hollow. There, in the darkness, something moved. I could barely make it out, but it looked like a face, pale and distorted, with hollow eyes and a twisted grin. "Ben," I screamed, grabbing his arm and yanking him away from the tree, but it was too late. The ground beneath us shook, and the whispering voices grew louder, now echoing through the trees all around us. The sound was deafening. "Run," I shouted, but Ben was still frozen, staring at the tree. In that moment, I felt something cold, clammy hands grip my ankles from beneath the earth. The ground seemed to open up beneath me, and I stumbled, falling to the cold dirt dot. I could hear Ben shouting my name, but I couldn't move. The whispers were all around us, growing louder, more insistent. The tree's hollow opened wider, and I saw a tan outline of something tall and unnatural emerging from the darkness. It had no face, just a dark, looming silhouette with long, outstretched limbs. I pulled myself free and scrambled to my feet. I grabbed Ben, dragging him toward the trail, but he wouldn't move. He was still staring at the hollow, his face pale, his eyes wide with terror. "Ben, we need to go," I cried, but it was as if he couldn't hear me. He reached out toward the tree, as though compelled to get closer. The whispers reached a crescendo, and I felt the weight of something cold and heavy pressing against me. I pulled harder, desperately trying to break him out of whatever trance he was in. Finally, with one last, forceful tug, Ben snapped out of it. He stumbled backward, his eyes filled with fear. "We need to leave." "Now?" I said, barely able to breathe. We turned and ran, the whispers following us as we sprinted down the path. The trees seemed to shift around us, closing in, blocking our way. Every time we looked back, the silhouette was closer, lurking in the shadows. We didn't stop running until we reached the edge of the woods. When we finally emerged into the clearing near the parking lot, the whispers stopped. The air returned to normal, and the forest seemed to settle down. Ben and I didn't speak a word to each other as we got into the car. We didn't need to. We both knew that something had followed us out of the woods. Even now, every time I close my eyes, I hear the whispers. And every night, when I walk alone, I swear I can feel the cold presence of whatever was in the woods waiting. My name is Oliver. I didn't believe in ghost stories or old folk tales, at least, not until that night in the forest. It all started when a group of friends and I decided to take a camping trip deep into the woods. We wanted to get away from everything, the city, the noise, the stress. Just a weekend surrounded by trees and silence, or so we thought. We arrived at our destination, a secluded area far off the beaten path. The dense forest surrounded us on all sides, with towering trees whose canopies blocked out much of the sky. It was beautiful, yes, but there was something unsettling about the place. The silence felt heavier than usual, like the forest itself was holding its breath. We set up camp, and as night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nature, the chirping of insects, the rustle of leaves in the breeze. But then, just as we settled around the campfire, we heard something else. I whispered at first. I thought it was the wind, or perhaps one of my friends playing a prank. But as the whispers grew louder, I realized they were coming from deeper within the woods. Soft voices, barely audible, but unmistakably real. "Did you hear that?" Sarah, one of my friends, whispered, her eyes wide with fear. We all fell silent, listening. The whispers seemed to grow stronger, closer, but there was no one around. No animals, no people, just the oppressive darkness of the forest. "I think it's time to go back," said Mike, his voice trembling. But we didn't move. For some reason, none of us could. It was as if the forest was keeping us there, forcing us to listen, to wait. I tried to shake off the feeling, but something was wrong. I could feel it deep in my bones. The whispers started to form words, there, meaning just out of reach, like they were trying to tell us something important. But no matter how hard I focused, I couldn't understand. It was like the forest itself was trying to communicate with us, and I was too ignorant to listen. Suddenly, the fire sputtered. The flames flickered and died out, leaving us in complete darkness. The only light was the faint glow of the moon, filtered through the trees. And that's when I saw it. A shadow, moving just beyond the tree line. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a deer or a bear. But as it came closer, I realized it was too tall, too unnatural. It moved like a person, but there was something wrong about the way it glided through the forest, as if it was part of the shadows themselves. "Run," whispered Sarah, her face pale. But none of us moved. The figure was getting closer, and the whispers grew louder, almost deafening now. It was as though the entire forest was alive with them. And then, just before the shadow reached us, it stopped. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its presence. It was watching us. And then, in a voice so cold it froze my blood, it spoke. "Leave this place." The words echoed in my mind, vibrating through the ground beneath me. I could feel the weight of its gaze, but I couldn't move. None of us could. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished into the forest, leaving only the echoes of its warning behind. We didn't stay after that. We packed up as quickly as we could, scrambling to leave the forest, before whatever it was could return. But even as we made our way back to the car, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. The whispers still echoed in my mind, as if the forest was calling to me. We never spoke about what happened that night again. Some things are better left unsaid, I guess. But whenever I think back to that night, to the shadow in the woods, I can still hear the whispers, soft and faint, calling my name, and I wonder if the forest is still waiting for us. My name is Sarah, and I've never been a fan of motels. They always give me a strange feeling like you're just passing through, never really meant to be there. But I was driving late one night, and the highway signs for motels were few and far between. When I saw the Rosewood Motel, I knew I didn't have a choice. The lobby smelled like old carpet and coffee. The desk clerk, a young man named Aaron, barely looked up when I approached. "One room?" he asked. "Yes, please, just for the night." He handed me a key without saying a word. Room 103. As I walked down the hall, I noticed the place had a strange, silent quality. No TV sounds, no voices. The light fixtures flickered above me. Room 103 was small but cozy. The bed was made, the curtains drawn tight. But there was something off about the walls. They were covered in old, yellowed newspaper clippings. Some so faded I couldn't read them. I tried to ignore it. I was too tired to care. At 3:22 a.m., I woke up to a soft knock on the door. I didn't know why, but I felt compelled to open it. Standing there was a man I didn't recognize. He was dressed in old-fashioned clothes, like he stepped out of another time. His face was pale, almost ghastly, but his smile was warm. "I'm sorry to bother you," he said. "I just wanted to check if you needed anything." I was taken aback. I'm fine, thank you." He nodded and turned to walk away. But something in the back of my mind told me something wasn't right. As soon as I closed the door, I glanced at the clock. 3:23 a.m. The man was still standing in the hallway, staring at me. I felt my heart stop. I had only turned away for a second. The door slammed shut behind me. I turned and looked at the bed. It wasn't mine anymore. The sheets were ripped. The furniture was thrown around the room. The walls were now covered in fresh clippings, each with my name on it. There was one in the center. Sarah. Checked in at 10:45 p.m. Left without paying. Final reservation. I stumbled back, terrified, and turned to the door to leave, but it was locked. Through the cracks in the wall, I could see the man from earlier. He was staring straight at me, his eyes wide and wild, and then I heard the familiar sound of a knock. The one that would never let me leave. My name is Greg, and I'm a writer. After a long week of deadlines, I decided to escape the city for a weekend retreat. I pulled into a small town off the highway and found a quiet place called the Old Lantern Motel. It looked like it was stuck in the past. Vintage signage, faded wallpaper, and a rickety old swing on the porch. But I didn't care. It was perfect for some peace and quiet. The manager, An elderly man named Mr. Fletcher checked me in. He didn't say much, just handed me the key to room 205. "Don't forget to sign the guest book," he said, his eyes strangely intense. I nodded and took the key. The room was simple, just what I needed. But when I looked to the side, I saw something odd on the nightstand. A guest book. It was old, yellowed pages, and cracked leather, almost like something out of a horror movie. Curious, I flipped through the pages. The entries were filled with names and dates, but there was something unsettling about the handwriting. They weren't just names, they were descriptions. Emily, checked in 1982, the last guest to stay before the fire. John, left without paying, took more than his share of the wine. And then I saw an entry, written just a few days ago. Greg, stayed for one night. Room 205, checked in at 6:45 p.m., left without saying goodbye. I froze. I hadn't signed the guest book yet, but somehow, my name was there. I quickly turned to the last page, but it was already filled with my handwriting. Greg, stayed for one night. Room 205, checked in at 6:45 p.m., left without saying goodbye. Shaking, I grabbed my bag and ran downstairs. Mr. Fletcher was sitting behind the desk, staring at me. "I see you've read the guest book," he said, his voice low. I nodded, speechless. "It's a family tradition," he continued. "When you stay here, you're written in the book, forever." I turned to leave, but his voice stopped me. "It's already too late, son." I ran to my car and sped off, but as I passed the entrance, I saw something in my rearview mirror, the GUESTBOOK. It was sitting on the passenger seat next to me. "My name is Laura, and I work as a traveling sales rep. That means I spend more nights in motels than in my own bed. Most are forgettable, just a place to crash for the night, but I will never forget the Silver Pines, and it was late when I checked in. The woman at the front desk handed me the key to room 206, but as she did, she hesitated. Her eyes flicked up to meet mine. "Keep the do not disturb sign on the door all night." I frowned. "Why?" Her lips pressed into a thin line. "Just trust me." A weird request, but I was too tired to argue. The room itself was nothing special: stained carpet, a TV that barely worked, a musty smell in the air. I locked the door, flipped the do not disturb sign over, and collapsed onto the bed. At 3:10 a.m., the knocking started. Knock, knock, knock. It was soft at first, almost polite. I groaned and pulled the pillow over my head. Probably someone drunk knocking on the wrong door. Then it happened again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, from inside the room. I shot up, heart hammering. The sound was coming from the closet. The knob rattled. Something was trying to get out. I scrambled out of bed, grabbed my phone, and turned on the flashlight. The closet door was slightly open, but all I could see was darkness. Then, a whisper. "Let me out." I bolted, yanked open the motel room door, and ran straight to the front desk. The woman was still there, waiting. She didn't look surprised. "You opened the door, didn't you?" she asked. I shook my head frantically. "No, but something was in there." She sighed, rubbing her temples. "Good. If you had opened it, you wouldn't be standing here right now." I packed my bags and left before sunrise. Later, I looked up the Silver Pines in online. It had burned down 10 years ago, and room 206, it didn't exist anymore. My name is Eric. I was driving cross-country when exhaustion forced me to pull into a small roadside motel called the Crescent Lodge. It was the kind of place that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s, but it was cheap, and I was too tired to care. The man at the front desk gave me a key marked room 303. His hands shook as he passed it over. "We close the office at midnight," he muttered. "Don't leave your room after that." Weird, but whatever. I just needed a few hours of sleep. I found room 303 at the end of a long, dimly lit hallway. As I slid the key into the lock, a wave of nausea hit me. The air was thick too still, like the room hadn't been opened in years. Inside, everything was wrong. The walls were a dull, peeling green, but the furniture was coated in a thin layer of dust. The bed was made, but the sheets looked undisturbed, like no one had touched them in decades. And the worst part, there was a rotting smell seeping from the closet. I ignored it and tried to sleep. But at 1:47 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps, slow, shuffling, coming from inside the room. I held my breath, too afraid to move. The closet door was open. I was sure I had closed it. The footsteps stopped, and then, in the darkness, I heard a whisper so close, it felt like it was coming from inside my own head. "You don't belong here." I scrambled out of bed, grabbed my keys, and bolted. I didn't even stop at the front desk. I just ran to my car and sped off. The next morning, I decided to call the motel. I needed answers. A woman picked up. "Hi," I said. "I stayed in room 303 last night." Silence. Then she spoke, her voice slow and careful. "Sir, that's not possible." My stomach dropped. "What do you mean, there is no room 303, she said. "That hallway was sealed off 30 years ago." I hung up. And in my passenger seat, sitting right where I had left it, was the key to room 30. My name is Jenna, and I used to love old motels. The kind with neon signs and faded wallpaper, the kind that felt frozen in time. But after what happened at the Holloway Inn, I never stayed in one again. It was late when I checked in. The woman at the front desk gave me a strange look as she slid over my key. "Room 217. You're the only guest tonight," she muttered. "If you hear anything, just ignore it." That should have been my first warning. The room smelled like dust and old wood. The only thing that stood out was the mirror, huge antique thing bolted to the wall across from the bed. Its surface was slightly warped, like the glass was breathing. I felt uneasy but brushed it off. I turned off the lights and crawled into bed. At 2:47 a.m., I woke up. Something was moving in the mirror. I froze. The room was pitch dark, but the mirror wasn't. It showed my reflection, but the bed was empty. I sat up slowly, my breath shallow. My reflection did the same, but a second too late. Then, it smiled at me. I wasn't smiling. I scrambled for the light, flicking it on. The mirror went back to normal. My reflection was just me. Heart pounding. I turned the mirror to face the wall. No way. I was sleeping with that thing watching me. At 3:12 a.m., the scraping started, a slow, dragging sound coming from behind the mirror. I grabbed my bag and bolted. The woman at the front desk didn't look surprised when I slammed the key. "Down 217, she asked. I nodded, shaking. She sighed. "That room's been empty for years." I pointed at the key. "Then why did you give it to me?" She gave me a tired look. I didn't. I turned and ran to my car. As I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror and saw my reflection standing still, smiling back at me. My name is Mark, and I've worked the night shift at Ridgeway Motel for 3 years. I've dealt with all kinds of guests, drifters, truckers, people running from something. But one night, I checked in a man I'll never forget. He walked in around 2 a.m., tall, thin, wearing an old gray coat. His skin looked pale, almost gray, like he hadn't seen sunlight in years. He didn't have any bags, just stood there, staring. "One night," he said. His voice was wrong, hollow. I handed him the key to room 104. He didn't thank me, just turned and walked down the hall. An hour later, the phone at the front desk rang. I picked up. "Ridgeway Motel. How can I help you? Silence then. A whisper. There's someone in my room. I checked the system. The call was coming from room 104. I frowned. He's calling about himself? I grabbed the spare key and walked down the hallway. The air felt colder near his door. Something smelled. Rotten. I knocked. Sir, is everything all right? No answer. I unlocked the door and pushed it open. The room was empty. Bed untouched. The closet door slightly ajar. A cold breeze slipped through the cracks. I stepped inside and flipped on the light. That's when I saw the guest book on the nightstand. It was old pages yellowed, ink smudged, and on the last line, I saw a name written in shaky handwriting. Mark Bennett, my name. The date next to it. March 12th, 1987. 36 years ago. I stumbled. Back, heart pounding. That was impossible. Then I heard the closet door creak. I turned just in time to see a hand thin, gray, reaching out before the lights flickered off. I don't remember running. I don't remember getting in my car. But somehow, I ended up speeding down the highway, the motel shrinking in my rearview mirror. The next morning, I called my manager, who booked room 104 last night. Silence then, in a quiet voice, he said, Mark, we don't have a room 104. I quit that same day. My name is Olivia. I was on my way to visit my sister when a storm forced me off the highway. The only place around was a rundown little motel called the Maple Rest. It had that old, forgotten look, but I had no choice. The man at the front desk barely spoke. He slid me the key to room 108 and muttered, "Checkouts at dawn." I didn't think much of it at the time. The room was what you'd expect: stained carpet, a flickering light, a musty smell. But the strangest part, there was no mirror. Not in the bathroom, not above the desk, nowhere. Just empty spaces where they should have been. I tried to sleep, but something felt off. The silence wasn't normal. No distant highway sounds. No humming pipes. Just a heavy stillness. At some point, I must have drifted off. Then, at 3:12 a.m., I woke up. The air was ice cold, and the bathroom door, which I had left open, was now shut. My pulse hammered. Slowly, I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. "Hello," I whispered. No answer. I slid out of bed and crept toward the door. My fingers barely brushed the handle when a shadow moved underneath it. Something was in there. I backed away, heart racing. The air in the room felt thicker, pressing against me. Then, I heard it. A low whisper, coming from the other side of the door. Time to check out. I ran, grabbed my keys, yanked open the motel room door, and bolted outside. Rain poured down, but I didn't care. I jumped into my car and sped off, my tires skidding on the wet pavement. As I glanced in the rearview mirror, my breath caught in my throat. The motel was gone. No building, no neon sign, just an empty lot, overgrown with weeds. But in my passenger seat, a room key sat on the cushion, room 108. My name is Rachel. I work as a housekeeper at the Oak Ridge Motel, a small roadside place with flickering lights and a lingering smell of mildew. It's not glamorous, but it pays the bills. Most days are the same until I cleaned room 209. It started with a simple request. The front desk got a call. The guest in 209 needed extra towels. I grabbed a fresh set and knocked. No answer. I knocked again. Housekeeping. Still nothing. The air around the door felt heavy, like the room was swallowing sound. I tried. The handle. Unlocked. I pushed the door open an inch. "Sir, I have your towels." Silence. Then, I heard it. Breathing. Slow. Wet. I stepped inside. The curtains were drawn, the air thick and musty. The bed was unmade, sheets bunched up like someone had just crawled out. But the room was empty. The bathroom door was half open. Inside, the mirror was fogged up. as if someone had just taken a hot shower. A single word was smeared onto the glass, written by a finger. Leave. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. I turned to leave, but then I saw it. The Do Not Disturb sign, hanging on the inside of the door. But that wasn't the strange part. It was covered in dried blood. I ran out straight to the front desk. "Who's staying in 209? I asked. The receptionist frowned, flipping through the check-in log. Then she shook her head. "Room 209 hasn't been booked for 3 weeks. I quit that same night, but sometimes, when I drive past the motel, I see the light in 209 flicker on, and the Do Not Disturb sign still hangs on the door." My name is Daniel, and I've been a truck driver for over 15 years. I've seen some weird things on the road, but nothing compares to what happened at the Pinewood Inn. It was late, and I was too tired to keep driving. The motel was the only place 4 miles, an old 2-story building with a faded neon sign. The clerk barely looked at me as he handed over the key. "Room 112. As I walked to my room, I noticed something strange. At the end of the long, dimly lit hallway, a man stood, completely still. He was tall, wearing an old suit that looked a few decades out of place. His head was slightly tilted, like he was listening. I gave him a nod. No reaction. Whatever. I went into my room, locked the door, and collapsed onto the bed. The mattress was stiff. The air smelled damp, but I was too tired to care. I don't know how long I slept before I woke up to a soft knock, 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 knock. It wasn't at my door. It was coming from inside the room. I sat up, my heart pounding. The sound was coming from the closet. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The closet door was slightly open. I forced myself to stand. With a shaking hand, I reached out and pulled it open. Nothing. Just empty hangers, swaying slightly, as if someone had just moved them. Then, from the hallway, knock, knock, knock. I turned toward the peephole and hesitated before looking through. The man in the suit was right outside my door, his head tilted further, unnatural, like his neck was breaking. I backed away, my breath coming in short gasps. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. The room fell silent. I don't know how long I stood there, waiting. But eventually, I worked up the courage to check the peephole again. The hallway was empty. I barely slept after that, and at sunrise, I packed up and left. As I handed my key back to the clerk, I hesitated. "That guy last night," I said. "The one in the suit. Who is he?" The clerk looked up, confused. "What guy?" "The man at the end of the hall. He was standing there when I checked in." Her face went pale. "Sir, that hallway has been closed off for years." I turned back toward the hallway. The end of the corridor was bricked up. I never stayed at another roadside motel again. My name is Eric. I travel a lot for work, so I've stayed in more motels than I can count. Most of them are forgettable, just places to sleep for the night. But there's one I'll never forget. The place that changed everything. It was a last-minute booking on a long, empty road. The sign read Sunset Pines Motel, and the neon light flickered weakly in the cold night air. It looked old, run down, but I didn't care. I just needed sleep. The woman at the front desk gave me a key. Without a word. Room 36. The last room at the end of the hallway. The carpet smelled damp, and the walls had a strange yellowish tint. I shrugged it off, dragged my bag inside, and locked the door. That's when I noticed it. The closet door was open slightly. I don't know why, but it made me uneasy. I walked over, pulled it open wider, and saw nothing, just darkness. But the air inside smelled different, stale, like something had been sealed in for years. I shut the door and got into bed. The exhaustion hit me fast. My eyes closed. Then I heard it, a soft click. The closet door had opened. Again. I sat up, my heart pounding. Maybe the door was broken. Maybe I hadn't closed it all the way. That had to be it. I got up, walked over, and pulled the door shut. This time, I wedged a chair under the handle. No more surprises. I lay back down. Silence. Then, around 3 a.m., I woke up freezing. The room was ice cold. My breath came out in misty puffs, and the chair. It was moved. The closet door was wide open, and someone was standing inside. I couldn't move. The figure was tall, its face hidden in shadows. I wanted to scream, but my voice was gone. Then it stepped forward. The last thing I remember was its hand reaching for me. I woke up in my car, parked outside the motel. My bags were already in the passenger seat. The motel was abandoned, the neon sign shattered, the windows broken. The entire building looked like it had been empty for years, but I know what I saw. I stayed there, and something stayed with me. My name is Claire, and I've always been fascinated by abandoned places. So when I heard about Harrowsbrook Mental Asylum, a place that had been closed down after a series of tragic events, I couldn't resist. The stories surrounding the asylum were strange patients who went missing, eerie lights seen at night, and the disappearance of the warden himself. But what intrigued me the most was the locked basement, a place that no one had ever been able to access. I visited the asylum with a group of friends, ready to uncover the truth. The building was towering, a grim structure that seemed to stretch forever, surrounded by thick, twisted trees. We snuck through the broken gate and into the building. The halls were filled with the smell of rot, and the walls were stained with years of neglect. It felt like the air itself was trapped inside, carrying the weight of a long-forgotten past. We made our way through the asylum, exploring old rooms that once held the patients. Some rooms still had their beds and personal items left behind. There was a sense of sadness in the air, like the place had been frozen in time. But then we found the basement door, the one that was always kept locked. It was old and rusted, but, to my surprise, it was slightly ajar. Curiosity got the best of us, and we decided to descend into the darkness below. The stairs creaked under our weight, and the air became thicker with each step. As we reached the bottom, I could feel a chill in my bones, a sense of foreboding that made it difficult to breathe. The basement was like something out of a nightmare. The walls were covered in old, tattered patient records, some of them written in smeared ink. There were strange symbols drawn on the walls, symbols I couldn't recognize, but that seemed to have an ominous significance. In the center of the room stood an old iron chair, shackles attached to its arms and legs. As we moved closer, I felt the temperature drop, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. It was then that I heard a faint scratching sound, coming from the far corner. We all froze. At first, I thought it was an animal, but when I turned my flashlight toward the noise, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A figure, crouched in the corner, was scratching the walls with its nails. Its face was hidden, but it turned toward us with a slow, jerky motion. It was human, but barely. Its eyes were hollow, and its skin was pale and stretched tight over its bones. I couldn't move. The figure stood up, its long arms reaching out toward us. I tried to scream, but the words wouldn't come. My friends were frozen too, staring at the figure with wide, horrified eyes. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished, disappearing into the shadows of the basement. We ran. We ran as fast as we could, desperate to escape the basement. But when we reached the stairs, the door slammed shut behind us. We were trapped. For what felt like hours, we tried to force the door open, but it wouldn't budge. The scratching sound began again, louder this time, as if it was coming from inside the walls. Suddenly, we heard laughter, soft at first, then louder, a deep, eerie laugh that seemed to come from the very walls of the basement. It was the warden's laugh, we finally managed to break the door open and fled into the night. As we ran away from the asylum, I looked back one last time. The lights inside flickered, and for a brief moment, I saw the warden's face in the window, a face twisted in a grin, his hollow eyes staring back at me. Even now, I hear his laughter. The warden never left the asylum. He's still down there, waiting. And sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I can hear the scratching again, coming from the depths of the basement. My name is Mark, and I've never been one to believe in ghosts or curses. But that all changed when I visited the Ashford Psychiatric Hospital. The hospital had been abandoned for nearly 20 years after a series of unexplained deaths among both patients and staff. People said the place was haunted, but I thought it was all just legend. I had to see it for myself. I ventured there alone, sneaking in after dark. The building was massive, a sprawling structure with long, winding corridors that seemed to go on forever. The doors creaked open as I stepped inside, the sound echoing in the dead silence. My flashlight flickered as I made my way through the dusty halls, the air heavy with the smell of mildew and decay. I explored room after room, each one more unsettling than the last. Some were filled with old hospital beds, their sheets still intact, others with piles of medical records left scattered across the floor. But it wasn't just the physical decay that bothered me, was the feeling of being watched, like something was lurking just out of sight. As I walked down one of the long corridors, I heard footsteps behind me. At first I thought it was just my imagination. But then the footsteps grew louder, closer, almost like someone was following me. I spun around, but there was no one there, just the empty hallway stretching out in front of me. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the building settling. But as I continued, the footsteps didn't stop. They kept following me, echoing in the darkness. Then, I heard a voice, a soft whisper. It came from a room ahead of me. I cautiously approached the door and slowly pushed it open. Inside was a room completely untouched by time. Furniture still stood neatly in place, as though the occupants had left just moments before. On the walls were scribbles, crude drawings that looked like they had been made in a panic. One of the drawings stood out, a figure, dark and tall, with no face, its arms stretching out toward the door. Suddenly, I heard the door slam shut behind me, and the whispering started again, this time much louder. "Leave now," it said, and I could feel my heart race in my chest. I tried to open the door, but it was stuck. The whispering grew frantic, the words now jumbled together in an incomprehensible chant. I banged on the door, desperate to escape, but it wouldn't budge. The footsteps came again, only now they were not behind me, but all around me, moving in unison. I turned, and that's when I saw it, a shadow, tall and thin, looming in the doorway. It stepped forward, its presence suffocating the room with an unnatural cold. The thing had no face, just an endless black void where its features should have been. I screamed and finally forced the door open. I ran, not caring where I was going, just desperate to get out. The hospital seemed to stretch endlessly, and every turn I made brought me back to the same hallway. I was trapped in an endless loop, the footsteps and whispering closing in on me. It was like the building itself was alive, playing with me. Finally, I stumbled upon a stairwell and bolted down to the exit. When I burst through the door into the night air, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief. But even now, I can still hear the footsteps behind me. The whispers have never stopped. The hospital is still there, waiting for me to return. My name is David, and I've always been fascinated by abandoned places, especially hospitals. So, when I learned about the infamous Greystone Asylum, I knew I had to explore it. The asylum had been shut down after a series of mysterious deaths and rumors of paranormal activity. It had been years since anyone had stepped foot inside, but the stories of its haunted halls were still fresh in my mind. I arrived at the asylum at dusk, the building casting long, eerie shadows across the field that surrounded it. The windows were boarded up, but the door was cracked open, inviting me in. I stepped inside, the air thick with the smell of rot and decay. The floors creaked under my weight, and the silence was almost suffocating. As I walked deeper into the building, I began to notice the strange marks on the wall, scratches, scrawled words, and handprints as though the patients had been desperately trying to escape. The atmosphere felt heavy, like something was watching me from the dark corners of each room. I stumbled upon an old nurse's station, the desks still covered in yellowed papers. In the far corner, there was a small black and white photo, a portrait of the asylum's staff. The faces were faded, but one thing stood out: a nurse with a blank expression, staring directly into the camera. I felt a chill run down my spine. As I stared at her face, her eyes seeming to follow me, I moved on, my nerves beginning to fray, but then I heard a faint, eerie moan. I froze. It came from the far end of the hall. Cautiously, I approached the source, the noise growing louder. When I reached the door, I found it ajar. I pushed it open. Inside, there was no one, just an empty room, but the air was thick with coldness, and the moans continued, coming from the walls themselves. I backed out of the room, my heart racing, but that's when I saw them shadowy figures, standing motionless in the hallway. Their faces were obscured, but their bodies were twisted and unnatural. I tried to call out, but no sound came from my mouth. The figures began to move toward me, their limbs jerking unnaturally, their faces now clear, but distorted in a permanent scream. I turned to run, but the hall seemed to stretch endlessly in front of me, the exit nowhere in sight. The moans grew louder until they were deafening. The walls seemed to close in around me, and I could feel the cold fingers of the patients still trapped in the asylum, reaching out to grab me. They wanted me to join them, to never leave. Finally, I found the exit and stumbled outside, gasping for breath. But even now, I can still hear the moans echoing in my ears. The patients never left, and sometimes, when the wind is just right, I can hear their whispers calling me back to the Greystone Asylum. My name is Lisa, and I never considered myself a superstitious person. I believed the rational explanations for everything until the night I visited Briarwood Asylum. The asylum had been abandoned after reports of inhumane treatments and strange occurrences within its walls. It was said that the patients who had died there never truly left. I went there with a small group of friends, all eager to see if the rumors were true. We entered the asylum late at night, flashlights in hand, ready to explore. The place was silent, its once grand structure now deteriorating, a shadow of its former self. The walls were lined with cracked mirrors, broken windows, and old medical equipment strewn across the floors. The air was heavy, as if it had been soaked in fear for years. We laughed nervously, trying to ignore the growing sense of unease. But the deeper we went into the asylum, the more I began to sense something wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I kept hearing footsteps echoing down the empty halls, but whenever I turned to look, no one was there. It wasn't until we reached the old patient wing that things took a turn. The temperature dropped suddenly, and our breaths became visible in the air. In the hallway ahead of us, I saw a figure, standing motionless. It was tall, dark, and blurry, like a shadow that didn't belong. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I whispered to my friends, but they didn't see it. They continued walking ahead, not noticing the figure at the end of the hallway. I stepped closer, unable to look away from it, and that's when it moved slowly, unnaturally, gliding toward me. My pulse quickened, and I turned to run, but my feet wouldn't move. I felt a cold hand brush against my shoulder, and a voice whispered in my ear, "You're not supposed to be here." I spun around, but the figure was gone. My friends turned to me, laughing at the frightened look on my face, but I knew I had seen something. The air had changed. The darkness around us seemed to have come alive, pressing in from all sides. Suddenly, the door behind us slammed shut, and we were plunged into darkness. We screamed, desperate to escape, but every exit we tried led us in a circle. The walls seemed to close in around us, and the shadow appeared again, flickering in and out of sight. As I ran, I could feel it following me, moving faster than I could, whispering something I couldn't understand. Finally, I reached the front door, and it opened with a creak. We ran outside, gasping for air, the night strangely still around us. But even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see the figure, its dark, shadowy form, always waiting in the corners of my mind. My name is Jacob, and I've always been curious about abandoned places, especially hospitals. So when I heard about St. Vincent's Asylum, I had to go. It had been closed for decades, but stories of unnatural occurrences still lingered. People spoke of strange lights, whispers in the dark, and a room that no one dared enter. Ward 13. I arrived alone, determined to uncover the truth. The building stood in the middle of a forest, hidden from the public eye. When I first entered, the smell of old antiseptic and dampness overwhelmed me. The halls were decayed, lined with empty rooms that seemed to echo with lost voices. I made my way through the building, exploring the remnants of the past. Old medical equipment, tattered patient records, and forgotten belongings scattered throughout the rooms. It was disturbing but fascinating at the same time. But then, I found Ward 13. The door was locked, but the glass in the window had been shattered. I pushed through the broken frame and stepped inside. The air was colder here, almost freezing, and the walls were covered in faint handprints, as if someone or something had touched them in desperation. The room was bare, save for an old gurney in the corner, stained with something dark and dried. As I stepped closer to inspect it, I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. My heart started to race, and I turned around. The door behind me slammed shut, trapping me inside. I tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. Then, the whispers started low at first, like a distant murmur. I couldn't make out the words, but they were clear, persistent. I backed away from the door, but that's when I saw them shadowy figures, standing at the far end of the room, watching me. They didn't move at first, just stood there, staring. But then, one of them started to advance, slow and deliberate, its form shifting with every step. It was as though the figure wasn't entirely human, its body a mash of faces, each one twisted in pain and anguish. I froze. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The whispers grew louder, becoming maddening, filling my ears with broken phrases. "Get out. Never leave." I stumbled backward, feeling the weight of the room press down on me. The figures were getting closer, their faces becoming clearer with every step. I had to get out, but the door wouldn't open. The room seemed to shrink, its walls closing in. With one final push, I slammed against the door, and it broke open. I ran without looking back, hearing the whispers fade as I escaped into the night. But even now, I hear them. The voices, the faces, and sometimes, I wonder if I ever really left Ward 13. My name is Sarah, and I never believed in the supernatural. That was, until I found myself standing in the crumbling halls of Westgate Asylum. The place had been abandoned for years, yet rumors of strange lights flickering in the windows and unsettling sounds echoing at night still persisted. They said that the asylum never truly closed, and the spirits of the patients remained, trapped within its walls. I had gone there with a group of urban explorers, hoping to uncover the truth behind the rumors. The outside of the asylum was decrepit, its walls covered in graffiti, and windows shattered by time. The building loomed in front of us like a forgotten monument, its very presence unsettling. As we entered the asylum, the silence was deafening. The hallways stretched on endlessly, and the atmosphere was thick with the scent of rot and decay. The further we ventured, the more I began to feel uneasy, as though something was watching us. But I dismissed it as nerves until we reached Room 11. Room 11 had been the heart of the asylum, where the most violent and disturbed patients were held. As we walked inside, the temperature dropped noticeably, and a faint murmur filled the air. I thought it was one of my friends, but when I turned to speak, I saw that everyone else was staring at the far corner of the room. There, in the darkness, was a figure, a shadow, hunched and still, standing perfectly still. We called out, but the figure didn't respond. In a rush of adrenaline, we moved toward it, but just as we reached the spot, the figure vanished. Suddenly, the lights flickered, and the sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. It was impossible. We were alone in the building. The footsteps grew louder, getting closer, as though someone or something was following us. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind us. We were trapped. Panic set in as the whispers grew louder, becoming indistinguishable from one another. A chorus of voices from the walls. One voice, in particular, stood out. It was soft, like a plea, but chilling in its desperation. "Help me, please. They won't let me out." As we searched for another way out, the walls began to pulse, as if something was alive inside them. The footsteps were now accompanied by the sound of chains rattling, dragging along the floor. We could hear them getting closer, the noise filling the air, suffocating us in the chaos. One of my friends, Ryan, disappeared. We called out to him, but there was no answer. His name echoed down the hallway, lost in the endless corridors. Frantic, we ran through the asylum, but no matter how far we went, we couldn't escape. Finally, we stumbled upon the exit, only to find it locked from the outside. We were trapped in a nightmare, surrounded by the voices of the lost, forever bound to a place that never truly closed. My name is Mark, and I never believed in ghosts. At least, that's what I told myself before I spent the night in Ward B of the Holloway Asylum, a place once notorious for housing the most dangerous individuals with severe mental illnesses. The hospital had been abandoned for years, but there were still whispers of the patients that never left, and the sinister events that led to its closure. I visited with a group of friends, eager for the thrill of exploring one of the most haunted places in the country. We joked, laughing at the thought of being scared by an old building, but the moment we entered, everything changed. The building was a time capsule frozen in decay. The walls were stained with what I could only assume were years of blood, and the air was so heavy with mold, it was hard to breathe. We made our way to room 214, a room notorious for its violent past. As soon as we stepped inside, the temperature dropped dramatically. The walls were cracked, and the floor was covered in debris. But what caught my attention were the old chains bolted to the walls, remnants of the restraints once used to hold patients. We dared each other to explore further. Despite the discomfort creeping up my spine, I entered the room alone, feeling an odd pull toward the back of the room, where an old rocking chair sat near the window. The chair creaked as if someone had been sitting in it moments ago. I took a step forward, and that's when I heard a faintest whisper. At first, I thought it was one of my friends messing with me, but the whisper came again, this time clearer. "Help me." I turned quickly, but no one was there. I scanned the room, the feeling of eyes watching me growing stronger. The whispers grew louder, now accompanied by the sound of scratching against the walls. The air became thick with an oppressive presence. The room felt alive in a way I couldn't explain. I ran to the door, but it slammed shut before I could reach it. I banged against it, yelling for help, but the others were outside, unable to hear me. The whispers turned to voices, all speaking at once, begging for freedom. Suddenly, I felt something cold grip my ankle, pulling me toward the center of the room. I screamed, kicking at whatever was holding me, but it wouldn't let go. "Let me out," I cried, desperate. The chains on the walls rattled violently, and the voices became frantic. Finally, the door flung open, and my friends pulled me out of the room. I was shaken, panting for breath, but the moment I stepped outside, I felt the pressure lift. That night, I couldn't sleep. The voices never stopped whispering, and to this day, I still hear them calling to me from room 214. My name is Emily, and I had always heard about Elmwood Psychiatric Hospital, how it had been shut down after the scandalous disappearance of Dr. Victor Caldwell, the head psychiatrist. The rumors were dark. Patients had vanished, and some believed Dr. Caldwell had been conducting twisted experiments, trying to find a cure for the mind by using cruel methods. When I arrived, the air was dense with the weight of history, and the hospital's old, deteriorating structure seemed to have absorbed the pain of all those who had suffered there. I couldn't resist. I had to explore. Inside, everything was eerily still. The floors were slick with dampness, and the walls echoed with my every step. The smell of antiseptic lingered faintly in the air, though it was long past its prime. I wandered deeper into the hospital, making my way through the halls, all while trying to decipher what had gone wrong here. Then, I came across room 107. It was locked, but as I peered through the narrow window in the door, I saw figures sitting on the bed, perfectly still. My curiosity got the best of me. I managed to pry the door open with a crowbar. As soon as I stepped inside, I froze. The room had been left as if the patient had just walked out. Fresh bandages, scattered papers, and in the corner, an old wheelchair. But what made my blood run cold was the figure on the bed. It was a man, sitting upright, with his hands folded neatly in his lap. His face was gaunt, his eyes wide open, and his lips twisted into a grotesque smile. I stepped closer, and then I saw it, a note pinned to his chest, reading, "I am still waiting." My heart raced as I looked back at the door. I felt the temperature in the room drop. I suddenly realized I wasn't alone. The air was thick, and it was as if I could feel something watching me. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut. I spun around, but the figure was gone. The bed was empty, but the smile remained, etched into my mind, as if I could still see it lingering in the shadows. I ran for the exit, but as I passed the nurse's station, I saw a photograph on the wall. Dr. Caldwell, standing next to a patient. The patient in the photo had the same twisted smile, the same empty eyes. I never found the exit. I kept running through the endless halls, but every time I turned a corner, I ended up back in that same room. Eventually, I stopped running, and that's when I heard his voice, cold and clear. "You're my last patient, Emily." My name is Jack, and I've always been fascinated by abandoned hospitals and asylums. They've always been the perfect blend of history and terror. So, when I heard about Greystone Asylum, I knew I had to visit. It was a sprawling complex, on the edge of town, abandoned for decades, but still holding on to its dark past. The locals spoke of the place in hushed tones, of patients who had never left, of experiments gone wrong. Most of them avoided the area, saying the air was thick with unfinished business. But I was determined to see it for myself. I arrived late in the afternoon. The building loomed over me like a giant, skeletal figure, its windows shattered, and its doors rusted shut. I found an entrance on the side, a cracked door that opened with a painful screech. Inside, it was quiet, too quiet. The floors were covered in debris, and the walls were lined with peeling wallpaper. But as I ventured deeper into the asylum, I noticed something. Eyes. They were everywhere at first. I thought it was my imagination, the shadows playing tricks on me. But no, the eyes, dozens of them, were watching me from the cracks in the walls, from the broken windows, from the darkness. I could hear faint whispers, low and guttural. The eyes seemed to follow me, no matter where I went. I tried to ignore it, but the pressure of their gaze was unbearable. I stumbled into a room, and that's when I saw it. The mirror on the wall. It wasn't just a mirror, it was a window into something else. I could see people inside, staring back at me. Their faces were twisted, contorted in pain and madness. They didn't move, just stared, their eyes wide and pleading. I reached out to touch the glass, but before I could, a loud bang echoed through the room. I spun around to see a figure standing in the doorway. It was tall, hunched over, with hollow eyes. It didn't speak, it just pointed to the mirror. Suddenly, the room seemed to close in around me. The walls started to move, the eyes grew bigger, and the whispers became screams. I bolted for the exit, but as I turned the corner, I saw something that made my heart stop. All around me, in the shadows, were hundreds of eyes, staring at me, watching me, as if they had always been there, waiting. I ran, and I never looked back. My name is Alex, and I've always been drawn to abandoned places. The thrill of exploring decaying buildings, uncovering forgotten history, it's what I live for. That's why, when I found out about St. Martin's Asylum, I couldn't resist. The asylum had been shut down in the early 70s, after a series of mysterious deaths among the patients, and ever since, the place had been sealed off by the authorities. But I had my ways. I managed to get in. The air inside was thick with the smell of mold, and the floors creaked beneath my feet as I walked through the corridors. I pulled out my flashlight and began to explore, taking photos of the rusted doors, cracked windows, and peeling paint. As I made my way deeper into the building, I could hear something faint like whispers coming from the walls. I thought it was just the wind, but the whispers grew louder. I walked faster, my heart racing as I entered the main hallway. The whispers were now accompanied by low, guttural sounds, almost like voices trying to speak but distorted. I turned the corner and froze. There, standing at the end of the hallway, was a figure, a shadowy silhouette, barely visible in the dim light. It was tall, unnaturally tall, and it didn't move. I called out, but my voice was swallowed by the thick silence. The figure didn't respond. I took a step forward. That's when I heard the laughter. It came from everywhere. The walls, the ceiling, the floor. It was all around me. I turned and ran, but the sound of footsteps echoed behind me, fast and frantic, like someone or something was chasing me. I reached the exit, but the door wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder. Then I saw it. A single, bloody handprint appeared on the door. I pushed with all my strength, and finally, the door opened. I stumbled outside and collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. The whispers faded, but I could still hear the laughter in my head. My name is Alex, and I've always had a fascination with the wild. I grew up surrounded by forests, so hiking and camping became second nature to me. But the one place I swore never to return to was Black Hollow, a forest that hides more than it reveals. Black Hollow isn't marked on most maps, and the locals avoid it at all costs. They tell stories of a creature-shadowed predator that hunts those who venture too deep into its territory. Of course, I didn't believe in any of it. After all, there's no such thing as monsters, right? But that was before I met it. I was on a solo hike, following an old path I had heard about from a park ranger who seemed a little too eager to share the tale. The path led deeper into Black Hollow, to a place known as the Silent Grove, a spot I'd never dared to venture. I figured it was time to prove the stories wrong. At first, everything seemed normal, quiet, still, with only the rustling of leaves in the wind. But as I moved deeper into the grove, the forest began to change. The trees became darker, their trunks thicker and more twisted, as if something unnatural had warped the land, and that's when I felt Ita's presence. Something was watching me. I tried to shake off the feeling, but it grew stronger. Every sound in the forest suddenly seemed amplified. The crack of a twig breaking, the sound of my breathing, my footsteps on the soft earth. I turned around, but no one was there. That's when I saw it, a figure, standing motionless between the trees. At first, it seemed like another hiker, but something about the way it stood perfectly still, perfectly silent was wrong. I called out, but the figure didn't move. I stepped forward cautiously, my heart pounding. That's when it shifted. It didn't walk toward me. It didn't run. It was as if it teleported, appearing just inches away, its shadow stretching unnaturally. My mind screamed at me to run, but my body froze. And then, it spoke. Its voice was low, gravelly, and felt like it came from deep within. The earth. You shouldn't be here. I didn't wait to hear more. I bolted. I ran faster than I ever had before, the sound of footsteps behind me echoing through the trees. But no matter how fast I ran, the footsteps were always just a little faster, always just a little closer. I dared to glance over my shoulder, and that's when I saw Ita blur, a shadow that darted from tree to tree, staying just out of sight, but always near. I didn't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but eventually, I stumbled out of the forest and onto a road. My heart was racing, and I couldn't breathe properly. I made it to my car and slammed the door shut, trembling. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I looked out the window, and in the distance, standing among the trees, I saw it again. The figure was watching me, its head tilted, as if it was waiting for me to make the next move. I never went back to Black Hollow after that. I haven't even told anyone about what happened. But sometimes, when I'm hiking in other forests, I'll feel that same uneasy gaze, like something is following me, waiting for me to slip up. And I know one thing for certain, the silent hunter is still out there. My name is Lucas, and I work as a wildlife photographer. I've spent years traveling to some of the most remote forests in the world, but nothing has ever terrified me like what I encountered in Jalapeno Woods. It was supposed to be a simple, solo trip, just me, my camera, and miles of untouched wilderness. I had heard whispers about strange occurrences in Jalapeno, but I shrugged them off as local superstition. That was a mistake. The first 2 days were uneventful. I captured stunning shots of rare birds, towering pines, and the golden light filtering through the dense canopy. But on the third day, the fog rolled in. At first it seemed normal, just a morning mist settling between the trees. But it didn't burn off with the rising sun. It only grew thicker, swallowing the forest in a dense, unnatural white. And then, the whispers began. They came from everywhere and nowhere, soft and distant, like dozens of voices murmuring just beyond my reach. I spun around, my camera shaking in my hands, but there was no one there. I told myself it was the wind. Then, I saw the shadows. Figures, tall and thin, barely visible through the fog. They moved between the trees in a way that wasn't natural, shifting in and out of focus, like distorted reflections in water. I tried to head back to camp, but no matter which way I walked, I ended up in the same clearing over and over again. My tracks should have been in the dirt, but they weren't. The fog was hiding them. Then the whispers turned into laughter, low, broken laughter that didn't belong to anything human. It echoed all around me, and I realized the figures weren't staying in the distance anymore. They were getting closer. A shape moved past me, just inches away, a blur of something wrong, something that shouldn't exist. I ran. I don't know how long I ran, but suddenly, I burst out of the fog and into blinding sunlight. My car was there. The road was there. But when I turned around, The forest was completely clear, no fog, no figures, no whispers, just endless trees. I told myself it was a hallucination, exhaustion, a trick of my mind. But when I checked my camera, later, there were dozens of photos I didn't remember taking. Blurry images of tall, faceless shapes standing in the fog, and in the last picture one of them was right behind me. My name is Ethan, and I've always been a skeptic. I've spent years hiking through forests, exploring caves, and trekking through places others wouldn't dare to go. But nothing in all my experiences prepared me for the horrors of Ashgrove Forest. It started as an ordinary hiking trip. I had heard rumors of disappearances near the northern part of Ashgrove, but I dismissed them as nothing more than campfire stories. There's no such thing as ghosts, right? I should have listened. The moment I entered the northern section of Ashgrove, I felt the air grow cold. A heavy fog had already rolled in, making it difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. But I pressed on, determined to prove there was nothing to fear. After a few hours of walking, the trail seemed to vanish. The dense fog made it hard to discern the path, and the trees grew thicker. Their roots twisted like veins snaking through the ground. That's when I noticed the unease, the silent tension in the air. I was being watched. The feeling was subtle at first. A slight shiver down my spine, like the hairs on the back of my neck were rising. But then, the whispers started. At first, I thought it was just the wind. But the whispers weren't natural. They were low, almost mournful, like a voice that sounded too close. I froze. That's when I saw them. Eyes, thousands of them, glimmering in the shadows beneath the trees. They weren't the eyes of animals or birds, they were human eyes, staring from the ground itself. I dropped my backpack and scrambled backwards, my heart pounding in my chest. The eyes followed me, their gaze unwavering, but the figures they belonged to remained hidden in the thick fog. I turned and ran, my legs burning, but every step felt heavier than the last. The eyes seemed to multiply, surrounding me from all sides. Suddenly, I tripped over something, a root, or so I thought. But when I looked down, I realized it was something else. It was a hand, a skeletal hand, half buried in the dirt. It was reaching up, clawing its way from beneath the earth. And that's when I realized the eyes weren't just watching me. They were waiting for me to join them. I struggled to get up, but the ground beneath me was soft, like I was sinking into the earth itself. The more I tried to pull myself free, the tighter the soil seemed to grip me. The whispers grew louder, their voices rising into screams. And then, I saw it. A figure, shrouded in mist, emerging from the fog. It was tall, with long, shadowy limbs that seemed to stretch toward me. But what terrified me the most was its face, or the lack of one. There was nothing but a gaping void, blacker than the night. And from that void, a single word echoed in my mind: join us. I don't remember how I got out of the forest. One moment, I was sinking into the earth, and the next, I was standing in the clearing, the fog gone. The eyes had disappeared, and everything was eerily silent. I've never told anyone what happened that day, but I'll never forget those eyes, or the feeling of being swallowed by the ground itself. And to this day, I still see them sometimes watching me from the corners of my vision, lurking just beneath the earth. My name is Sarah, and I've spent most of my life in the mountains. Hiking, camping, and exploring the wilderness is in my blood. But there's one trail I will never go near again. It's called the Forgotten Path, a barely marked route through Whispering Pines Forest that's been long abandoned. Locals say it's a place to avoid, that something in the woods doesn't want you to find it. I didn't believe them. I had been exploring these woods for years. So when I found a faded map in an old cabin near the edge of the forest, I didn't hesitate. I decided to follow the forgotten trail to see what was so dangerous about it. The first few miles were easy enough. The path was overgrown, but not impossible to follow. As I went deeper into the forest, I felt an odd tension in the air, but I pushed it aside. The sounds of the forest were familiar, rustling leaves, chirping birds, so I kept going. But as I walked, I noticed the trees were changing. They were taller, their trunks twisted, and their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. The deeper I went, the more unnatural they looked. And then, I heard it. I whispered at first. I thought it was the wind, but the longer I listened, the clearer it became. The voice was human, but it was muffled, as if coming from beneath the earth. I stopped in my tracks, my heart racing. Another whisper, this time louder. Turn back. You shouldn't be here. I should have turned back. I really should have. But instead, I kept walking. I couldn't help myself. I had to know. Then, I found it. A clearing dot. At first, it looked normal. But as I stepped closer, I saw the ruins of a crumbling stone structure, half buried beneath the earth. It looked ancient, like it hadn't been touched for centuries. And scattered around it were bones, hundreds of them. Some were human, some animal, but they were all crushed, like they had been trampled. There were no bodies, just the remains. I felt a wave of nausea. I turned to leave, but the path behind me was gone. The trees had closed in. The clearing was cut off from the rest of the forest, and the air felt heavier, like I was walking through a dream. That's when I saw it. A figure, standing in the shadows, barely visible. Its face was shrouded in darkness, but I could feel its eyes on me, watching. I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure stepped forward, its long, twisted limbs reaching out toward me. That's when the whispers turned into screams. I don't remember much after that. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the forest floor, gasping for air. The sun was setting, and the path had returned to normal. But I never spoke about what I saw, not to anyone, and I never went back to whispering pines again. My name is Daniel, and I used to love hiking alone. The deeper into the forest I went, the safer I felt until the day I learned something was watching me. It started as a simple weekend trip. I chose Everwood National Park, a place known for its ancient trees and untouched wilderness. I packed light, planning to set up camp near a quiet stream I had marked on my map. The first day was perfect. The air was crisp, the sun warm, and the woods alive with the sounds of nature. But as night fell, something changed. The forest went silent. Not just quiet, completely dead. No wind, no insects, nothing. It was like the trees themselves were holding their breath. Then I saw it, perched high in the branches. Nearly 30 feet above me was a figure. It was humanoid, but wrong, its limbs too long, its body thin and twisted. It had no face, just a smooth, pale surface, where its features should be. I told myself it was a trick of the light, a shadow, my mind playing games. Then it moved, not like a person climbing down, but like a spider, scuttling between branches. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it upwards. The light hit empty branches. The thing was gone. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I swore I heard scraping sounds above me. The next day, I decided to head back early, but the deeper I walked into the forest, the more I realized I wasn't going the right way. My map said I should have been near the main trail, but the trees around me were strange, twisted into unnatural shapes, their bark covered in deep gashes like claw marks. That's when I saw the footprints. They weren't mine, and they weren't human. The prints were long, almost talon-like, and they circled me like something had been watching me sleep all night. I ran. I didn't care about direction anymore. I just needed to get out. The trees blurred around me, the world twisting like a nightmare, until I saw it again, hanging upside down from a branch directly above me, its faceless head inches from my own. I don't remember screaming. I don't remember running. The next thing I knew, I was stumbling out of the woods, gasping for breath. My car was right where I left it. But when I got inside, my hands shook as I gripped the steering wheel, and in the rearview mirror, I swear, just for a second, I saw something hanging from the trees behind me, watching, waiting. My name is Ethan, and I work as a forestry researcher. My job takes me deep into untouched forests, mapping ecosystems, studying wildlife, and sometimes finding things that shouldn't exist. Last fall, I was sent to Grey Hollow Forest, an area that had been closed off for decades due to unexplained disappearances. The local legends warned of a curse that the forest itself was alive, and that something ancient slept beneath its roots. I don't believe in curses, but I do believe in what I saw. The first few days were uneventful, just miles of dense woodland, towering oaks and pines, their roots thick and tangled. But then, on the fourth day, I found the pit. It was a perfect circle, about 10 feet wide, going straight down into darkness. The edges weren't natural. The soil looked like it had been burned away. I dropped a rock inside and counted. No sound, no bottom. That night, I couldn't sleep. The wind carried a strange humming noise, like something deep underground was breathing. The next morning, I found something new near the pit. Handprints. Dozens of them, pressed into the dirt, all leading out of the hole. Some were too large, others were too small, like they belonged to something that had never been human. I tried to radio for help. Static. That night, I heard scraping sounds outside my tent. Slow, deliberate, like something was dragging itself through the dirt. I held my breath, listening, then the ground beneath me shifted. It was subtle at first, a gentle vibration. Then, suddenly a deep, guttural groan from beneath the earth. I scrambled out of my tent, my flashlight flickering. The pit was closer than before. That wasn't possible. I grabbed my gear and ran. The humming grew louder, turning into a chorus of whispers. My head pounded, my vision blurred, and for a split second, I swore I saw something, a shape, massive and writhing, just beneath the roots of the trees. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck. I reported everything, but no one believed me. When I returned a week later with a team, the pit was gone. No sign it had ever been there. But sometimes, when I walk in the woods, I still hear that humming noise beneath my feet, and I know it's still down there, waiting. My name is Adam, and I grew up in a small town surrounded by endless miles of forest. As kids, we always heard the stories about the hanging tree, a massive, gnarled oak deep in the woods where, according to legend, dozens of people had ended their lives. I never believed the tales, at least not until I saw it for myself. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip, just me and my two best friends, Kyle and Ben. We packed our gear, hiked deep into Blackridge Forest, and found the perfect spot to set up camp. That first night, everything felt off. The trees were too still, the air too silent. Even the usual sounds of crickets and owls were absent. But the worst part, the nightmares. We all had them. I dreamt I was hanging from a tree branch, my body swaying in the wind, but I was still alive, fully aware, unable to scream. Kyle woke up gasping, saying he felt like something was choking him in his sleep. He refused to talk about what he saw. The next day, we found it. The hanging tree stood alone in a clearing, its branches twisted and blackened, scars from centuries of storms and decay. The bark was covered in deep claw marks, as if something had tried to climb out of it, and beneath it were the ropes. Dozens of them, some fresh, some so old they were nearly fused into the tree itself. "Let's go back," I said. Ben just stood there, staring at the tree, his eyes unfocused. "We should leave," Kyle muttered. That's when Ben started walking toward the tree. Ben? I grabbed his arm, but his body was cold unnaturally so. His lips moved, but the words were wrong. Not his voice, not his language. And then, his eyes rolled back. The ropes moved. They reached down, coiling toward him like something alive. Kyle and I pulled him away, running as fast as we could, the air behind us thick with whispers. By the time we got back to camp, Ben collapsed, gasping for breath like he had been drowning. That night, we took turns keeping watch. But just before dawn, I looked over and saw Ben standing at the edge of the woods, staring back at the hanging tree. His lips moved, whispering something I couldn't understand. We packed up and left the second the sun came up. Ben never talked about what happened, but sometimes I catch him staring at trees for too long, his fingers twitching like he's feeling for something that isn't there. And last week, I got a message from him, a single photo of a noose hanging from a tree. No words, just coordinates, right back to where it all began. My name is Lucas, and I used to love camping alone. The solitude, the quiet hum of nature, the disconnect from modern life, it was something I cherished. But after my last trip to Raven's Hollow, I don't think I'll ever step into a forest again. It started with the fog. I had hiked for most of the day, deep into an untouched part of the woods. By sunset, I found a clearing near a small lake, a perfect campsite. I set up my tent, built a fire, and let the exhaustion of the day settle into my bones. Then, out of nowhere, a thick fog rolled in. I've seen mist in the woods before, but this was different. It was dense, clinging to the trees, like a living thing, swallowing my surroundings until my fire was the only visible point. Even my own hands looked blurred in front of me. Then came the footsteps, slow, deliberate, just beyond the wall of fog. At first I assumed it was an animal, a deer, maybe, but then I realized the steps were circling me. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it into the mist. Nothing, but the footsteps continued, crunching over leaves, moving around my camp in a perfect circle. "Hello," I called out. My voice felt swallowed by the fogged silence. Then a whisper. It was so faint, I almost convinced myself I had imagined it. But as I strained to listen, I heard it again, this time right behind me. I spun around. There was nothing there. The fog pressed against me, suffocating, twisting the shapes of trees into bent, unnatural figures. And then, out of the mist, I saw it. A tall, skeletal figure emerged, its limbs too long, its head tilting unnaturally. Its body shifted like it was made of the fog itself, flowing with the mist. It had no eyes, no mouth, just a gaping void, where its face should have been. It took a step toward me. I grabbed my pack and ran. I didn't care where. I just knew I had to get away. The whispers followed me, twisting into words I almost understood. My legs burned. My lungs screamed for air. But I kept running until the fog vanished. I stumbled onto the main trail. The trees normal again, the air crisp and clear. The sun had risen, as if no time had passed. But my watch, it was still stuck at 2:37 a.m. I don't know what I saw that night, but I do know one thing: Raven's Hollow doesn't want visitors. And if the fog ever finds you, don't listen to the whispers. My name is Eric, and I was a park ranger for 10 years. I've seen my fair share of weird things in the woods, but nothing prepared me for what happened last fall in Redfern Forest. It started with a simple call. A hiker, Clara Mitchell, had gone missing. She was an experienced solo camper, familiar with the area, but hadn't returned as scheduled. Her last known location was near Foxglove Trail, a path infamous for one eerie detail. It had no official records. It didn't exist on any park map. I set out early in the morning, following her last GPS ping. The deeper I went, the quieter the forest became. No birds, No rustling leaves, just a heavy, unnatural silence. After about an hour, I spotted a backpack near a cluster of moss-covered stones. Clara's. That's when I saw the footprints. They lead deeper into the forest, but something was off. There was only one set of footprints, leading forward, none coming back. I followed them. The trees grew denser, twisted, their branches reaching toward me like skeletal fingers. The path seemed wrong, like the ground itself was shifting beneath my boots. And then I saw her. Clara was standing in the middle of the path, perfectly still, facing away from me. "Clara," I called. She didn't move. I stepped closer, the air turning thick and heavy, my breath coming out in short gasps. Something was deeply, horribly wrong. I reached out and she turned. Her eyes were completely black. Her mouth stretched open in a silent scream, but no sound came out. The world around me warped. The trees seemed to pulse and breathe. I wasn't in Redfern anymore. I stumbled backward, my radio crackling to life. A voice, my own voice, came through. "Don't turn around. Don't look back. Run." Every instinct screamed at me to obey. I bolted, not caring where I was going, only that I needed to leave. The whispering started then low, guttural sounds from behind me. I didn't look. I couldn't. After what felt like hours, I burst into a clearing. The normal forest was back. The sky was normal. The sounds of birds chirping returned. But the path I had just come from, it was gone. No trail, no disturbed leaves, nothing. We never found Clara. The official report says she disappeared without a trace. But I know the truth. She never left that path. And neither did the thing wearing her face. My name is Daniel, and I've spent most of my life hiking and camping in remote places. The wilderness has always been my escape, my sanctuary. That is, until I ventured into Blackwood Forest. Blackwood had a reputation. People went missing there. Some said it was because of wild animals. Others claimed it was the terrain. But there were whispers, old legends about something watching. I never believed in such things. Not until I saw them. I set up camp deep in the woods, far from any trails. The first night was peaceful. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and distant hoots of an owl. But when I woke up the next morning, I noticed something odd. The fire I had put out the night before was relit, burning low but steady. I was sure I had extinguished it. Maybe I was just tired. I brushed it off and went about my day, exploring deeper into the forest. That's when I found the carving stall, thin figures etched into the trees, always in pairs, always watching. Some were old, nearly faded away, but others looked fresh. I felt uneasy. That night, I awoke to a faint whispering outside my tent. It was distant, almost like the wind, but there was a rhythm to it. It didn't sound like English or any language I recognized. My heart pounded. I wasn't alone. I slowly unzipped my tent, peeking outside. The fire was still burning, but I hadn't lit it again. And then, I saw them. Two tall figures stood at the edge of my campsite. They were impossibly thin, their limbs elongated, their heads tilted unnaturally to the side, watching. No eyes, no mouths, just smooth, pale skin stretched too tight over bone. I couldn't move. My body refused to obey as the figures slowly stepped forward, their movements jerky, unnatural. The whispering grew louder, almost inside my skull, like it was being spoken directly into my mind. And then, they vanished. One blink, and they were gone. But the whispering didn't stop. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At dawn, I packed up and ran. I didn't care where, as long as I got out of the forest. But as I reached the tree line, something stopped me cold. The carvings on the trees, they had changed. Instead of pairs, there was only one figure now, and it looked exactly like me. I never went back to Blackwood, but sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I still hear the whispering, and I know they're still watching. I had been on the road for hours, my eyes heavy from the long drive. The highway stretched out in front of me, nothing but endless asphalt and the occasional sign pointing to a motel or a gas station. When I saw the sign for Whispering Pines Motel, I decided it was time to pull over. The rain had started coming down in sheets, and the faint glow of the neon sign seemed like a beacon in the storm. The motel was small and somewhat run down, tucked between two tall pines that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. The office was dark, but the door was ajar, so I walked in. A bell rang above me as I entered, and a man stood behind the counter. His face was pale, almost ghostly, and his hair was thinning. He didn't say a word at first, just stared at me with eyes that seemed far too tired for someone his age. After a moment, he cleared his throat. "Room 12, he muttered, tossing me a key. "There's only one other guest tonight, but be careful after dark." I took the key, my curiosity piqued. "Why?" His gaze hardened for a moment before he leaned in closer. "The thing about this place, it's never empty, even when it seems like it is." Confused but not wanting to press, I nodded and made my way to the room. Room 12 was on the second floor, its door creaking as I pushed it open. The room smelled musty, the air damp with the remnants of the storm. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, and the furniture was old and worn. It wasn't much, but it would do for the night. As I sat on the bed, trying to shake off the weariness, I noticed something strange, a dark figure standing at the window, staring out into the rain. I froze. The figure didn't move, not even a twitch. I blinked, and it was gone. Shaking my head, I chalked it up to exhaustion and tried to shake off the unease that had crept into my chest. But as the night went on, the feeling only grew stronger. Around midnight, I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps outside my door, soft and deliberate, like someone was pacing back and forth in front of it. I held my breath, my ears straining for any sign of who or what was out there. I opened the door cautiously, but there was no one, just the empty hallway, the dim light flickering overhead. The footsteps resumed, but this time they were inside the room. I spun around, heart pounding in my chest. The footsteps echoed, yet no one was there. The sound grew louder, closer. They were coming from the corner of the room, but all I could see was the darkened space. And then I saw it, a figure, not quite human, but something else. Its eyes were wide black pits, and its mouth stretched into a grin that shouldn't have been possible. It stood there, motionless, just watching me. My legs went numb as I stumbled backward, tripping over the bed as I tried to escape. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its presence, suffocating, pressing in on me from all sides. The door slammed shut behind me. I was trapped in the room with it. The figure slowly stepped forward, its grin widening. It was so still, so silent, I could barely hear it breathing. The only sound in the room was the soft, rhythmic thumping of my own heart. Then it spoke. "You shouldn't have come here." I froze, my mind racing for an explanation, for any way out. But the words were too much, too terrifying. I couldn't speak, I couldn't move. The figure took another step toward me, and I thought I would faint from fear. But just before it reached me, it stopped, its head tilting to the side. Its grin faded, replaced by a look of confusion. "You're not the one." The figure backed away, fading into the shadows of the room, as though it had never been there at all. The air became still once more, but the chill lingered. I stood there, frozen, unable to process what had just happened. I reached for the door handle, my hands trembling, and opened it quickly. But when I looked out into the hallway, I was met with the same eerie silence. The man from the office stood at the end of the hallway, his pale face watching me. He didn't speak, but his eyes told me everything I needed to know. This place wasn't just haunted by ghosts, it was inhabited by something far worse. I didn't stay another minute. I grabbed my things and ran to my car, not looking back. And as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that, somewhere in the distance, I could still hear those footsteps. It was late, well past midnight, when I pulled into the driveway of the Hollow Pines Motel. The neon sign above the office buzzed, casting an eerie glow on the gravel parking lot. The motel was small, tucked away on a lonely stretch of highway, with trees crowding it on all sides. The air had a strange stillness to it, as if the world around the place had been paused. I was exhausted from the long drive and just wanted a place to sleep. I walked into the dimly lit office, where the scent of stale coffee lingered in the air. A woman sat behind the counter, her face pale and drawn, but her eyes were alert and calculating. She didn't smile, just handed me a room key with a steady hand. "Room 5. No one else is staying tonight," she said flatly. "Stay inside after dark, and don't open the door for anyone." I nodded, slightly unnerved by her tone, and took the key from her. There was something about her manner, her tone, that felt wrong. But it was late, and I was too tired to question it. Room 5 wasn't fancy. The carpet was stained, the furniture old, and the air thick with dust, but it would do. I locked the door behind me and flopped onto the bed, the exhaustion pulling me into sleep almost immediately. I don't know how much time passed when I woke up to a faint sound on knocking. Soft at first, like someone tapping on the door. I sat up, heart pounding, wondering if I had imagined it. I waited in silence for a moment, and then I heard it again. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't coming from the door I had locked. It was coming from the window. I stood frozen, staring at the glass, my breath caught in my throat. No one could have gotten into the room. I hadn't heard anyone enter. Still, the knocks persisted, growing louder, more frantic. I approached the window slowly, my hand trembling as I pulled back the curtain, just enough to peer outside. There was nothing, just the dense forest surrounding the motel, swaying in the wind, and the faint outline of trees stretching into the dark. But the knocking was still there, clear and insistent. It was coming from behind the window. Terrified, I backed away, glancing at the door, but still unsure of what to do. Should I open it? Would I even make it out if I did? The knocking turned into something else, a low scratching, like claws on glass. That's when I heard a voice, faint but growing clearer. "Let me in, ... The voice was distant at first, but then it was right at the window, as if someone or something was standing just outside. It was deep, distorted, and chilling. My body froze in fear, the blood draining from my face. "Let me in," the voice repeated, now louder, more urgent. I grabbed the chair beside the bed and wedged it against the door, trying to steady my trembling hands. The room was suffocating, the air thick with terror. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. My head spun. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness. The light bulb flickered, then went out completely. The temperature dropped in an instant, and I could see my breath forming in the cold air. The knocking on the window had stopped, but now I could hear something else shuffling, like footsteps, just outside. The door rattled, and I jumped back. I held my breath, hoping whatever was outside would go away. But the knocking continued now, from both the window and the door. "Let me in, ... It wasn't just one voice anymore. There were multiple voices, all echoing the same words, all filled with desperation. The door shook as though someone or something was trying to force its way inside. The scratching grew louder, more intense. I stumbled back to the window, heart racing, and pulled the curtain aside once more. But this time, I saw them, figures pale, gaunt, their eyes hollow and wide, their faces twisted in anguish. They were gathered around the window, their hands pressed against the glass. The scratching, the knocking, the voices, they were all coming from them. They weren't human. They were things, creatures, trapped outside, begging to be let in. I rushed to the door, my pulse thumping in my ears. I had to get out. I had to leave. But just as I reached for the doorknob, the door burst open. The woman from the office was standing there, her face contorted in an eerie smile, her eyes wide and unblinking. "You shouldn't have stayed." Before I could react, she stepped aside, revealing the creatures behind her, dozens of them, their eyes wide, their faces contorted in silent screams. They lunged at me, but I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I was frozen in place, staring into the abyss of their empty eyes. And then, everything went black. I was on a road trip, heading through a remote stretch of highway, when I saw the motel, the Silent Pines Motel, its neon sign flickering faintly in the dark. Tired and in need of a place to rest, I pulled into the parking lot. The silence was almost unnerving, like the world had forgotten this place existed. The office was small, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet as I entered. A man behind the counter greeted me with a smile, but something about him felt ... off. His skin was too pale, his eyes too wide. His greeting was far too warm for someone working at this forgotten establishment. "Room for the night?" I asked. He nodded and handed me a key with no hesitation. "Room 3, the key read. Everything you need is in the room. Just remember, stay in your room after dark." His warning was strange, but at that point, I just needed to rest. I thanked him and made my way to room 3. The hallway was dimly lit, the air stale and heavy. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was typical old furniture, a bed with worn sheets, and a television that looked like it hadn't been used in years. Yet something about it felt off, like the room itself was holding its breath. I set my things down and laid on the bed, my exhaustion taking over. But then I heard it, the softest, most delicate whisper. It was faint at first, like it was coming from the walls. I sat up, heart racing, straining to listen. "Help me, ... The voice was faint, almost imperceptible, but there was no mistaking it. It came again, louder this time, from the far corner of the room. My eyes darted over to where the sound originated, but the corner was empty. I stood up slowly, walking toward the corner where the voice had come from. The room seemed to grow colder with each step I took. As I reached the corner, I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. There was nothing there, except for a small, old wooden cabinet. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it stood there, strangely out of place. I opened it, expecting to find some forgotten items from previous guests, but instead, I found nothing except for a small, folded note. I unfolded the note, my hands trembling as I read the scrawled handwriting. "I'm still here. You have to leave." I felt a chill run down my spine. The whispering returned, now louder, more frantic. The room began to shake, the walls groaning, as if they were alive. I backed away from the cabinet, my heart pounding. The door slammed shut behind me. Panic surged through me as I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. My mind raced, my thoughts scattered. What was happening? Who was in here with me? I turned back to the bed, and that's when I saw it, a figure sitting at the foot of the bed, its face obscured by shadows. The whispering stopped, and an eerie silence settled over the room. The figure stood, slowly, its head tilting toward me. "You shouldn't have stayed." The voice was no longer a whisper, but a guttural growl. The figure stepped closer, its form shifting and warping like something not meant to be seen. I ran to the door, throwing my weight against it, but the figure was right behind me. I heard it breathe, its breath cold against my neck. "Leave this place, or you will never leave." With a final push, the door flew open. I bolted down the hallway, not daring to look back. When I reached the office, the man behind the counter was gone, leaving only an empty room. The motel was gone, too. The Silent Pines Motel had vanished. leaving nothing but an empty stretch of road, but I can still hear the whispers in my mind, calling me back. I arrived at the motel after the sun had long since set, the highway behind me fading into darkness. The River's Edge Motel was small, nestled beside a creek that ran quietly through the woods. The building was weathered, the windows cracked, and the sign above the door flickered erratically in the wind. It looked like the type of place that had long been forgotten by the world. I went inside the office, the bell above the door chiming with a creak. Behind the counter sat an elderly man, his eyes dim and his skin pale. His hands shook slightly as he handed me the key, his voice low and strained. "You can stay in room 8, he said, "but don't go out after dark." I gave him a confused glance. Why not? He just stared at me, his lips quivering. "It's best not to disturb the watcher." That was all he said before he turned away, his gaze lingering on something outside the window, far beyond my view. I took the key, still unsettled by the man's strange behavior, and left. Room 8 wasn't much different from the rest of the motel. The furniture was outdated, and the wallpaper was peeling at the edges. I set my bag down and sat on the bed, but my mind was racing. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. The air in the room felt heavy, thick, with an unspoken tension. I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was just being paranoid. After all, it was just a motel. As I was about to lie down, I noticed a figure in the window outside. Standing there, motionless, was a tall man dressed in dark clothing, his face hidden in shadow. His presence was almost suffocating, his posture unnervingly still. I froze, staring at the figure. Was he watching me? I tried to look away, but my gaze kept returning to him. My heart thudded in my chest, the feeling of being watched growing stronger with every passing second. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed from the door. I jumped, my breath catching in my throat. But when I opened the door, no one was there. Confused and anxious, I returned to the window. The figure was still standing there, but now he was closer. My stomach churned as I realized he was no longer just watching. He was waiting. The whisper of wind brushed through the trees outside, and in the distance, I thought I heard something, a low, guttural voice. It sounded like chanting, but the words were indistinguishable. My skin crawled. I backed away from the window, my pulse racing. What was happening? Suddenly, the door slammed shut on its own. I rushed to open it, but the knob wouldn't turn. The room felt colder, the walls seeming to close in. The man outside was still there, staring at the window. The chanting grew louder, clearer now. I could make out the words. He watches, he waits, he takes. A chill ran down my spine as I backed toward the bed. The man's face suddenly appeared in the window, his eyes dark and hollow. "You can't leave." His voice was distorted, twisted with malice. Panicking, I tried once more to open the door. The knob turned, but the door wouldn't budge. My heart raced as the figure outside started to pound on the glass, his face now pressed against it. The glass rattled with each blow. In a frenzy, I pulled away from the window, my feet stumbling over the furniture as I backed toward the opposite wall. The air was thick with a sense of dread, the walls vibrating with an eerie hum. Then everything stopped. The pounding ceased, the chanting faded, and the room went completely silent. I cautiously approached the door again, my breath shallow. When I opened it, there was no one outside. The figure was gone. The motel was eerily quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. I ran outside into the night, not looking back until I reached my car. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw him again, the figure standing by the edge of the trees, watching me. And that's when I understood. He wasn't just watching me. He was waiting. It was late when I pulled off the highway, the gas tank almost empty, the tiredness seeping into my bones. The neon lights of a small motel called the Hollow Oak Motel flickered in the distance, its sign barely visible in the thick fog rolling in from the woods. I had no other choice. I needed to rest. The office was old, the kind that smelled like dust and mildew. Behind the counter sat a man, maybe in his mid-40s, wearing a dark suit that seemed too formal for the setting. His hair was slicked back, his face pale, almost sickly. His eyes locked onto mine as I approached. "I need a room for the night," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He didn't answer right away, just stared at me for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he reached under the counter and handed me a key. "Room 7, it said. "Stay in room 7. Don't go near the others," he said, his voice cold. Confused, I accepted the key and walked to the room. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, but I was too tired to care. As I made my way to the door, I noticed the hallway was strangely quiet, not a single sound. The motel felt abandoned. When I entered room 7, it was eerily still. The lights flickered once before settling into a dim, yellow glow. The bed was old, but the sheets looked clean enough. I dropped my bag on the floor and sat on the bed, my eyes scanning the room. Something felt off about the room. The air was too thick, like it was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, but I convinced myself it was just exhaustion playing tricks on me. I lay down, trying to sleep, but the quiet was suffocating. My mind raced, my thoughts tangled with the strange warning the man had given me. I closed my eyes, but then I heard it, a faint tapping, like fingernails against wood. It came from the wall next to the bed. Soft at first, barely noticeable, but it grew louder. Tap, tap, tap. I shot up, my heart pounding. The room was still, nothing had changed. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything unusual. The tapping continued, now more insistent, closer. I turned toward the wall, my breath shallowed suddenly. The door opened. A figure stood in the doorway, a silhouette in the dim light. It was a woman, her face hidden in shadow, her body unnaturally still. "You shouldn't be here." The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it chilled me to the bone. Before I could speak, the door slammed shut. I scrambled to get up, but the room began to shift. The walls seemed to close in, the floor buckled under my feet, and the temperature dropped so rapidly I could see my breath. Then the tapping stopped. I looked at the walls. There were no doors, no windows, just walls closing in on me. My panic surged as I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. I turned back to the mirror above the dresser. My reflection distorted, the woman's face now staring back at me. Her eyes were empty. "You should never have come." Her voice echoed, the walls groaning as they shifted again. I ran to the window and tried to break the glass, but it wouldn't break. I screamed, but the room swallowed the sound. The last thing I remember is the reflection in the woman's face. Moving closer, her fingers reaching out toward me, then nothing. I woke up on the gravel outside the motel. The fog was gone, the parking lot empty. The motel had vanished, leaving no trace behind. No sign, no building, just a stretch of empty road. But I know what I saw, and every night since. I hear the tapping, getting closer and closer. I had been on the road for what felt like days. The endless highway stretched ahead, the night sky dark and oppressive. My eyes were heavy with exhaustion, and I knew I couldn't drive any further. That's when I saw it, the Pine Ridge Motel, tucked away at the edge of the woods. The neon sign buzzed faintly, the lights flickering as if they were about to die. I pulled into the gravel lot, desperate for rest. The office was small, almost claustrophobic. Behind the counter, an elderly woman sat, her hands folded neatly in front of her. Her eyes, a dull shade of gray, flicked up as I entered. "I need a room for the night," I said, my voice tired. She didn't say anything but simply slid a key across the counter. Room 6, it read. She gestured toward the hallway, and I took the key, making my way to the room. The hall was dimly lit, with faded carpet underfoot. The air smelled musty, like old wood and dust. When I reached room 6, I noticed a strange chill. I shrugged it off and unlocked the door. The room was small and sparsely furnished, but it looked clean enough. A bed, a nightstand, a dresser. Nothing too fancy. I set my things down and sat on the edge of the bed. But the room felt ... off. There was an eerie quietness in the air, a stillness that didn't feel natural. I brushed it aside, too tired to worry about it. I closed my eyes, hoping to fall asleep quickly, but as I lay there, the silence grew heavier. Then, I heard a soft, rhythmic tapping. It was coming from somewhere in the room, but I couldn't figure out where. It sounded like nails tapping against wood, or perhaps a soft knock on the door. I sat up, heart racing. The tapping stopped. I hesitated, then stood and went to the door. I opened it, expecting to see someone in the hallway, but there was no one, just the dark, quiet corridor. I stepped out for a moment, but the silence pressed in around me, too thick to ignore. The tapping resumed. It was coming from inside the room now. I rushed back to the bed, my eyes scanning the room, searching for the source. And then I saw it, the dresser. The wood was scratched, deep gouges running down its side. The tapping was coming from within the drawers, as if something or someone was trapped inside. I stepped closer, my hand trembling as I reached for the drawer handle. The moment I touched it, the tapping stopped. A strange sense of dread washed over me, but I couldn't stop myself. I pulled the drawer open. Nothing. The drawer was completely empty, but the air felt suffocating. I shut it quickly, my breath shallow. As I turned away, I noticed something in the reflection of the mirror. A figure, standing in the corner of the room, barely visible in the dim light. I spun around, but the corner was empty. The room suddenly felt colder. My breath became visible in the air, and I could feel the weight of something unseen, something watching me. I grabbed my bag, my hands shaking. The door wouldn't open. I pulled at the handle, but it was stuck. The tapping began again. Louder now, frantic, coming from the walls. I turned back toward the mirror, and the figure was there closer. This time, its face shadowed, eyes hollow and dark. Leave. The voice was barely a whisper, but it echoed in my mind. Leave now, before it's too late. I turned to the door again, panic rising in my chest. With a final tug, the door opened. I didn't look back as I ran out of the room and into the parking lot. The motel was silent, but I could still hear the tapping, distant but persistent, following me. When I glanced back one last time, the motel was gone. The parking lot, the building, everything was empty. I didn't stop running until I reached the next town. But the tapping, I still hear it. And sometimes, when I close my eyes, I see the figure in the mirror. After hours of driving, I was exhausted. The only sign of civilization on the long stretch of highway was the rest stop motel, its flickering neon lights barely visible in the dark. The place looked worn down, but I didn't have much choice. I pulled into the parking lot and entered the small office. The room was dimly lit, and an old man sat behind the counter, eyes focused on a tattered book. He looked up just long enough to hand me a key, wordlessly. Room 13, it read. I wasn't superstitious, so I took it and walked toward the room. It was the only vacancy, and I was too tired to care. The room smelled musty, the walls yellowed with age. The bed was lumpy and uncomfortable, but it was better than nothing. As soon as I closed my eyes, a soft whisper filled the air. Help me. I froze, heart pounding. The room was still. I sat up, looking around. The whispers seemed to be coming from the walls, almost like a distant murmur, but I couldn't pinpoint the source. Maybe I was just tired, I told myself. But then, it came again. Help me. It wasn't the wind. It was closer, urgent, desperate. I jumped out of bed and walked to the door, opening it to the dimly lit hallway. It was silent, but there was an eerie feeling in the air. The fluorescent lights flickered above me, casting long shadows down the hall. I quickly returned to my room, locking the door behind me. The room felt colder now. The whispers continued, each one louder and more desperate. I turned on the bedside lamp, hoping the light would bring me comfort. But as I stared into the mirror above the dresser, I noticed something strange, a figure standing just behind me in the reflection. I spun around, but there was nothing there. I walked back toward the door, my mind racing. The whispers became more frantic, echoing off the walls, pleading, "Please, help me." The temperature in the room dropped, my breath becoming visible in the air. I tried the door again, but it wouldn't open. The walls seemed to press in on me. I was trapped. I turned to the window, but the blinds were shut tight. The phone on the nightstand was dead, no dial tone. The silence felt suffocating. The whispers grew louder, surrounding me. I was about to scream when the door suddenly flew open. The old man from the front desk was standing there, his face pale, eyes wide in fear. "You shouldn't have taken room 13, he whispered, his voice shaking. "It's cursed. No one ever leaves." Before I could react, the room began to shake. The walls cracked and the ceiling groaned under pressure. I could feel the building shifting, like it was alive. Then everything went dark. I woke up outside, lying on the cold gravel of the parking lot. I blinked, disoriented, and looked around. The motel was gonna vanished. There was no sign it had ever existed, no trace of its faded sign or cracked windows. But I still hear it sometimes, the whispers, and sometimes, in the dead of night, they return. Help me. I had been driving for hours, my eyes heavy with exhaustion, when I saw the Whispering Pines Motel on the side of the road. Its neon sign flickered weakly, and the building looked old, worn down, but I needed rest. I pulled into the nearly empty lot and went inside the office. A pale woman with wide eyes handed me a key to room 9. She didn't say much, but I sensed something off about her. "Room 9 is the only one left," she murmured. I took the key and headed to my room. The instant I walked in, I noticed a strange chill in the air. The room itself was simpler bed, a small TV, and a faded dresser. The floor creaked beneath my feet, but it was silent otherwise. I tried to ignore the growing unease as I settled into bed, but then I heard it. Whispers. Soft, almost unintelligible, but unmistakable. "Help me." I froze, sitting up in bed. The room was still. The whispers continued, growing louder. "Help me." My heart began to race. I walked toward the door, half expecting to see someone standing there, but when I opened it, the hallway was empty. The silence was unbearable, and yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I returned to the room, locking the door behind me. The whispers came again, desperate and pleading. "Please, ... help me, ... I tried to ignore it, convinced I was just overtired. But as I lay there, the air grew colder. I pulled the blanket tighter, my breath visible in the air. Suddenly I noticed something strange. The mirror above the dresser began to fog up, as though someone was breathing on it. Slowly, a figure began to appear in the mista. Shadowy figure, standing just behind me. I turned around, my heart pounding. But the room was empty. In a panic, I checked the door again. As I touched the handle, the walls around me seemed to shift. The floor creaked beneath me, and the whispers grew louder, more frantic. "Help me, help me." I backed away from the door, my breath shallow. The room seemed to close in on me. I glanced at the mirror again and saw a dark figure, its hollow eyes staring back at me. I ran to the door and threw it open, but the hallway outside wasn't the same. The walls were covered in strange symbols, and the floorboards groaned beneath my feet. I turned to run, but as I reached the stairs, the woman from the office appeared at the bottom. "You shouldn't have taken room 9, she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "That room is where it all began." Before I could ask what she meant, the building shuddered, and I bolted out the door into the night. I haven't gone back since, but sometimes, late at night, I still hear the whispers, "Help me." I had been driving for hours. The road stretched endlessly before me, the white lines blurring together as I struggled to keep my eyes open. My GPS had long since lost signal, and I had no choice but to follow the old Route 66. It was late too. Latent. The thought of another hour of driving with no sign of a rest stop pushed me to pull into the first place I saw. That place was a motel, barely visible under the dim glow of a flickering neon sign that read, "The Last Stop Motel." The place looked abandoned, with an air of rot hanging around it. Still, the exhaustion in my bones made me desperate. I parked in the lot, which was empty, except for a single car in the far corner. I walked toward the office, trying to shake off the creeping feeling of unease that settled in my stomach. The door opened with a creak, and I was met by a man behind the desk. His clothes were old-fashioned, his hair unkempt. He looked at me with sad, tired eyes, like he had seen too much and wanted to say nothing more. His voice was low when he spoke. "We have a room for you. Room 7. I nodded, not bothering to ask for anything more. The man handed me the key, one of those old, brass ones, and I took it, barely noticing the cold chill that ran through my fingers as I touched it. The room was nothing special, just a bed, a desk, and a small bathroom. But there was a distinct stench in the air, something sour that made me wrinkle my nose. I pulled the curtains open, trying to get some fresh air, but the outside world felt strangely silent, like everything had been muted. I tried to sleep, but the more I laid there, the more I felt something was wrong. The silence outside was almost oppressive, and the shadows in the room seemed to twist and move. When I finally drifted off, I thought I heard something knock at the door. I opened my eyes, but no one was there. I got up, checked the peephole, but there was nothing on the other side. My heart was racing, but I told myself it was just my imagination. I went back to bed, only to be woken again by the knocking louder. This time, thump, thump, thump. I bolted out of bed, heart pounding, and opened the door. But once again, there was no one there. I stepped into the hallway, now fully awake, feeling the hairs on my neck stand up. Then, I noticed something odd. The hallway lights flickered, and the walls seemed to shift. The pattern on the wallpaper began to twist, forming faces that seemed to move, whispering, calling out to me. I backed away from the door, trying to shake the disorienting vision from my mind. The silence was deafening again, but something in the air had changed. It felt like the very building was alive, watching, waiting. The knocks came again, but this time they weren't coming from the door. They came from the walls. I pressed my ear against the cold wood of the wall beside me, and I heard it whispering voices, pleading, begging for help. A woman's voice cried out, "Let me out." I stumbled back in shock, but something strange happened. The door to my room creaked, open on its own. My heart skipped a beat, and I took a step toward it. Inside, the room seemed darker, as if the shadows had taken on a life of their own. I felt an icy grip on my shoulder, and I turned, but there was no one there. Panic surged through me. I ran back into the room, grabbing my belongings, but the air felt thick, suffocating. The room was alive, breathing, like it was closing in on me. And then, I heard the man's voice again, soft, and almost soothing. It's too late. The walls began to shift again, twisting into shapes that resembled faces, twisted, grotesque faces, staring at me, their mouths opening in silent screams. I fled, running out of the motel room and into the parking lot. My heart was racing, my breaths shallow. The neon sign flickered once more, casting a red glow over the empty lot. I ran to my car and slammed the door shut, but when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The man was standing outside the motel office, staring directly at me, his eyes hollow and empty. He never blinked. I drove off without looking back, but I knew, deep down, that I had escaped more than just a strange night. The motel had a power of its own, a pull that refused to let go. As I left the road behind, I glanced at my rearview mirror one last time, and for a brief moment, I swore I saw the faint outline of a man watching me leave. My name is Sarah, and I've never been one to believe in the supernatural. I always chalked up creepy events to coincidence or overactive imagination. But all of that changed the night I stayed at the Desert Mirage Motel. It wasn't a planned stop. I had been driving for hours, my car's engine rattling like it was about to give out. The motel, standing alone in the vast desert, looked like it had been there for decades. The neon sign flickered, casting an eerie red glow that made me uneasy. But it was the only place around 4 miles. I checked in, greeted by a clerk who seemed strangely distant. His smile was stiff, like it had been rehearsed. He handed me the key, which was attached to a heavy, rusted metal tag with the number Room 13 etched into it. "Enjoy your stay," he said, his voice flat, void of any warmth. I smiled politely, though a wave of discomfort settled in my chest. I thought about asking for another room, but something told me I was being ridiculous. After all, it's just a motel, right? The room itself wasn't much better. Flickering fluorescent lights cast an unsettling glow across the chipped furniture. The bed was stiff, the blanket threadbare. The air smelled like mildew, and the bathroom door creaked open with a loud groan. I tried to make myself comfortable, but the silence in the room felt suffocating, like the walls were closing in on me. I took a shower, hoping it would help me relax. But the moment I stepped out of the bathroom, I saw a figure in the corner of the room, just standing there. It was a woman, her features obscured by the darkness, but I could feel her eyes boring into me. My heart raced, and I blinked, but when I opened my eyes again, she was gone. I thought I had imagined it, so I convinced myself it was just the exhaustion, playing tricks on me. But the feeling of being watched lingered, growing stronger by the minute. I tried to sleep, but every time I closed my eyes, I could hear soft whispers. It wasn't in any language I recognized, just an incoherent murmur, like voices trapped behind the walls. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, trying to ignore the growing unease. Then, the whispers stopped, replaced by a single sound, the creaking of the bed. I opened my eyes, but nothing was there. Yet, the mattress beneath me was moving, as though something invisible was shifting it from side to side. I jumped up, my heart pounding. I ran to the door, but it wouldn't budge. I pulled at the handle, but it was stuck. Panicking, I rushed to the window and tried to open it, but it was sealed shut. Suddenly, the light flickered again, and I saw her, the woman, standing in front of me now, her face clear and unmistakable. Her eyes were black, empty, soulless pits of darkness. She opened her mouth, but no sound came out, just the whispers, growing louder, becoming maddening. I stumbled backward, falling to the floor. The room began to spin. The walls closed in, and I felt the suffocating pressure of the air around me. And then, it all stopped. I woke up in my bed, the morning light streaming through the window. My heart was still racing, and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Had it been a nightmare, or had it been real? I rushed to the motel office to check out. The clerk looked at me with the same lifeless gaze. "You stayed in room 13, Didn't you? He asked, almost knowingly. I nodded, my voice trembling. That room is cursed, he said. No one ever stays there more than one night. I turned and ran, not bothering to ask any more questions. I had to get out of that place. But as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me. I glanced in the rearview mirror, and for just a moment, I saw her reflection, the woman, standing by the side of the road, her eyes locked onto mine, and I knew then that she was never going to let me go. My name is Marcus Riley, and I never believed in ghosts until I moved into that building. The place wasn't much old, peeling wallpaper, creaky floorboards, and a faint, musty smell that never seemed to leave. The rent was cheap, and I needed a place to stay. Maple Street was quiet, isolated, and that was exactly what I wanted. The building's manager, Mrs. Hall, had a strange smile, but nothing to worry about. She seemed a little too eager to please. At first, everything seemed normal. I unpacked, settled in, and the weeks passed without much to note. But as time wore on, something unsettling started. The air in my apartment felt colder than it should be. At night, I'd hear faint noises, hums, soft and haunting, drifting through the walls. It was a melody I couldn't place, but it sent shivers down my spine. I asked Mrs. Hall about it one morning. "Oh, you must be hearing things," she said with a forced chuckle. "It's just an old building. The pipes, the walls, they make all sorts of noises." But something in her eyes made me uneasy. One night, the humming grew louder, so much so that it felt like it was inside my apartment. I had to investigate. Following the sound down the hallway, I reached the apartment next door, one that had been vacant when I moved in. The door creaked open, and I stepped inside. The room was empty, except for an old chair in the center, rocking back and forth slowly, as if someone had just gotten up. Suddenly, the humming stopped. I froze. "Who's there?" I called out, but there was no answer. I glanced at the dark corners, my breath quickening. There was something wrong here. I slammed the door behind me. But that night, the humming continued, louder, more insistent, now echoing from the walls themselves. I couldn't escape it. The next morning, I asked Mrs. Hall again. "I heard humming last night, ... from the empty apartment," I said. She hesitated, her smile fading slightly. "Oh, that ... Well, the last tenant used to hum at night. A strange woman. But she left a long time ago." I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. It didn't add up. And so, that evening, I decided to confront the source. I grabbed a flashlight and headed back to the vacant apartment. The humming greeted me as soon as I opened the door. The air felt thick, suffocating, as I stepped inside. The rocking chair moved by itself, back and forth. And then, I saw her. A woman, pale and thin, with dark, tangled hair that fell over her face. She was humming, swaying slowly, her back to me. My heart pounded in my chest as I called out, "Hello." The woman turned slowly. Her face was gaunt, hollow, with deep, empty eyes that seemed to swallow all the light around her. "You shouldn't have come here," she whispered in a voice like dry leaves brushing against stone. "This is my home. You're not meant to be here." Before I could move, the door slammed shut behind me. My flashlight flickered and went out. I was trapped. The woman's lips curled into a sickening smile, and in a voice that sounded too distant and close at once, she said, "No one ever leaves." I tried to scream, but the words caught in my throat. She was closer now, her cold hand reaching for my throat. The room spun as I felt the life drain from me. The next thing I knew, I woke up on the floor of my apartment. Mrs. Hall stood over me, a look of pity on her face. "She still comes for those who stay too long," Mrs. Hall whispered. "You were lucky to leave, but she's always watching. She never leaves. Not really." I moved out that very day, but I can still hear the hum sometimes, faintly, calling me from the walls. The woman is still there. She'll always be there. My name is Andrew Ford, and I have never been so afraid of a room in my life. When we bought the house, I thought we had found our dream home. It was large, with an old-world charm, tucked away at the edge of the town, surrounded by trees. My wife, Emily, and I were thrilled. We imagined ourselves raising our children there, watching them grow up in this beautiful, quiet place. The house was perfect apart from one thing, the red room. It was a room that wasn't on any of the floor plans. We discovered it one evening while exploring the attic, a door hidden behind some old furniture and shelves that we had missed when we first toured the house. The door was old, with dark wood and a small brass handle. The lock was broken, but the door opened easily. Inside, the room was eerily still. There was a heavy, oppressive feeling in the air, as if the room had been sealed off for a long time. The walls were painted a deep, blood-red color, and the floor was covered with an old, dusty carpet. But what made the room unsettling wasn't just the color. It was the strange things that adorned the walls. Framed photographs hung crookedly on the walls, some of them old black and white pictures of people I had never seen before. Their eyes seemed to follow me, staring at me from the darkness. I felt a chill run through me as I noticed the images were all eerily similar people, with hollow eyes, pale faces, and strange smiles. Who are these people? I asked Emily, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I don't know, she said, her voice tinged with unease. They look wrong. At the far side of the room, there was an old wooden rocking chair. It creaked slightly, as if something or someone had been sitting there for years. The chair was positioned so that it faced the far wall, a dark shadow hovering over it. I should have turned around right then and left, but something about the room drew me in. It felt like it was calling me, pulling me deeper. Emily was already backing out, uneasy, but I couldn't bring myself to leave. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those photographs, those faces, smiling at me, watching me, and the sound, faint, almost imperceptible, but unmistakable, a soft, rhythmic creaking. The rocking chair. I told Emily about the noises, but she dismissed them as the house settling. We'd only just moved in. It wasn't unusual for old houses to make strange noises. I wanted to believe her, but I couldn't. The next evening, I couldn't resist. I went back to the red room. Emily was downstairs, preparing dinner, and Noah and Lily were playing in the yard. The house was quiet, too quiet. I had to see if the rocking chair had moved. When I opened the door, the air inside the room was thick, heavy, suffocating. It felt colder than the rest of the house, despite the warm evening air outside. The photographs on the wall seemed even more distorted than before, their faces now contorted in grotesque, silent screams. I felt a shiver of dread crawl down my spine. And then I heard it, the soft creak. The rocking chair was moving on its own, back and forth, slowly. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. The chair rocked with slow, deliberate motions. I stepped forward, my heart pounding in my chest. As I neared it, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There was a figure in the chair, a man, pale and gaunt, with dark eyes and a wide, twisted smile. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could see the outline of his bony hands gripping the chair's armrests. Who are you? I whispered, my voice trembling. The man didn't respond, but I could hear a soft, raspy whisper from the darkness, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Leave this place. Leave, before it's too late. I backed away, my mind spinning. The whispering grew louder, and the room seemed to close in around me. I could feel the temperature drop, my breath coming out in visible puffs. I turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind me. The room seemed to pulse, as if the very walls were alive, suffocating me. The whispers grew more frantic. You should have never come. You should have left. ... I managed to break free, slamming the door open and stumbling into the hallway. The red room was silent again, but the weight of it lingered. I never went back into that room. We moved out of the house 2 weeks later, unable to shake the feeling of something following us, something waiting for us. I still think about the red room sometimes, and I know one thing for sure. Whatever was in there is still waiting for its next victim. My name is Ethan Bradley, and I wish I had never found that mirror. We had only just moved into the old manor on Millstone Hill. The house was enormous, full of charm and mystery, with its high ceilings and dark wood paneling. My wife, Lily, was ecstatic. The moment we walked through the front door, she declared it was everything we had ever dreamed of. Even our teenage daughter, Sophie, seemed pleased with the space, though she was a bit too quiet for my liking. The house had been vacant for several years, which explained the dust and the smell of must in the air. But there was something about it, something that made it feel alive, not in the way a home should feel, but in a darker, almost sentient way. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. It was the second night when it started. Sophie came to me, her face pale and drawn, her eyes wide with fear. "Dad, there's something in the hallway mirror," she said in a hushed tone. I laughed it off. "It's just an old house, Soph. You're imagining things." But she wasn't. The next morning, I saw it too. I was walking down the hallway when I passed by the old full-length mirror in the corridor. For a split second, I saw someone reflected in it. A tall, thin figure, standing just behind me. I spun around, but the hallway was empty. I stared at the mirror for a moment, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it was the way the light hit it, or maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. But the feeling of being watched didn't go away. Lily didn't seem to notice anything odd. She was more interested in unpacking and decorating the house. Sophie, on the other hand, refused to go near that hallway. She started sleeping with the door to her room locked, and I found her whispering in the dark, sometimes crying softly. I knew something was wrong, but I didn't know what. One night, I decided to confront it. I stood in front of the mirror, staring at my own reflection. The silence in the house was deafening. I felt an icy chill run through me. And then I saw it. Again, the tall figure, standing just behind me, its face obscured by shadows. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. The figure seemed to move, just slightly, as if it was becoming more aware of my presence. I turned around, heart racing, but again, nothing was there. I thought about removing the mirror, but something stopped me. It felt like if I touched it, I would disturb something much worse. So I did nothing, hoping it would go away. But things only got worse. The next evening, Sophie came to me again. She was shaking, barely able to speak. "Dad, the reflection. It's not me. It's someone else in the mirror." I tried to reassure her, but I could hear the panic in her voice. I went to check on her that night, and when I walked into her room, I saw the reflection of her standing by the mirror. But when I turned around, she was in bed, fast asleep. The reflection was wrong. Sophie's face was twisted, her features stretched out in an unnatural way, as though the person in the mirror was trying to reach out. Her eyes were black, and she was smiling at me. I tried to pull Sophie away, but my hand passed right through her reflection. The figure in the mirror reached toward me, its long fingers stretching impossibly far. I yanked Sophie away from the mirror and slammed the door shut, my breath coming in sharp gasps. But the feeling of dread didn't go away. We couldn't stay there any longer. The next day, I called in a specialist, someone who dealt with haunted houses. When he arrived, he barely stepped inside before his face went pale. "It's here," he muttered, as if he had already sensed the presence in the house. He led me to the mirror and said, something that sent chills down my spine, "This is a cursed object. It reflects not only your image, but your soul." I didn't understand. "The mirror holds on to the souls of those who stand before it. It feeds off them. The more you look into it, the more it takes," he explained, his voice shaking. "And once it's claimed enough, it starts taking the reflections of the living. You'll lose yourself. You'll become part of the mirror." I couldn't believe it. The specialist tried to remove the mirror, but as soon as he touched it, the glass shattered, sending a deafening crack through the house. And then, the air grew thick with the sound of whispers, low, guttural voices that I couldn't understand, but I could feel their anger. When the dust settled, the mirror was gone, but I knew it wasn't truly destroyed. The darkness remained. Sophie stopped speaking after that. She wouldn't look into any reflective surface, and she was never quite the same. We moved out of the house shortly after, but I can still feel the mirror's presence in my mind. It calls to me sometimes when I stand near any reflective surface, and sometimes when I glance at my reflection in a window or a dark glass. I can see it just for a moment, the shadow of a tall, thin figure standing behind me, waiting. My name is Claire Harris, and I'll never forget the child we found in the attic. When we moved into the old Victorian house on Elm Street, I had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. It was a big, beautiful house, 3 stories, a large yard, and enough space for our family to grow. My husband, Robert, and I were thrilled to have a place of our own. Our son, Noah, was just old enough to enjoy the big backyard, and I was excited about the possibilities, but I never expected to find what we did in that attic. It started innocently enough. We were unpacking boxes, getting settled in. Robert had been up in the attic for a while, clearing out old furniture left behind by the previous owners. Noah and I were downstairs, putting the finishing touches on his new room. That evening, Robert came downstairs with a strange look on his face. He didn't say anything at first, just stared at the floor, his hands clenched at his sides. "What's wrong?" I asked. Robert hesitated, then spoke. "There's something up there, Claire. I found something in the attic." I frowned, feeling an unease settle in my stomach. "What did you find?" He took a deep breath. "A child's drawing, ... and a doll." The doll, according to Robert, was old. It looked handmade, with glass eyes and threadbare clothes. The drawing was of a little girl, smiling, but her eyes were dark, almost hollow. I thought nothing of it at the time, just some strange remnants from the house's past. But when Robert went back to the attic the next day, the doll was gone. That night, things took a strange turn. Noah started waking up in the middle of the night, crying uncontrollably. He wouldn't tell us what was wrong, but he was terrified. He kept pointing toward the hallway, his eyes wide with fear. "Mommy, the little girl. She's in the attic," he whispered, trembling. I brushed it off. "It's just a bad dream, Noah." But deep down, something was wrong. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing noises, footsteps above us, faint scratching against the walls. I assumed it was just the house settling, but the sounds grew louder, more distinct. I heard whispers, too, faint, almost like a child's voice, calling my name. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I went up to the attic, my heart pounding. The attic was cold and musty, filled with boxes of old things, just like Robert had left it. I felt a strange sense of unease, as if I was being watched. And then, I saw it. The doll was back. It was sitting on the floor in the corner, facing me, its glass eyes staring directly at me. I felt a chill run through me. "Robert," I called, but my voice trembled. I picked up the doll and held it in my hands. It felt heavy, colder than it should have been. As I examined it, I noticed something strange. There was a name sewn into the doll's clothes, Maggie. Suddenly, I heard a soft giggle. It sounded like a child, but it wasn't Noah. I turned, and there, standing in the corner of the attic, was a little girl. She was pale, with dark, hollow eyes, just like the one in the drawing. She smiled at me, but it wasn't a smile that comforted me. It was a twisted, empty smile, like a predator. "Maggie," I whispered. The little girl nodded slowly, her grin widening. I backed away, but the attic door slammed shut behind me. The air grew thick, suffocating, and I couldn't breathe. The whispers returned, louder now, more frantic. "Maggie wants to play," the voice whispered. I screamed for Robert, but there was no answer. The little girl stepped closer, and I felt my heart race. My body froze, unable to move. "Maggie, ... stop," I cried. The girl reached out with a cold hand and touched my arm. I could feel a chill spread from where she touched me, like ice crawling up my skin. Suddenly, the door to the attic burst open, and Robert was there, pulling me out of the attic and into the hallway. We never went back to the attic, but Noah's behavior changed after that. He became withdrawn, pale, and constantly muttering to himself. He kept talking about Maggie, about the things she would say to him at night. That we eventually had to move out. The house was abandoned again, left empty as it had been when we first found it. But sometimes, when the wind blows through the trees outside our new house, I can hear a faint giggle, and I wonder if Maggie is still waiting in the attic for the next family to come. My name is Sarah Thompson, and I swear our house changed when we moved in. It wasn't obvious at first. It was just a normal house, 2 stories, a big yard, and a quiet cul-de-sac. My husband, Jake, and I were excited to start fresh with our daughter Lily. The house had been empty for a while, which seemed odd given how beautiful it was, but the price was too good to pass up. The real estate agent only mentioned, in passing, that the previous owners had left in a hurry. That should have been a red flag at first. Everything felt perfect. We spent the first week unpacking, painting, and making the place our own. Lily was thrilled to have a big bedroom with a window overlooking the backyard. Then, we found the extra room. Jake discovered it first. He was hanging up a picture in the upstairs hallway when he noticed a door that neither of us remembered seeing before. It was wedged between Lily's room and ours, a plain white door with a brass handle. "Was this always here?" he asked. I frowned. No way. I would have noticed. We had walked this hallway 100 times in the past week. There had never been a door there. Jake turned the knob. The door wasn't locked. It creaked open, revealing a small, windowless room with blank white walls. There was no furniture, no markings, nothing. Just an empty space. Lily refused to go near it. "It smells weird," she said, wrinkling her nose. I didn't smell anything. That night, Lily woke up screaming. I ran to her room and found her hiding under her blanket. Her whole body was shaking. "What happened, baby?" I asked, brushing her hair back. She pointed toward the hallway. "The door opened," she whispered. I turned my head slowly. The extra door was slightly ajar. My stomach twisted. I was sure I had closed it before bed. I got up, walked over, and shut it firmly. Then I locked it, but in the morning, it was open. Again. Jake tried to brush it off. Old house. Maybe the latch is loose. I wasn't convinced. That night, I stayed up late, sitting in the hallway, watching the door. Hours passed. Nothing happened. Just as I was about to give up, I heard a soft shuffle from inside. My breath caught in my throat. I pressed my ear against the door. At first there was only silence. Then, a whisper, low and raspy. It sounded like my own voice. "Sarah, ... let me out." I stumbled backward, my heart pounding. Jake found me shaking in bed when he woke up. I told him everything. He went straight to the hallway and yanked the door open. The room was empty, But the walls weren't white anymore. They were covered in handprints, small, childlike hands, smeared along the walls as if something had been clawing. To get out. We left the house that night. The next morning, I called the real estate agent and demanded answers. She hesitated before saying the previous owners had a son. He went missing. They never found him. I asked where his bedroom had been. Her answer made my blood run cold. Right between the master bedroom and the daughter's room, where that extra door was. We never went back, but sometimes I still hear it in my dreams. My voice whispering, Sarah ... let me out. My name is Daniel Carter, and I don't know what happened to the house we moved into, but it changed me. We had just moved into the neighborhood, a quiet suburb, with neat lawns and families that waved at each other as they drove by. It seemed perfect. My wife, Rebecca, and our 2 children, Max and Emma, were thrilled with the new house. It was large, with a high ceiling, wooden floors, and the kind of charm you could never find in new constructions. The price was right, too. The house had been empty for a few months, but I figured that was just a coincidence. The previous owners had left in a hurry, according to the realtor. I didn't think much of it at the time. The first night, everything seemed fine. We unpacked, settled in, and made it feel like home. But it wasn't long before things started to feel ... off. It began with the whispers. I was lying in bed when I first heard it. Soft, almost imperceptible voices coming from the walls. It wasn't just one voice. It sounded like several people, murmuring in unison. The sound was faint, but I could swear I heard words. I pulled the covers over my head, trying to ignore it. It's just the house settling, I told myself. Just an old house making noise. But the whispers didn't stop. The next night, Rebecca heard it too. She sat up, wide-eyed, and looked at me. Do you hear that? I listened. The whispers were louder. Now, like they were coming from inside the walls, just beyond our reach. What is that? She asked, her voice trembling. I got up, checked the windows, and walked around the house, but I couldn't find anything that could explain the noise. The walls were still, as silent as they always were. Rebecca wasn't convinced. Something's wrong here, Daniel. I tried to dismiss her worries, telling her it was just our imagination, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. As the days went by, things only got worse. Max started having trouble sleeping, his little face pale and drawn. He told us about the shadows he saw moving in the corners of his room, the men who kept watching him from the closet. I tried to reassure him. It's just your imagination, buddy. But when I went into his room that night, I saw it too. There was a shadow standing by the closet. It didn't move, but it felt alive, like something was watching us. I froze, my heart racing, and the whispers returned louder this time, almost demanding. That night, Rebecca and I couldn't sleep. The whispers grew louder, but now they were joined by other sounds. Scraping, the sound of nails or claws dragging against the walls. It was coming from the space behind the drywall. Rebecca insisted we call someone in. So we hired a contractor to inspect the house. The next morning, he arrived, and we showed him the problem. He listened, his face going pale as he stood in the hallway. I'll need to take a look in the basement. We didn't have a basement. The contractor's face twisted with confusion when I told him this. What do you mean, no basement? I was sure there was none, but when I looked closer at the floor, I saw something strange, a small, faint line in the wooden floorboards, as though there was a trapdoor beneath. He grabbed a crowbar, and with one swift movement, he lifted the trapdoor. What we found underneath was a narrow stairwell leading into darkness. The walls were covered in mildew, and the air was thick with an overwhelming sense of decay. The whispers grew louder, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I stepped into the darkness, my flashlight flickering. The walls seemed to close in around me as I descended. At the bottom, there was an old room, hidden, untouched. On the walls were marks, scratches, and symbols, as though something had tried to claw its way out. The whispers were now frantic, chaotic, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. Suddenly, I heard Max's voice calling from above. "Dad, come back. It's not safe." I turned, but as I reached for the stairs, the trapdoor slammed shut above me, trapping me inside. The whispers became screams, and I could feel something reaching for me from the walls. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. That was the last thing I remember before everything went black. I woke up in a hospital room, my body covered in scratches, my mind foggy. Rebecca never found me in the house. When the police investigated, they couldn't find any evidence of what happened. The house was sealed off, abandoned once again. I don't know how I made it out, but I know one thing for sure. Those whispers were not the only thing in the walls. I've never gone back to that house, and I pray I never have to hear those screams again. My name is Eric Dawson, and I still don't know if what we saw was real or something the house made us see. The house was beautiful tall windows, a wide front porch, and a quiet, tree-lined street. My wife, Claire, and I moved in with our son, Oliver, hoping for a fresh start. But from the very first night, Oliver wouldn't sleep in his room. "There's a man in the window," he whispered. I checked, of course. The street was empty, the backyard silent. His window faced the neighbor's fence, nothing but old wood and darkness beyond. "There's no one there, buddy," I said, ruffling his hair. But I was wrong. A week later, Claire woke up screaming, "Eric, there's someone outside." I ran to the window, and there standing in our backyard was a man, not moving, just staring up at us. His face was pale, eyes sunken, body rigid, like he was barely breathing. I grabbed my phone, but when I looked back, he was gone. The police found nothing. "Probably just a drifter," they said. But Oliver started talking to him at night. I'd hear him whispering. "He's waiting," Oliver would say. "He says he wants to come in." We installed cameras, locked the doors. But then, the scratching started. Soft, deliberate scratches against the glass. One night, I woke up to find Oliver's bed empty. My heart nearly stopped. I found him at the back door, his small fingers hovering over the lock. "He says it's cold outside," Oliver mumbled, eyes glazed. "He says he used to live here." I grabbed him, shaking. "Oliver, who?" "The man in the window." I turned, and there standing just inches from the glass was his face, pale, grinning, waiting. I yanked Oliver away and ran. We left that night, never looking back. The house is still there, and so is he. My name is Olivia Harper, and I never should have ignored the warnings. When we moved into our new home, I was thrilled. A fresh start, a beautiful house, a quiet neighborhood, everything we had hoped for. My husband, Mark, and I had spent years saving up for this. Our son, Noah, was just as excited, running through the hallways, claiming the biggest bedroom as his own. The only thing that unsettled me was the door at the end of the upstairs hallway. There was a single, locked door. The real estate agent had brushed it off. "Just an old storage room," she had said. Nothing to worry about. But something about it felt wrong. That first night, as I lay in bed, I heard something. A faint tapping noise, soft, rhythmic, coming from the direction of the locked room. Mark slept through it. I told myself it was just the house settling. Then, Noah started talking in his sleep. At first it was just mumbles, then full sentences. "She's crying," he whispered one night. "She wants to come out." The next morning, I checked the door. It was still locked, but the air around it felt colder. Then the dreams started. I saw a woman standing in the hallway, her face obscured by long, tangled hair. She would reach for the door, her fingers bloodied from scratching. In my dream, I wanted to stop her, but I couldn't move. I could only watch as she whispered over and over, "Let me out." One night, I woke to the sound of Noah's voice. He wasn't in his bed. He was standing in front of the door. His tiny fingers were pressed against the wood, his ear tilted as if listening. "Noah," I whispered. He turned, eyes glassy. "She's inside," he said. "She says you locked her." In my blood ran cold. I grabbed his hand and pulled him away, my heart hammering. The next morning, I told Mark we needed to leave. He thought I was being ridiculous. "It's just a house. Live," he said. "Noah's just a kid. Don't let it get to you." That night, the door opened on its own. I woke to a creaking noise and saw it wide open, revealing a dark, empty space beyond something moved inside. I ran. I grabbed Noah and didn't stop until we were outside, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Mark followed, half asleep and confused, but I didn't care. We left that night, never went back. The house is still there. Someone else lives in it now, but sometimes I wonder if they hear the tapping, if they see the door slowly creaking open in the middle of the night, if they know she's still waiting. My name is Jason Holloway, and I know now that some houses don't want to be lived in. When my wife, Laura, and I moved into our new home, we thought it was perfect. A spacious 2-story house, a big backyard for our daughter Mia, and a quiet neighborhood. The place had been on the market for a while, but we assumed we had just gotten lucky. We should have asked why it was empty for so long. The first thing we noticed was the sound. Late at night, when everything was quiet, we'd hear it, a soft gurgling coming from the pipes. At first, we thought it was just old plumbing, but then the noises changed. The gurgling became whispers. Laura heard them first. One night, she woke me, her face pale. "Jason, listen." I strained my ears, and then I heard it, a faint, raspy whisper traveling through the pipes. The words were too distorted to understand, but the tone was clear, desperate, pleading. Mia started complaining about the bathroom. "The water is weird," she said one morning. "It tastes funny." A chill ran through me. That night, I went to check. I turned on the faucet in the upstairs bathroom. At first, just water. Then something dark seeped out, a thick, red liquid. I stumbled back, my stomach twisting, but as quickly as it came, it was gone. The water ran clear. Laura didn't believe me. "It's just rust," she said, but I saw the doubt in her eyes. Then, the drain started whispering Mia's name. I heard it myself, a slow, wet voice slithering through the pipes. "Mia, ... I ripped the sink apart. Nothing, just pipes leading into darkness. The next morning, Mia wouldn't wake up. We rushed her to the hospital. The doctors said she was dehydrated, but that didn't make sense. She'd been drinking plenty of water. Then I thought about the bathroom, about the whispers in the pipes. I went home alone that night. I had to know. I took a flashlight and climbed under the house, crawling through the damp, narrow space. The pipes ran along the ceiling, rusted and old, and then I saw it. A small, hollow opening in the pipes, just big enough for something to breathe through. A hand shot out, fingers grasping. I scrambled back, my heart slamming against my ribs. The whispering grew louder, filling my ears, surrounding me. I don't remember getting out. I just remember running. We moved out the next day. Mia recovered, but she doesn't talk about the house, and I don't turn on the faucet at night anymore, because sometimes I still hear my name whispering through the pipes. My name is Daniel Carter, and if you're reading this, I need you to believe me. I need anyone to believe what happened to my family. When we moved into the house on Blackwood Lane, it started the first night. We had barely finished unpacking, and my wife, Emily, had already collapsed on the couch with exhaustion. Our daughter, Sophie, was upstairs, excited about her new room. I was locking the doors when I heard a sound faint, almost like whispering. I brushed it off as the wind, but then the door to the basement creaked open on its own. I hadn't even realized there was a basement. A strange smell seeped from the darkness below, damp earth, something rotten. I switched on the light, but the bulb flickered and died. That's when I heard it, a soft shuffle. Something was down there. I slammed the door shut. That should have been enough to make me leave. But we had spent all our money on this house. I told myself I was imagining things, until Sophie started talking to someone who wasn't there. She called him Mr. Hollow. At first, we thought it was an imaginary friend. She would sit in her room, whispering, nodding as if listening. Then, she stopped sleeping. She would wake up screaming, pointing at the corners of her room, saying, "He's in the walls, Daddy. He's watching." Emily was terrified. I tried to calm her, saying it was just Sophie adjusting to the move. But then Sophie started drawing. Horrible drawings. A tall, faceless figure with hollow eyes, peering from the cracks in the walls. Then, we found the crawl space. One night, I woke up to the sound of something scratching inside the walls. I followed the noise to Sophie's room. She was sitting, up in bed, staring at the closet. "He's coming out," she whispered. The closet door creaked open. I grabbed a flashlight and pushed the clothes aside. That's when I saw an old, wooden panel at the back of the closet, slightly ajar. Behind it, a dark tunnel stretched into the depths of the house. Something breathed. I slammed the panel shut and nailed it in place. But the house wasn't done with us. That night, Emily woke up screaming. She said she had felt cold hands gripping her ankles, pulling her toward the edge of the bed. I turned on the light, but there were no marks, no sign of anything, until I looked under the bed. There were fingerprints in the dust. Long, thin fingerprints leading to the closet. We left the next morning. I never looked back when we drove away. But as we turned the corner, Sophie, silent until then, murmured, "He's still watching." And I knew, deep down, she was right. I'm Daniel. I've always been an adventurer, but there's one place I will never return to. The abandoned campsite in the middle of the forest. What happened to me and my friends there is something I can never forget. It started as a typical camping trip with a few friends, Tom, Lisa, and Jake. We decided to camp at a spot I found online, a remote site hidden deep in the woods. The reviews were mixed, but I figured we could handle it. What could go wrong? The campsite was secluded, tucked between tall trees, far away from any main roads or hiking trails. It had an eerie feel as soon as we arrived, but we set up camp anyway. The air was heavy, and the silence was unsettling, broken only by the occasional rustling of leaves. As night fell, we built a fire and sat around it, telling stories and laughing. But something felt off. I kept hearing faint noises in the distance like footsteps, but too rhythmic to be animals. The others didn't hear it, or at least didn't acknowledge it, so I pushed the feeling aside. Around midnight, we decided to take a walk through the woods. We had heard rumors of strange happenings at this campsite, but we didn't take them seriously. As we ventured deeper into the trees, we found something strange, an old, abandoned cabin. It was run down, with broken windows and a rotting porch. The air around it felt colder, and the silence grew thicker. "What do you think?" Tom asked, looking at the cabin with curiosity. "I don't know," I said, uneasy. "It doesn't look safe." But Lisa, always the daring one, insisted we check it out. Reluctantly, we followed her inside. The cabin smelled of mold and decay, the floor creaking under our feet as we explored. There were remnants of old furniture, dusty chairs, overturned tables, and rotting shelves. But there was something else too. On one of the walls, strange symbols were carved into the wood, patterns that didn't look human. Suddenly, we heard a noise outside, a loud crash. like something heavy falling to the ground. We froze, our hearts racing. We quickly ran out of the cabin, but when we stepped back into the clearing, everything had changed. The fire we'd left burning at our campsite was now completely out. Our tents were torn open, their contents scattered across the ground. It looked like someone or something had been through them. Panic set in as we tried to gather our belongings and leave, but the path was gone. The trees seemed to have shifted, blocking our way. Then, we heard it. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and closing in on us. We turned around, but there was nothing there. The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. We ran, stumbling through the woods, not knowing where we were going or how to escape. We didn't stop until we reached the car. As we drove away, I glanced back toward the woods, and for just a moment, I thought I saw someone standing in the trees, watching us leave. We never spoke of that night again. The campsite is still there, but no one I know is brave enough to go back. Some places are better left untouched, and some memories are better left forgotten. My name is Kyle, and I'll never forget the summer camping trip that turned into a nightmare. I've always been an outdoorsy person, so when my friends and I decided to head up to a secluded forest for the weekend, I was excited. Little did I know that decision would haunt me for the rest of my life. It was a small group, just me, Sarah, Lucas, and Chris. We rented a cabin near the edge of a dense forest. The cabin was rustic but comfortable, and we spent the first day hiking and exploring the area. The forest felt peaceful, untouched by the world. The trees were tall and ancient, and the air was fresh, but there was something unnerving about it. The deeper we went, the quieter it got. The usual sounds of birds and animals seemed absent, replaced by an eerie silence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up by the evening. We'd set up a campfire near the cabin. As we sat around it, roasting marshmallows and telling stories, we noticed something strange in the distance, a large tree that stood apart from the others. It was massive, with a hollow trunk big enough for a person to fit inside. The tree was at the edge of the forest, just outside our campfire's reach, and its presence felt wrong. "Let's go check it out," Lucas suggested, his curiosity piqued. "Are you sure? It looks weird." Sarah hesitated. "Yeah, come on, it's just a tree." "What's the worst that could happen?" Chris added, already standing up. Reluctantly, we all agreed to check it out. We grabbed our flashlights and made our way into the woods toward the tree. The closer we got, the more I could feel something wasn't right. The air grew colder, the moonlight barely penetrating the thick canopy above us. As we reached the tree, we all stopped, staring at its hollow trunk. It was enormous, the inside dark and impenetrable. "Anyone want to go inside?" Lucas joked, trying to break the tension. "Not a chance," I replied, but as I said it, I felt drawn to it. The tree seemed to pulse with an odd energy, and my eyes kept going back to its hollow center. Suddenly, Chris moved toward the tree. "I'll do it." "Chris, don't," Sarah shouted, but it was too late. He ducked inside, disappearing into the darkness of the tree's hollow. We waited for a few moments, but Chris didn't come back out. "Chris," I called, but my voice sounded small and weak in the vast silence of the forest. "Chris, come on." "This isn't funny," Lucas added, but there was a noticeable edge of worry in his voice. I felt a chill crawl down my spine. The silence was unnerving. Just as I was about to move toward the tree, we heard a rustling noise behind us. We spun around, but there was nothing there. Then we heard its soft footsteps. Footsteps that sounded like they were moving closer to us, though no one was in sight. The hairs on my neck stood up as the footsteps grew louder and closer. We all backed away from the tree, heartbeats racing. Out of the darkness, Chris finally appeared. He was covered in dirt and leaves, his clothes torn. His face was pale, his eyes wide and unfocused. "Chris," Sarah exclaimed, rushing to him. "Where have you been?" We were getting worried. He didn't respond right away. When he did, his voice sounded different, low and raspy. "You shouldn't have come here," he muttered. "What do you mean?" "We were looking for you," I said, confused and worried. Chris turned his head toward the tree. His eyes locked on it with an expression of pure terror. "It spoke to me. It called my name." "Chris, are you okay?" Lucas asked, his voice shaky. "I heard it. The tree. It wanted me to stay. It wanted me to become part of it." We all stared at him, unsure of how to respond. But before we could say anything else, the ground beneath us began to tremble. The tree's hollow seemed to pulse, as if it was alive, its gnarled roots twisting and shifting beneath the earth. The air around us grew thick with an oppressive energy, and I could feel the ground vibrating under my feet. Without a word, we turned and bolted back to the cabin. The forest around us seemed to come alive, the branches creaking and groaning, as if reaching out to grab us. As we ran, I looked over my shoulder, and for a split second, I could have sworn I saw figures, shadowy shapes, standing beneath the tree. Watching us, we made it back to the cabin, panting and terrified. Chris locked the door behind us and collapsed to the floor, still muttering about the tree. "Is it gone?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. We all sat in silence, too scared to speak. The rest of the night was a blur of nervous glances and quiet whispers. We didn't sleep, and when morning came, we packed up and left without saying a word to anyone. We never spoke of that tree again, but I can still hear Chris's voice in my head. It wanted me to stay. I'll never go near that forest again, and I'll never forget the hollow tree that called to us, waiting for the next victim. I'm Sarah. I had always heard the stories about Pine Hollow, the haunted woods near our campgrounds, but I thought they were just stories. That is, until the trip I'll never forget. It was supposed to be a simple weekend camping with friends, but something about Pine Hollow felt different from the start. The moment we set up our tents, a strange stillness settled over the forest. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, and the air was thick, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. We spent the day hiking, laughing, and taking photos, but as the sun began to set, something in the woods changed. A whispering sound drifted through the air. I thought it was just the wind, but then I realized no wind was blowing. The whispering grew louder, as if the forest itself was speaking, murmuring names I couldn't understand. "Did you hear that?" I asked my friends. Ryan, the brave one of the group, laughed it off. "It's just the wind. You're paranoid." But as the night wore on, the whispers grew clearer. They were calling to us, beckoning us into the trees. The fire flickered, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward us. "We should go to bed," I said, my voice shaking. "I don't feel right about this place." But my friends, eager to brush off the fear, insisted we stay. So, we sat around the fire, trying to ignore the voices, but the whispers kept growing. I couldn't understand the words, but they felt wrong. Then, at the edge of the clearing, I saw it movement in the shadows, a figure, tall and thin, just beyond the trees. It stood still for a moment before slowly stepping forward, as if it were waiting for us to notice. "Guys, there's something out there," I said, my heart racing. Ryan stood up, trying to prove he wasn't scared. "It's probably an animal. Relax, Sarah." But the figure didn't move like an animal. It moved with purpose, too deliberate. It stepped closer, its shape becoming more defined in the firelight. Its pale skin glowed faintly, and I saw its eyes dark and hollow, staring straight at us. That's when we all heard it, the sound of footsteps, slow, heavy steps coming from behind us. We turned, but no one was there, just the trees, watching us. "Let's go," I whispered urgently. "Now." We grabbed our stuff and hurried to the trail, but as we walked, the whispers followed. It felt like they were all around us, growing louder and more insistent. Every step we took, the forest seemed to close in tighter, the trees pressing closer, their branches reaching out like arms. We didn't stop running until we found the edge of the forest. The whispers faded, but the feeling of being followed didn't leave. The figure, whatever it was, had disappeared into the trees, but I knew it was still watching us. When we finally made it back to the car, we didn't speak much. The silence between us was heavy, each of us feeling the weight of what we had experienced. None of us said it out loud, but we all knew we had narrowly escaped something that had been waiting for us in those woods. To this day, I still hear the whispers when I close my eyes at night. I don't know what it was out there in Pine Hollow, but I'll never return to find out. Some stories are better left untold. My name is James. I used to love camping, but after the last trip, I'm never going back. I went with 2 friends, Emily and Ryan, to a remote campsite deep in the woods. It was meant to be a peaceful getaway, but what we experienced changed everything. The first night was uneventful, or so I thought. As we sat around the fire, I noticed something strange, unmoving figure standing at the edge of the trees, watching us. I pointed it out to Emily and Ryan, but by the time they looked, it was gone. They brushed it off as nothing. The next day, we hiked deeper into the forest. We followed a narrow path, but the trees seemed to close in on us. The air grew thick, and we felt ... trapped. I kept looking at the map, but it didn't help. Many of the trails weren't even there anymore. Still, Emily and Ryan weren't worried. I tried to ignore my growing unease. As the hours passed, we found ourselves lost. The sun began to set, and the forest took on a darker, more oppressive atmosphere. That's when we heard the hum. Low and distant at first, then it grew louder, unnatural. We stopped, staring into the trees. "What's that sound?" Ryan whispered. I didn't know, but I felt an overwhelming urge to leave. The woods seemed to be closing in on us, the branches reaching out like hands. We started running, but the path was gone. We were completely disoriented, the trees twisting into strange shapes. We finally saw a light in the distance, and I thought it was our camp. But when we arrived, everything was wrong. The tents were torn, the fire was out, and our gear was scattered, as if something had been through it. Panic set in. Then we heard the footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the trees. We turned, and there it was again. The same figure, standing still, watching us from the edge of the woods. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. We ran, not stopping until we reached the car. The figure didn't follow, but the feeling of being watched never left. I don't know what it was, but I'll never return to those woods. Whatever it was, it's still out there, waiting. My name is Mark, and I've never been one to believe in superstitions. But after what happened on that camping trip, I can't explain what I saw, and I don't think I ever will. It started out as a typical trip. My friends, Tom, Julia, and Matt, and I had been planning a weekend getaway for months. We chose a remote spot deep in the woods, far from any roads or civilization, a place where no one would bother us, just pure silence and the beauty of nature. The first day was perfect, clear skies, a light breeze, and the comforting sounds of birds and rustling leaves. We set up our tents and started a fire, sharing laughs and stories into the night. It was everything I had hoped for. But as night fell, something felt off. At first, it was nothing more than an odd feeling, like we were being watched. Julia mentioned it first, but we all laughed it off. After all, it's just the woods, nothing to be afraid of. But as the fire burned low, we saw something in the distance, a flickering light. It was far away, moving between the trees, almost like a lantern. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. "Is someone out there?" Tom asked, his voice curious. "I don't know," I said, standing up to get a better look. "It looks like a lantern." We all stood there, staring at the faint glow. It didn't seem like it was moving on its own, it was being carried by someone. But we couldn't see the person, just the light. It moved further into the woods, disappearing behind a thick cluster of trees. "Maybe someone else is camping nearby," Julia suggested, but her voice didn't sound as confident as it usually did. "Let's just go to bed." But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I kept thinking about the light, the way it had flickered out of view. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing things, twigs breaking, soft rustling sounds from the trees. Every time I thought I saw something outside my tent, I'd freeze, hoping it was just the wind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again, the soft, rhythmic sound of footsteps. Not animal footsteps, but the slow, deliberate kind that a human makes. My heart raced as I lay perfectly still in my tent, praying it would go away. Then, I heard a voice, low and eerie, like it was whispering in the wind. "Get out." I bolted upright, my chest tight with panic. What the hell was that? I muttered to myself. I tried to wake Tom and Matt, but neither of them responded. They were in deep sleep, completely unaware of what was happening around them. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, my body trembling. The air was thick and cold, and the forest was unusually quiet. The wind had died, and even the usual nighttime sounds were gone. There was only the faint rustling of leaves beneath my feet as I stepped away from the camp. And then, I saw the lantern again. It was floating, suspended in midair, far from the camp, moving slowly through the trees. I couldn't see who was carrying it, but I could feel its presence watching me. I followed the lantern, my steps hesitant but drawn to it. It led me deeper into the woods, further from the camp. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer. I was losing my sense of direction, but the light kept moving ahead, like it was guiding me. Suddenly, the light stopped, hovering in front of an ancient-looking tree. The trunk was gnarled and twisted, as though it had been there for centuries. The lantern swayed in the air, casting an eerie glow on the tree's bark. And there, etched into the wood, was a symbol, a strange, twisted pattern that I couldn't recognize. I reached out to touch it, my fingers trembling. As soon as my hand made contact with the tree, the lantern dropped to the ground with a loud thud. The light flickered out, plunging me into darkness. Then, the whispering voice returned. "You shouldn't have come." I froze in terror, as the air around me seemed to shift. The temperature dropped even further, and I felt a presence moving behind me. My breath caught in my throat, and I spun around to face the darkness. But there was no one there. Just the silent, oppressive weight of the forest around me. I ran. I didn't stop to look back. I just ran, stumbling through the underbrush, my heart pounding in my chest. When I reached the camp, I found Tom and Matt still asleep, completely unaware of the terror I had just experienced. We packed up and left early the next morning. I didn't tell them what happened. I couldn't. I wasn't sure if I believed it myself. To this day, I don't know what I saw that night. Whether it was a ghost, a hallucination, or something else, I don't care. I never went camping again, and I never want to. My name is Claire, and I never thought I would be the one to experience something so terrifying. I used to think that ghost stories were just that, stories. That was before I went on the camping trip that changed my life. That it was supposed to be a fun, relaxing weekend. My friends, Emily, Ryan, and Jack, and I decided to head up to the remote mountainside for a break from our busy lives. We found a secluded camping site far from any crowds, a place that seemed perfect for some peace and quiet. The first evening was peaceful, with nothing but the sounds of the wind in the trees. We built a fire and shared stories late into the night. But around midnight, Emily mentioned that she felt like someone was watching us. We all laughed it off, thinking it was just her imagination. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing faint whispers outside the tent. It sounded like voices, but they were too soft to make out. I told myself it was the wind, or perhaps an animal in the woods, but the whispers continued, growing louder and more distinct. I finally got up, trying to ignore the rising panic in my chest. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into the cold night air, the moonlight casting eerie shadows over the camp. There was nothing around us, no one in sight. But the whispers continued, as if they were coming from deep within the forest. I called out, "Hello," but the only response was the rustling of leaves. I chalked it up to nerves and went back to bed, trying to convince myself that I was just hearing things. The next day, everything seemed normal, but as the sun set, I started to feel the same uneasy tension from the previous night. As we sat around the campfire, I noticed that Ryan and Jack kept looking nervously into the woods, as though they were hearing something too, but no one said anything. We just pretended everything was fine. That night, the whispers returned. This time, they were louder, more insistent. I could hear words now, though they were still impossible to understand. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized the voices weren't just the wind, they were coming from the forest, surrounding us. In a panic, I woke Emily, but she couldn't hear anything. Ryan and Jack, still asleep, didn't seem to notice the growing unease. I stepped out of the tent again, trying to find the source of the voices. The cold night air was thick with a strange energy, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I wandered toward the woods, my flashlight trembling in my hand. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, until they were a maddening chorus in my ears. I tried to ignore the fear creeping up on me, but it was impossible. Every step I took seemed to pull me deeper into the forest, where the shadows stretched, unnaturally long and twisted. Suddenly, I saw something, a figure standing in the distance, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. It was tall and thin, its features indistinct, but I could feel its presence, like it was staring right at me. The whispers stopped. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The figure moved toward me, its limbs jerking unnaturally, like it was struggling to break free of something. It was coming, closer, faster than I could move, and the fear took over. I ran back to the camp, heart pounding in my chest, not daring to look behind me. When I reached the tent, I woke Ryan and Jack. I was shaking, unable to speak at first, but when I finally managed to tell them what I saw, they didn't believe me. They thought I was dreaming or imagining things. We packed up and left the next morning, but the whispers didn't stop. As we hiked back down the trail, I could still hear them, faint but unmistakable. They followed us, like an invisible force. I never went camping again. Every time I close my eyes, I still hear the whispers in the dark. They are still out there, waiting, and I can't shake the feeling that they are calling me back to the forest. My name is Sam, and I thought I had seen everything after years of camping in the woods. But the trip to Bear Hollow changed that forever. It started with a simple plan, a weekend camping trip with my friends. There was me, Nick, Sarah, and Jonah. We had been camping together for years, but Bear Hollow was a new spot. Remote, secluded, and untouched by the usual crowds. It seemed like the perfect place to get away from it all. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the sun dipping behind the trees as we set up camp. The woods felt different, thicker, quieter. No birds, no rustling leaves, just an unsettling stillness. We shrugged it off as part of the isolation, the kind of thing you expect in remote places. The first night was uneventful. We made a fire, told jokes, and laughed. But as we sat around the fire, Nick noticed something strange. A figure, tall and dark, standing at the edge of the trees. We all looked, But the moment we turned our heads, it was gone. "That's odd," Sarah said, but we brushed it off, thinking it was just a trick of the light or a shadow from the trees. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That night, I woke up to a soft noise, a faint rustling, like something moving through the woods. At first, I assumed it was just the wind, but then I heard its footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching our camp. I grabbed my flashlight and peeked outside the tent. Nothing, but the sound didn't stop. It came closer and closer, as if circling our camp. "Who's out there?" I whispered, but no one answered. I woke Nick and Jonah, and we decided to investigate. We grabbed our gear and ventured out into the woods, the light from our flashlights cutting through the darkness. We moved quietly, careful not to make any noise. After a few minutes, we found nothing. No footprints, no sign of anyone being there. Just the same eerie stillness that surrounded us, but I felt its presence. It was as if something was watching us, waiting for us to make the wrong move. We decided to head back to camp, but as we turned to leave, I saw it. A shadow, just outside the reach of our flashlights, moving between the trees. It was tall, humanoid, but it didn't move like a person. It was wrong. Its limbs stretched unnaturally, like it didn't belong in this world. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The others noticed, and we all stared in silence as the shadow moved deeper into the woods. "Let's go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. Now, we didn't need any more convincing. We ran back to camp, packed our things, and decided to leave. As we walked back to the car, we couldn't shake the feeling that something was following us, just out of sight. We never saw the shadow again, but the woods were never the same after that. Every time I close my eyes, I see it, the long, twisted shape lurking just beyond the trees, waiting for me to return. My name is Jake, and if you had asked me about ghosts a week ago, I would have laughed and said they were nothing but stories for kids. But after what I experienced, I can't be so sure anymore. It all started when a group of Usme, my brother, Zach, and our two friends, Olivia and Mason, decided to spend the weekend camping in the mountains. We found a remote area on a map, far from any marked trails, where we could truly escape. The plan was simple: hike in, set up camp, enjoy the fresh air, and leave our phones behind. It seemed like the perfect weekend getaway. The hike took longer than expected. We arrived at dusk, the sun dipping below the horizon as we reached a clearing in the woods. There, hidden between a cluster of trees, was an old cabin. It looked abandoned, but the structure itself seemed sturdy enough to offer shelter from the coming night. We weren't too picky. We had planned on camping, but the sight of the cabin was too tempting to ignore. "We'll take it," Zach said, grinning. "We could use a roof over our heads." The four of us piled inside, careful not to disturb the dust and debris. The cabin felt cold, almost too cold for the season. There were strange symbols etched into the walls, which we chalked up too old. Carvings made by previous owners, or even kids messing around. Still, there was an odd energy to the place. Something in the air felt wrong, like the cabin had been untouched for a reason. We started a fire in the fireplace, but it did little to warm the place. As we ate, the atmosphere grew heavier, like the cabin itself was watching us. It was as though we were being observed, but when we looked around, we saw nothing out of the ordinary. It wasn't until the second night that things started to go wrong. As we were sitting around the fire, telling stories, Olivia suddenly went pale. "I think I hear something," she whispered, her voice trembling. We all stopped talking and listened. At first, I heard nothing, but then, faintly, there was a sound, a tapping, like something knocking on the walls. We dismissed it as the wind or an animal, but Olivia wasn't convinced. "Is anyone else hearing that?" she asked, her eyes wide. Mason and Zach laughed it off, but I could tell Olivia wasn't joking. I stood up and walked to one of the cabin's windows. The tapping stopped the moment I turned to look, and a shiver ran down my spine. It felt as though something or someone was out there. We went to bed soon after, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air in the cabin felt even colder than before, and every creak of the wooden floorboards sounded louder in the silence. Around midnight, I woke to a strange sound. It wasn't the tapping this time. It was a whisper, soft at first, but growing louder. Help, ... me ... I sat up, my heart pounding. I thought I heard the voice coming from somewhere deep within the cabin. It wasn't one of my friends. It sounded like someone who had been trapped here for years. I wasn't sure if I imagined it, or if I was just hearing things. But then, the whisper came again. Help, ... me ... I stood up and moved cautiously toward the source of the sound, which seemed to be coming from the back room of the cabin. I knew I shouldn't go in there alone, but something compelled me to. I grabbed a flashlight and slowly pushed open the door. What I saw made my blood run cold. The room was empty, save for a pile of old furniture covered in dust. But on the wall, scratched into the wood, were the same symbols I had seen earlier. They were etched deep into the wood, as if someone had tried to carve them with their bare hands. Beneath them was a message, barely visible. The curse will never let you leave. Suddenly, I heard a sound behind me, a low growl, like something was moving just beyond the doorway. I spun around, my flashlight beam catching something in the corner of the room. A shadow, tall, thin, and moving in unnatural ways. Before I could react, the shadow lunged toward me, but I managed to slam the door shut just in time. I was trembling, my heart racing in my chest. I ran back to the others, but by the time I reached the main room, they were all awake, their faces pale. What happened? Zach asked, his voice shaking. There's something in there, I said, barely able to speak. It's not just a cabin, it's cursed. We didn't wait for sunrise. We packed our things in a panic, desperate to leave. But as we opened the door to leave, I caught a glimpse of something at the edge of the clearing, something that wasn't there before. It was a figure, pale and distorted, its face a twisted mask of agony. We ran, not looking back, until we reached the trail. We didn't stop until we were safely back at the car. We haven't spoken much about the cabin since, but I know one thing for sure, there was something in those woods, something that didn't want us to leave. My name is Kyle Daniels, and I've never been a fan of camping, but when my friends insisted, I agreed to join them for a weekend in the woods. The idea was to escape the hustle of city life, pitch tents, and enjoy nature. We set out to Camp Ashwood, a well-known spot for outdoor enthusiasts. But what we didn't know was that Ashwood wasn't just famous for its scenic views. We arrived at dusk, the sun setting behind the trees, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally. The air was crisp, but there was a strange stillness, like the forest itself was holding its breath. My friends, Mark, Lisa, and Ben, were excited, setting up camp with laughter and banter. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was ... off. It wasn't until the campfire was lit that I heard it. A low, almost imperceptible rustling in the woods, just beyond the campsite. I thought it was just a raccoon or deer, but it was different. It was rhythmic, deliberate, a steady movement through the underbrush that didn't match any animal's usual pattern. Did you guys hear that? I asked, trying to hide the unease creeping into my voice. Lisa looked up from the fire. What, a squirrel or something? No, it's not that, I said, standing up and scanning the trees. It's something else. Mark laughed. Kyle, man, you're always spooked. Relax, it's just the forest. You're not in the city anymore. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I sat back down, trying to ignore the creeping anxiety in my chest. As the night deepened, the rustling grew louder, and then a shadow moved between the trees. It was fast and it wasn't any animal. It was humanoid, tall, and its form was just wrong. It darted between the trees, and for a moment, I swear I saw its eyes dark, hollow, and glowing faintly. My heart raced, and I stood up abruptly. "There's something out there," I said, my voice shaking. Ben stood up, trying to stay calm. "Kyle, calm down. It's probably just a trick of the light." But I wasn't convinced. Something wasn't right. The air felt thicker now, colder. The shadows seemed to grow longer, and the sounds of the forest had vanished. There was no chirping of crickets, no rustling of leaves, just an eerie silence. Then, without warning, a figure stepped out from the trees. It wasn't the same shadow I'd seen earlier. It was something much worse. It was tall, its skin pale as death, and its face was a twisted mask of agony, its eyes wide and lifeless. It didn't move like a person, but more like something that didn't belong in the world. Its limbs were too long, too spindly. It stood there, staring at us. I couldn't breathe. The air felt thick, suffocating. Mark grabbed a flashlight and shined it in the creature's direction, but it didn't flinch. Instead, it smiled a grotesque, inhuman grin that sent chills down my spine. "We need to leave," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. But as I turned to grab my things, the ground beneath my feet shook. A deep rumble echoed from the forest, followed by a deafening growl. The creature had moved closer, and I could hear it whispering words that made no sense, like a language from another world. "Run," Ben shouted. We bolted for the car, stumbling over rocks and roots, but the creature was faster. It was everywhere, its dark shape darting between the trees, always just out of sight, but never far behind. I could feel its breath on my neck, hear its whispers in my ears, urging me to stop. Finally, we reached the car, slamming the doors shut. The creature stopped at the edge of the clearing, its glowing eyes locking onto ours through the windshield. It was silent now, but the air felt heavy, thick with an oppressive presence. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it vanished back into the woods. We didn't speak as we drove away, the weight of what had happened hanging heavily in the air. We didn't go back to Camp Ashwood. None of us ever spoke of it again. But I can't forget the face of that thing, the hollow, tortured eyes, the smile. I'm not sure what we encountered that night, but one thing is certain. Whatever it was, it still watches us from the shadows. My name is Riley, and I never believed in ghosts until I went camping with my friends in the woods of Dread, a secluded spot deep in the mountains. The trees so thick that sunlight barely touches the ground. It seemed perfect, until it wasn't. The trip was planned for weeks. There were 5 of us: Lucas, Emma, Kyle, Ava, and me. None of us had been to this part of the woods, but we were excited. We arrived late on Friday, setting up camp by a creek as night began to fall. The air grew colder, and an eerie stillness blanketed the forest. The chirping of birds stopped, the leaves rustled no more. It was as if nature itself had gone silent. As we sat around the fire, a sudden chill set in. Kyle suggested we tell ghost stories. Emma, who had been quiet all evening, spoke up. "Have you guys heard about the whispers?" We exchanged confused glances. "What whispers?" I asked. "The ones people hear in the woods," she said. "They say if you listen long enough, you can hear voices. Sometimes they call your name. Sometimes they lure you in." I dismissed it. "That's just a story, Emma. It's probably just the wind," but she didn't seem convinced. "I've heard them before, on another trip. It sounded like someone was right next to me, but when I looked, no one was there." We laughed, but something about her voice made me uneasy. We finished our dinner and went to bed, but sleep didn't come easily. Around midnight, I woke up to a soft sound. At first, I thought it was just the wind, but then I heard it again, faint, distant. Riley ... come ... I froze. My name. I felt my heart skipped. The voice sounded like Emma, but wrong. It was distant, cold. I sat up, my mind racing. Was someone playing a prank? I unzipped the tent, peering out into the darkness. The forest was still. No one was there. I zipped the tent back up, trying to ignore the whispers, but they grew louder. Riley ... come ... follow. The voice was unmistakable now. It wasn't Emma. It was something else. Something older. My breath quickened. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. The others would think I was overreacting. I stayed awake all night. The whispers never stopping, never fading. It wasn't until morning that I finally told the others, but none of them had heard anything. They laughed it off. Just your imagination, they said. That afternoon, we decided to hike through the woods. The deeper we went, the darker the trees became. The air grew thicker, heavier. Then we reached a clearing, and there it was. Twisted, blackened tree, its branches gnarled like skeletal hands. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I approached. Then I heard the whispers again, louder now, like they were all around us. Riley ... come ... come to us. I turned, and the others looked as terrified as I felt. They had heard it too. Without another word, we bolted from the clearing, running through the trees, the whispers trailing us. We didn't stop until we reached the campsite, breathless and terrified. We packed up quickly, barely speaking to each other. Whatever was in those woods, we didn't want to find out. That night, we left the forest. We never spoke of it again, but every now and then, when I'm alone, I hear it, the whispers, calling my name. My name is Daniel Carter, and I never believed in ghosts. That was before I spent a night inside St. Augustine's church. That had started as a dare. My friend Mark and I had always been fascinated by urban legends, and St. Augustine's had plenty. A 19th century church, abandoned for decades. It was said to be cursed after its last priest, Father Gabriel, vanished without a trace. Some say he was taken by the devil, others claim he never left. I should have walked away when I had the chance. The night was cold when I entered the church alone. Mark chickened out at the last minute, but I wasn't about to back down. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and my phone, I stepped inside. The wooden pews were coated in dust, the air thick with the scent of mildew and decay. My footsteps echoed through the hollow space, bouncing off the vaulted ceiling. A massive crucifix loomed over the altar, the face of Christ worn and chipped. Then I heard it, a whisper. It was faint, almost like the wind, but it came from the confession booth at the far end of the church. My breath hitched. Every instinct told me to run, but curiosity overpowered my fear. I approached the booth, heart hammering. The wooden door was slightly ajar. With a shaky hand, I pushed it open. Nothing. The booth was empty, save for a dusty Bible and a rotting cushion. I let out a nervous chuckle. My mind was playing tricks on me. Then the whisper returned right behind me. I spun around, flashlight shaking. The pews were empty, the church still, but the air had changed. It was heavier, charged with something unseen. A shadow moved near the altar. Not a trick of the light, something was there. I took a step forward, squinting. A figure stood near the pulpit, head bowed, draped in tattered robes. My mouth went dry. "Father Gabriel," I whispered. The figure twitched. Then it lifted its head. His face was wrong stretched, hollow eyes nothing but black pits. His mouth opened unnaturally wide, a guttural moan escaping his lips. The church doors slammed shut. My flashlight flickered, and the whispers grew louder. Overlapping voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. I bolted. The doors wouldn't budge. Cold hands brushed my neck. I screamed. Then, silence. When I turned around, the church was empty again. The whispers were gone. The figure had vanished. The doors creaked open on their own. I didn't hesitate, I ran, and never looked back. St. Augustine's still stands, abandoned, waiting. Some nights, if you listen closely, you can hear the whispers calling for someone new. My name is Henry Blackwood, and I've lived my entire life in this town. Most people know the story of St. James Church, the one on the hill. It's been abandoned for as long as I can remember, its towering spire visible from every corner of the town. The church was said to have been a place of great power once, filled with rituals and ceremonies that were never meant to be forgotten. I didn't believe any of it. That is, until I found the altar. It was on a rainy evening when I decided to explore the church, to see what secrets it held. The heavy iron doors creaked open with little effort, revealing a vast, empty space. The floor was covered in broken tiles, and the air was thick with the smell of mildew. The walls were adorned with faded frescoes, telling stories of saints and angels. But what caught my attention was the altar. It wasn't like any altar I had ever seen before. It was ancient, covered in strange symbols and markings that seemed to shift when I looked away. At the top of the altar, there was a stone basin, cracked and worn. The stone looked like it had been untouched for centuries, but I could feel a strange energy pulsing from it, calling to me. I couldn't resist as I approached the altar. The air grew colder, and the shadows in the church seemed to stretch. I reached out, my hand trembling, and touched the basin. The moment I did, the ground beneath me shuddered. Suddenly, the church was alive. The candles around the altar flickered to life, casting long, distorted shadows on the walls. The stone altar rumbled, and the symbols began to glow, pulsing with an eerie light. And then, I heard a TA voice, whispering, low and guttural, "You should not have come." I spun around, but there was no one there. The air felt thick, like something was watching me, waiting. The shadows began to move, swirling around the church in unnatural patterns. The walls seemed to close in, and I could feel a pressure building in my chest. I turned back to the altar, and that's when I saw it. From the cracks in the stone basin, something was rising, something ancient, hungry, and alive. I tried to run, but the shadows held me in place. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I could hear was the voice, growing louder, closer. "You woke me, Henry Blackwood." The altar cracked open, and the thing inside began to emerge. Shape was constantly shifting, like it had no true form. It was everywhere and nowhere. Its eyes endless black voids, swallowing everything around it. And then, it spoke again. "Now you will join me." The ground beneath me cracked wide open, and everything pulled me in the shadows, the darkness, the very church itself. I woke up outside, but the altar was gone. The church was empty, silent, but I know it's still out there, waiting. And one day, I'll hear that voice again, and I won't be able to run. My name is Richard Clark, and I've always been fascinated by the unknown. That's why, when I first heard the rumors about the St. Martin's Church Choir, I was immediately intrigued. They said the choir had the most beautiful voices, so hauntingly perfect, they could make even the coldest hearts weep. But there was something more, something darker, hidden beneath the music. The choir had disappeared. The entire congregation had vanished without a trace. No one knew what happened, but it was said the last mass they performed was unlike any other, a mass that summoned something evil into the world. I didn't believe the stories. I never do, but I couldn't resist. I decided to investigate. The church, once grand, was now in ruin. The stained glass windows were shattered, and the doors creaked as I pushed them open. Inside, the air was thick with dust, the pews broken and scattered across the floor. But there was something in the air, something alive. I could hear it before I saw it. Whispers. Soft, melodic whispers, like a distant song. I followed the sound, my feet drawn toward the altar. As I got closer, I saw them, the choir. They were standing in the pews, their backs to me, their heads bowed. The robes they wore were tattered, but they still stood as though frozen in time. The whispers grew louder, blending into a single, perfect harmony that vibrated through my bones. Then, the choir turned. Their faces were pale, their eyes dark as if drained of life. Their mouths opened in perfect unison, and the song that came from them was not human. It was pure, unadulterated sorrow. I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The song was pulling me, commanding me to stay. Join us. They sang in a voice that was both a plea and a demand. I could feel their eyes on me, cold, hollow, seeing right through me. They were waiting. For what? Join us, they repeated, louder now. I couldn't resist. I stepped closer, my body moving against my will. The song filled my head, drowning out all thoughts, all fears. And then, the walls began to bleed, red, thick, and dark. It poured from the stained glass windows, soaking the floors, turning the church into a scene from a nightmare. The choir sang louder, their voices rising to a deafening crescendo, and I realized this wasn't just a choir. This was a summoning. The church was alive, feeding on their song, pulling me into its dark heart. I tried to scream, but my voice was lost in the endless music. The last thing I saw was their faces empty, lifeless, and yet hungry. Then everything went dark. I woke up outside the church, lying in the grass, alone. But every night, I hear it, the song, the whispers, and I know, one day, I won't be able to resist anymore. My name is Evelyn Harper, and I never believed in curses. But I learned the hard way that some things are best left alone. St. Andrew's Church had been abandoned for over 60 years. The locals said it was cursed that on the night of the last Mass, something terrible happened. The priest, Father Jacob, had disappeared without a trace. Some said he vanished into the altar itself. Others said he was swallowed by the darkness. I didn't believe in curses. I didn't believe the rumors. That's why I went. I pushed open the church's heavy wooden doors. The scent of mildew and decay would hit me instantly. The pews were still intact, though covered in layers of dust. The altar was a shadow in the distance, its details obscured by time. The air was thick, stagnant, and cold. But I was determined to find out the truth. As I stepped closer to the altar, I felt something, a pull, a whisper urging me forward. I ignored it, trying to focus on the peeling paintings and the crumbling stone. But the whisper came again. Come closer. I froze. The voice was soft, almost melodic, but somehow wrong. The kind of wrong that nags at your bones. I couldn't stop myself. My feet moved toward the altar, each step heavy, as though the church itself was fighting against me. The whisper grew louder. Father Jacob awaits. Then I saw it. A figure standing at the altar, cloaked in black. His face was hidden beneath a hood, but the air around him trembled. I should have turned back, but I didn't. I stepped into the altar's shadow, and for the first time, I saw him clearly. His face was wrong. It was Father Jacob's face, but it wasn't. His skin was stretched thin, and his eyes were hollow, sunken into the depths of his skull. His mouth twisted into a grotesque grin. Welcome, child, he whispered, his voice now like sandpaper against my skin. The air grew heavy, suffocating. I tried to move, but my feet wouldn't obey. I could feel his hands, icy cold, pressing into my chest. The altar shuddered, and I heard the faintest sound, a crack, as if something beneath it was trying to break free. Then I felt it, a shift. In the air, a cold gust, as if the earth itself had exhaled. The church began to crumble, the walls cracking, the ceiling groaning. Father Jacob reached out, his eyes locking onto mine. "You shouldn't have come." In that instant, I knew the truth. The curse wasn't just a rumor. The church was alive, hungry, waiting, and it had been waiting for me. When I woke up, I was outside, lying in the damp grass. The church was gone. Nothing remained. But every time I close my eyes, I still hear his voice, and I know he's still waiting. My name is Jonathan Wells, and I have always hated church bells. There's something unsettling about them, how they echo through empty streets, how they always seem a little too loud, a little too persistent. St. Catherine's Church had been abandoned for decades, yet its bells still rang. No one knew why. No one dared to check, except me. It started at exactly 3:33 a.m. The deep, heavy toll of the bells shattered the silence of the night. I lived just a few blocks away, and for as long as I could remember, the town ignored it. But that night, I didn't. I grabbed my flashlight and headed for the church. The massive doors were unlocked, swinging open with an eerie creak. The inside was pristine, no dust, no cobwebs, as if someone had been taking care of it all these years. Then, the bells rang again. The sound came from above, from the belfry. My stomach twisted. There shouldn't have been anyone up there. I climbed the spiral staircase, my breath shallow. Every step felt heavier, as if the air itself were pushing against me. Then, I saw it. The ropes. They were moving on their own, pulling, stretching, ringing the bells with inhuman precision. But worse than that, Ty wasn't alone. Figures stood in the belfry, their backs to me. Dozens of them, motionless, silent. Then, in perfect unison, they turned. Their faces were wrung too smooth, too pale, their eyes sunken, empty, their mouths stretched wide in unnatural grins. And still, the bells rang. The figures moved toward me. I stumbled back, my head pounding with every toll of the bells. The walls of the belfry shifted, stretched, as if the church itself was swallowing me whole. Then, one of them spoke. "It is not yet your time." The next thing I knew, I was outside, lying on the church steps. The bells silent once more. But now, every night at 3:33 a.m., I hear them ringing again, and I know one day they'll be ringing for me. My name is Daniel Mercer, and I never believed in ghosts, at least, not until I attended a mass that was never meant for the living. Scene. Augustine's church had been abandoned for nearly a century. No one knew why just that one night, every priest and parishioner vanished without a trace. The doors were locked. The records were sealed. The town let it fade into history. But on the first Friday of every month, at exactly midnight, the doors would open on their own. I didn't believe the stories. That's why I went. The moment I stepped inside, the doors slammed shut behind me. The church was dimly lit by rows of candles that hadn't been there a moment ago. The pews were full, men and women dressed in old-fashioned clothes, their faces turned toward the altar, and at the pulpit stood the priest. His back was to me, but something about his posture was wrong. His shoulders were too sharp, his arms too long beneath his robes. The air felt thick, pressing against my chest like unseen hands. I wanted to leave, but my legs refused to move. Then, the priest spoke. "Let us pray." His voice was hollow, like it was coming from deep underground. The congregation responded in perfect unison, their voices layered. Distorted, too many voices for the number of people in the room. The candles flickered. The church breathed. The hymn started, slow and mournful, filling every inch of the space. The walls felt closer. The ceiling seemed higher. Then, the priest turned toward me. His face was stitched together, mismatched pieces of different people forming a grotesque mask of flesh. His mouth was open wide, yet the song still poured from him, an endless, deafening chant. The congregation turned too. Their faces were empty, just smooth, featureless skin. I ran. The moment I reached the doors, my vision blurred. The church shifted, the walls stretching, the candles melting into pools of black tar. The air buzzed with whispers, voices pleading, begging, "Stay." I threw myself at the doors. Darkness swallowed me whole, and then I was outside. The church was dark again. The doors were sealed. No candles, no voices, no congregation. But when I looked down at my hands, my skin felt wrong, like it didn't belong to me anymore. And now, every first Friday at midnight, I feel something pulling me back, calling me home. My name is Samuel Whitaker, and I used to love exploring old buildings. That changed the night I stepped into St. Cecilia's Church. It was an architectural marvel in its prima, grand cathedral known for its magnificent choir. But after a devastating fire in 1903, the church was abandoned, or so I thought. I was drawn to it on a dare, armed with nothing but a flashlight and my phone. The moment I crossed the threshold, I knew I had made a mistake. The air inside was thick with the scent of burnt wood and something else, something rancid. Then I heard it. A choir, soft at first, barely more than a hum, but growing stronger with every step I took. The voices were hauntingly beautiful, yet rung their harmonies slightly off, like an echo of something once pure but now twisted. I should have left. Instead, I followed the sound, weaving through rows of crumbling pews. My flashlight flickered as I reached the altar. Then I saw them. Figures standing in the choir loft, bathed in the dim glow of candlelight. Their robes were tattered, their faces obscured by shadows. But their mouths were wide open, no lips, no teeth, just gaping, black voids. And yet, they sang. The hymn grew louder, discordant, reverberating through the ruined church. My head throbbed, my vision blurred, my legs refused to move. Then, one of them turned toward me. Its hollow face twitched, as if trying to form words, and for the first time, the song stopped. Silence hung in the air. Then, a single voice spoke, not aloud inside my head. "Join us." I stumbled backward, the air around me growing dense, suffocating. The choir descended from the loft, their movements jerky, unnatural. I bolted. The moment I reached the entrance, the doors slammed shut. I pounded on them, screaming. The hymn started again, louder than before. My vision darkened, then silence. I woke up outside, lying on the cracked stone steps, gasping for breath. The church was dark, silent, empty, but I know what I heard, and some nights, when the wind is just right, I still hear the hymn, calling for another voice. My name is Thomas Grayson, and I have never been a religious man. But when my mother passed, I found myself inside St. Jude's Church, searching for something comfort, maybe. What I found instead was something far worse. The church was nearly empty, just a few scattered figures lost in prayer. My footsteps echoed as I approached the confession booth. I hadn't confessed in years, but that night, I felt compelled. I stepped inside, pulling the wooden door shut behind me. Silence. Then, a voice, deep, raspy, wrong. "What do you wish to confess, my child?" I hesitated. Something felt off. The air was thick, the wooden walls too cold against my back. But I pushed the feeling aside. "I have lost my faith," I admitted. "I don't know what to believe anymore." The voice chuckled, not warmly, not kindly, mockingly. "Oh, but belief is not lost. It is only taken." A shiver crawled down my spine. The candlelight flickered beyond the lattice screen, casting long shadows. Then, the priest shifted, his outline twisted, his shoulders stretching unnaturally wide. I could see him clearer now through the screen, his fingers long and gnarled, his face obscured beneath his hood. I should have left, but I couldn't move. "Would you like to be forgiven?" he asked. My throat was dry. Yes. The wood beneath me creaked. The air grew dense, pressing against my chest. The priest leaned closer to the screen. "Then confess everything." Something was behind me. I felt it breath, cold and hungry, just inches from my neck. My hands trembled. The booth felt smaller, the walls pressing in. Then I heard it, not from the priest, from the darkness behind me. "Your sins are not yours to confess." A sharp pain sliced through my chest, something unseen pulling, tugging, taking. The door burst open, and suddenly, I was in the empty church once more. The confession booth was gone, no sign of the priest, no proof it had ever existed. I stumbled backward, my breath shallow. Then I saw it. The booth's shadow remained, darker than it should have been, still there, even when nothing else was. I never went back, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I swear I hear that voice whispering from the darkness, "Confess everything." My name is Matthew Holloway, and I made the mistake of stepping into St. Dimphna's Church after dark. I thought it was abandoned. I was wrong. The church stood at the edge of town, hidden by towering oaks and years of neglect. Its doors were locked for as long as I could remember, but rumors swirled, whispers of a final mass held decades ago, one that no one ever left. That night, I found the doors wide open. A faint golden glow flickered inside, like candlelight. My curiosity got the best of me. I stepped through the archway, my footsteps echoing against the stone floor. The pews were filled with shadowy figures, their heads bowed, as if locked in silent prayer. A chill crept up my spine. The air was thick, suffocating. The congregation didn't move, didn't breathe. Then, the priest spoke. He stood at the altar, facing away from me, his voice a low, rhythmic chant. His robes were pristine, untouched by time. But something was wrong. His shadow stretched unnaturally long, moving out of sync with his body. I should have left. Instead, I inched forward, my heart hammering against my ribs. The priest's voice grew louder, his chant turning guttural, alien. The shadows in the pews shifted. I froze. A dozen heads turned toward me at once. Their faces were blurred, their eyes hollow pits of darkness. My breath caught in my throat. The priest finally turned. His face was a rotting skull, skin barely clinging to bone. His jaw unhinged, stretching impossibly wide, revealing a maw that was bottomless. The congregation stood, a deafening hymn erupted discordant, unnatural, shaking the very walls. The air grew thick with decay. My legs refused to move. Then, the priest reached for me. His bony fingers brushed my forehead, and suddenly, I was somewhere else. Rows of pews stretched infinitely in every direction, filled with figures locked in endless, silent prayer. A choir sang from nowhere, the same warped hymn looping over and over. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. Then, I woke up. I was outside, lying on the cold church steps, the doors sealed shut. Candlelight. No voices. Just silence. But I know what I saw, and every night since, I've heard the hymn in my dreams, calling me back. My name is Jonathan Reeves, and I have never been a religious man. But after what happened at St. Vincent's Chapel, I know that something beyond this world exists, something dark. St. Vincent's had been abandoned for nearly 50 years. Yet the townspeople swore they could still hear its bells ringing at night. No one knew why. There were no records of services held there, no priests, no congregation. Just a decaying structure that should have been silent. I didn't believe in curses, but I was curious. That's how I found myself pushing open the heavy, rotting doors of St. Vincent's at midnight. Inside, the chapel smelled of damp wood and something stale, like old incense that had lingered far too long. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting eerie colors across the pews. Then, the bells rang. I nearly dropped my flashlight. The sound came from above, deep and thunderous, shaking the dust from the rafters. My breath caught in my throat. There was no way those bells could ring. The tower had collapsed decades ago. I should have left right then. Instead, I stepped forward, my footsteps muffled by a thick layer of dust. The altar was bare, except for an old, leather-bound book. Its pages were yellowed, the ink faded, but I could still read the name scrawled across the cover, Father Elias Grayson. The name struck a nerve. I had read about him. He was the last priest of St. Vincent's. He went mad, claiming he heard the bells calling to him, warning him of something coming. One night, he locked the doors and was never seen again. A cold breeze slithered through the chapel. The candles on the altar lit themselves. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. The bells rang again, louder this time, vibrating through my bones. The pews creaked as if unseen figures were taking their seats. Then, I saw him. A shadow stood near the pulpit, hunched and shaking. His robes were tattered, his face obscured beneath a hood. Slowly, he lifted his head. His eyes were missing. Dark, empty sockets stared at me, his mouth moving soundlessly. And yet, I heard his voice, a whisper in my mind. The bells never stopped. They never stop. The ground trembled. A deafening clang echoed as the bells rang once more, louder, faster, relentless. I covered my ears, stumbling backward. The figure twitched, his head jerking violently. Then, he screamed. The sound shattered. The stained glass. Shards rained down as the pews splintered, the walls groaning like the church itself was alive. I ran. The moment I crossed the threshold, the noise ceased. The night was still. The chapel was silent. But I swear, as I turned back one last time, I saw movement inside. A shadow standing in the ruins, waiting, and every night since, I've heard the bells calling for me. My name is Eliza Dawson, and I have been the keeper of the South Point Lighthouse for nearly a decade. I took this job because I loved the solitude, the peace that came with being out on this island, far from the hustle of the world. But recently, I've begun to question my decision. Something is wrong here. Something has always been wrong. It began with the arrival of the storm. It wasn't just any storm. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. The winds howled with an unnatural fury, and the sea churned as if it were alive. That night, as I sat by the lantern, I noticed something strange in the reflection of the glass of figures standing in the distance, just outside the lighthouse, in the mist. I stepped outside, hoping to find a fisherman who had gotten lost in the storm, but there was no one, just the thick fog and the crashing waves. The figure was gone. But as I turned back toward the lighthouse, I felt something cold on the back of my neck. Something, watching. The next night, the same thing happened. But this time, when I stepped outside, I heard a voice, a soft whisper carried by the wind. Help me. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. The voice was real, but I couldn't find anyone. I began to hear it every night after that. The whispers, the calling, a woman's voice, asking for help, begging for something. It felt like the voice was coming from the sea itself, as if the very ocean had a consciousness. Something was out there, and it wanted me to listen. I decided to investigate. I searched the lighthouse logs and old records, looking for any mention of strange occurrences, and that's when I found it. An entry in the log, written by the lighthouse keeper before me, John Holloway. It was the final entry he'd written before disappearing without a trace. The curse of the lighthouse has claimed another. The storm calls, and the sea answers. We are never truly free. The keeper is bound by the waves, and the lantern is its prison. The keeper must always remain The light must never go out. At first I thought it was just some crazy ramblings, but as the days went by, the whispers grew louder. The fog rolled in thicker, and the woman's voice became clearer, closer. It was like she was inside my head, inside the very walls of the lighthouse, pleading, screaming, "You must help me. The keeper's curse must be lifted. The light must never die, or you will join us." I thought I was losing my mind. But then, on the night of the worst storm I'd ever seen, it happened. The lantern flickered, then went out. I rushed up to the lantern room, heart pounding, only to find the light completely extinguished. The room was cold, colder than it had ever been. And then I saw a figure, standing in the corner of the room. It was a man, tall and thin, dressed in the old-fashioned uniform of a lighthouse keeper. His face was gaunt, hollowed out like a skull. His eyes were dark, empty, but he was staring at me, his mouth moving. Though no sound came from his lips, the fog outside was no longer just a weather phenomenon. It had come inside the lighthouse, curling around the room, thick and suffocating. The walls seemed to pulse with life, vibrating with an energy that made my skin crawl. Then, the voice returned, louder than ever. It was no longer a whisper, it was a scream. "The curse is yours. Now, you cannot escape. The light must never go out, or the sea will take you forever." I tried to turn and flee, but the door slammed shut, trapping me inside the lantern room. The figure stepped forward, his bony fingers reaching out toward me, and in that moment, I realized the truth. The lighthouse wasn't just a job, it was a curse. The keeper's curse. I was never meant to leave. None of us were. The lantern must burn, always. It's the only thing keeping the sea from taking us all. But now, the light is fading, and soon, I will become part of the curse, just like all the others who came before me. My name is Thomas Rook, and for the past 3 years, I've been the only keeper of the Eldridge Lighthouse, a forgotten structure perched on a rocky island in the middle of nowhere. I've always loved the isolation. It gives me time to think, to reflect. But over the past few months, something has changed. Something, unnatural. It started with the weather. The fog rolled in thicker than usual, enveloping the lighthouse in a heavy, impenetrable veil. I'd go out to check the lantern every night, but the fog would blur everything, making it impossible to see anything beyond a few feet. I'd hear the wind howl, the waves crashing violently against the rocks, and something else, something like a voice, but muffled, like it was coming from under the sea. At first, I thought I was hearing things. The isolation was starting to get to me. But then, the lantern started to flicker. This lighthouse had been standing for over a century, and in all my years of keeping it, I had never seen the light go out. But one night, it did. The light dimmed, flickered, and then went out completely. I rushed up to the lantern room, but when I got there, the light was already on. It was as if it had never gone out. I checked the mechanism, the fuel levels, everything. There was no logical explanation for it. That's when I started to feel watched. It wasn't just the usual eerie feeling that came with the isolation. No, this was different. It was as if someone or something was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. One night, I decided to stay awake and watch the lantern. I needed to figure out what was going on. As the hours passed and the fog thickened, I saw a figure standing by the edge of the lighthouse, watching me. It was a man dressed in the old, worn uniform of a lighthouse keeper, but his face was wrong. His eyes were hollow, black, like they had been burned out. His skin was pale and weathered, as though it had been exposed to the harshest winds for years. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. He just stood there, staring, and as I watched, the fog around him seemed to move in unnatural ways, swirling around him as if it had a life of its own. I tried to approach, But the moment I stepped outside, the fog closed in around me. The air became thick, suffocating. I could hardly breathe, and the waves roared louder, crashing against the rocks with a fury that seemed almost intentional. I stumbled back to the lighthouse, but when I looked up, the figure was gone. I thought maybe I had imagined it, but the next night, the same thing happened. The man in the uniform, standing by the edge of the lighthouse, staring into the fog. The whispers started soon after, faint at first, like distant voices calling my name, but the more I listened, the clearer they became. They were coming from the sea, and they were pleading, begging me for something I didn't understand. Help us, double quotes. The last keeper, must never leave. The voices grew louder, more desperate. I couldn't take it anymore. I searched the lighthouse logs for any record of the previous keepers, but there was nothing. The lighthouse had always been shrouded in mystery. I found no information about the man in the uniform. But then, I stumbled across something, chilling, a single line in the logbook, written by the very first keeper. The last keeper is doomed to stay. The light must never go out. If it does, the sea will take you. I couldn't comprehend it at first, but as the days passed, it became clear. The lighthouse had never been just a beacon. It was a prison, built to keep something at bay. The light was the key, the only thing holding back whatever lurked in the sea. And now, the light is flickering again. It's going out, just like the logbook said it would. And the figure of the watcher is waiting, standing by the cliffs, watching as the darkness rises from the ocean. The fog is thicker than ever now. The voices are louder, and the waves are crashing against the rocks with a force I've never felt. Before I know what I must do, I must stay. I must keep the light burning. But there's a part of me that knows it's already too late. The sea is coming, and the last lightkeeper is no longer just a title. It's a fate. My name is Henry Blake, and I've spent the last 7 years working at Lantern Point Lighthouse, a towering structure that stands at the jagged edge of the cliffs overlooking the northern sea. It's a place where the winds howl constantly, and the waves crash against the rocks with a deafening roar. For the most part, it's been a solitary job, with only the occasional ship passing by or the brief visit from a fellow keeper to break the monotony. But something strange has been happening here lately, and I'm beginning to wonder if the lighthouse is hiding something. It all started 2 weeks ago. One stormy night, the light in the lantern room flickered and went out, something that had never happened before. I rushed up to the top, expecting to find a simple malfunction, but when I reached the lantern, I found the bulb intact and the mechanism working perfectly. I didn't understand it. The light had simply gone out, as if someone had turned it off. I checked everything and found no issue. I relit the lantern and returned to my duties, but as the storm raged outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't the wind or the sea. I could feel eyes on me, cold and unblinking, from somewhere in the darkness. At first, I thought it was just the isolation getting to me, but the next night, the light went out again, and the next, and the next. I started to investigate, staying up late into the night to monitor the lantern. As the storm clouds gathered and the fog rolled in, I saw it, a shadow, standing in the farthest corner of the lantern room. It was tall, thin, and had the unmistakable shape of a person, but it was wrong. The shadow stretched unnaturally against the walls, bending and contorting in ways that no human form should. I froze, unsure whether I should approach or flee, but the shadow didn't move. It just stood there, staring into the distance. I called out, but it didn't respond. Slowly, cautiously, I moved closer. The closer I got, the more I could feel the cold, heavy air pressing against me. It was as though the very room was alive, breathing with the shadow. As I reached the corner, the shadow flickered and disappeared, vanishing as if it had never been there at all. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the lighthouse seemed louder. Every gust of wind seemed like a whisper. And then, I heard it. A voice, low and steady, coming from somewhere deep within the lighthouse. "You shouldn't be here." I rushed to the source of the voice, but I found nothing. The halls were empty, but as I turned to leave, I saw something etched into the wall. It was faint at first, but as I touched it, the letters seemed to become clearer. "The watcher waits. The lantern keeps the dark." I didn't know what it meant, but I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. The watcher, what was watching? Me. And what did the lantern have to do with it? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, the isolation starting to get to me. But the shadow appeared again the next night, and the night after that, and every night since. It's always there, standing in the corner, unmoving, watching. And every time the light flickers and goes out, I hear the voice closer now, almost like a breath on my neck. "You shouldn't be here. The lantern cannot protect you." I'm beginning to understand now. The lighthouse isn't just a beacon. It's a prison, holding something trapped in the dark. And I think I've been here long enough to become part of its secret. I've tried to leave, but I can't. Every time I reach the door, it slams shut on its own. The fog outside is too thick. The waves crash too violently. I can't escape. And the watcher is always there, waiting for the light to go out. My name is Ethan Frost, and I've been the keeper of Ashmore Lighthouse for over 15 years. The lighthouse stands at the edge of a foggy coast, where the sea crashes violently against the rocks, and the mist rolls in thick and heavy. For most of my career here, I've embraced the solitude of my job. The quiet is almost comforting, and the fog has always been a familiar presence. But the fog, it's not just ordinary fog. It started 2 months ago. At first I didn't think much of it. The fog rolled in more frequently, creeping up the cliffs and swallowing the landscape in a thick, suffocating blanket. It happens often on this stretch of coastline, so I thought nothing of it. But this fog, it had a strange weight to it. It clung to the lighthouse, seeping through the cracks in the walls, filling every corner with an oppressive chill. One night, I was walking the perimeter of the lighthouse when I heard something strange, a voice, soft, distant, but unmistakable. It was a woman's voice, calling my name, Ethan, I froze. I knew there was no one else on the island. No ships had come in, and there were no visitors for miles. My heart began to race, and I turned, slowly, searching the mist for any sign of movement. Nothing. I shook it off, telling myself it was just the wind playing tricks. But as the night wore on, I couldn't ignore it anymore. The voice came again, closer this time, louder. It sounded almost pleading. "Ethan, help me." I rushed back inside, my mind racing. There was no one here. There couldn't be. I closed all the windows and locked the doors, hoping to shake the feeling of dread creeping up on me. But as I sat at my desk, I noticed something strange on the walls. There were handprints, faint, wet handprints smeared across the walls, as if someone had pressed their palms against the stone. They were small, too small to belong to an adult. I grabbed a flashlight and followed the trail, my heart pounding in my chest. The handprints led me to the lower levels of the lighthouse, where the storage room was. The air was thick with moisture, and the walls were damp with the fog that seemed to seep into every inch of the building. The voice came again. This time, it was right behind me. Double quotes. "Ethan, help me." I spun around, but there was no one there. The room was empty. But then, I saw it. A small, worn photograph on the floor, half buried beneath a pile of old equipment. It was a photo of a young girl, her face pale and hollow, her eyes staring out from the picture with an empty, desperate Look, on the back of the photo, someone had written in a shaky hand, "The fog takes what it wants. Don't listen to it." I knew then that something was terribly wrong. The fog wasn't just a weather phenomenon, it was something else, something alive. And it had a hold on the island. The voices, those cries for help, weren't just echoes. They were traps, drawing me deeper into its grip. I spent the next few days researching the history of Ashmore Lighthouse. What I found was chilling. The island had been abandoned once before, after a series of mysterious disappearances. Sailors had vanished, never to be seen again, and the lighthouse keepers had come and gone, each leaving behind only fragments of their stories. But there was something else, a warning in the logs, a record of the lighthouse keeper from over a century ago, Hannah Greer, who had documented a strange phenomenon in the fog. She wrote about voices calling to her, luring her into the mist. She wrote that the fog wasn't just a natural occurrence, it was the spirit of the sea, taking the souls of those who dared to stay. And then, the final entry, written just before she disappeared: "The fog is hungry. It doesn't care who you are or why you came. Once you hear the voice, it's already too late." Now, I hear the voice every night. It calls my name, drawing me toward the fog, urging me to follow. I know what will happen if I go outside. The fog will take me, just like it took the others. But I can't stop myself. The pull is too strong. I've tried to leave. I've tried to run. But the fog is always there, waiting for me. And as I sit here, writing this, I know that I'm just another keeper lost to the mist. My name is Maria Hawk, and I've been stationed at Crescent Isle Lighthouse for nearly 2 years. It's a quiet, lonely existence, surrounded by the vast expanse of the ocean. Crescent Isle is a small island, hardly visited, except by the occasional tourist or sailor seeking shelter from a storm. For the most part, it's just me, the lighthouse, and the endless horizon. But there's something about this lighthouse, something that I can't explain. It's as if it has a life of its own, an energy that hums quietly beneath the surface. The light that shines from the tower never dims, no matter how strong the winds or how fierce the storms. It's always bright, always burning. One evening, as I was making my rounds, I noticed something odd. The light wasn't rotating as it should. The beam stayed fixed on one spot, casting a steady light across the water. I checked the equipment, but everything seemed fine. There was no malfunction, no reason for the light to behave this way. But when I looked out to sea, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A ship, or at least, it looked like a ship. It was drifting toward the shore, but there was something wrong with its sails were torn, its wood was blackened, and it moved in unnatural silence. No engine, no sound of waves breaking against the hull. It was as if the ship was floating without a care, guided by the unblinking light. I watched, frozen in place, as it got closer. The closer it came, the more I could see shapes on deck. Figures, moving slowly, but with no clear purpose. I could see the outlines of people, but their faces were obscured in shadow. I tried to call the Coast Guard, but the radio wouldn't work. It was as if the island had been cut off from the rest of the world. The ship drew nearer, and I could hear faint whispers in the air. Not words, but sounds, moans, sighs, and the faintest echoes of voices crying out. I rushed to the tower, desperately, trying to get a better view. I couldn't take my eyes off the ship, and then, for the first time, I saw the crew up close. Their skin was pale, almost translucent, and their eyes were wide with terror, as though they were trapped in an endless nightmare. One of them raised his arm and pointed directly at the lighthouse, his lips moving, but no sound came out. I could see his mouth forming the words, "Help us," but there was nothing I could do. I was powerless, watching as the ship drifted closer and closer to the rocks. It was as if the ship itself was under some kind of spell, drawn to the light like a moth to a flame. I ran down the steps of the tower, heading to warn the shore, hoping to warn the ship's crew. But when I reached the beach, there was nothing. There, no ship, no crew. Just the calm dark water and the eerie silence of the island. The ship had vanished, as if it had never been there. The next morning, I found something in the sand, a single, weathered piece of cloth, torn and frayed, like it had been ripped from a sail. It was stained with something dark, something that looked almost like blood. I've been stationed here for 2 years now, but I've never been the same since that night. I still see the ship sometimes, drifting toward the shore in the distance. The light from the lighthouse still burns, unyielding and bright. And sometimes, when the wind is right, I hear the whispers again, calling to me from the sea. And I know, deep down, that the lighthouse isn't just a beacon for sailors, it's a prison for those lost souls who are drawn to it, and for those of us who dare to stay. My name is Oliver Hayes, and I've been the keeper of Northfall Lighthouse for 23 years. It's a job that's not for everyone, isolated, cold, and often dark. The sea is unforgiving here, and the lighthouse beam has guided countless ships safely through the night. But there's one thing about this place that has always haunted me, the fact that I'm the last keeper. It started a few weeks ago, when I began noticing strange occurrences in the lighthouse. At first, they were small, the sound of footsteps, when no one was around, the flickering of lights in the tower, and objects in the keeper's quarters being out of place. I chalked it up to my old age, perhaps. I was imagining things. But then, one night, the bell tolled. It rang, echoing across the cliffs and reaching out to the dark, endless sea. The bell hasn't worked in years, and the idea of it ringing at all was impossible. I rushed up to the tower, my heart racing, expecting to find a malfunction. But when I reached the bell, there was no sign of damage or tampering. It had simply rung on its own. The ringing continued that night, unsettling. It wasn't until the next evening that I discovered something far worse. I was sitting in the keeper's quarters, reading an old logbook, when I heard a knock at the door. It was strange. The only people who ever came here were the supply boats that docked once a month. Curious, I opened the door, but no one was there. I stepped out onto the veranda and looked around. Nothing, only the crashing waves and the howling wind. But that's when I saw it. A figure stood by the base of the lighthouse, just out of reach of the beam of light. It was tall, cloaked in shadow, with no discernible features. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, watching me. I called out, but there was no response. Slowly, the figure began to drift back, toward the rocks, disappearing into the dark. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't sleep, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. It was as if the lighthouse itself had become alive with malice. One night, while checking the equipment, I found an old journal buried beneath the floorboards. It belonged to a previous keeper, a man named Mr.BlackDread, who had worked here over 100 years ago. The journal was filled with strange entries, all written in a frantic, almost delirious hand. The bell rings, but no one answers it. The sea calls to me, and I am its prisoner. The keeper is always the last to leave. The last entry sent chills down my spine. I heard it's the voice of the one who waits. The bell tolled again, and this time, it was my turn. That's when I realized the truth. The keeper never leaves. I could feel the presence now, like something was in the tower with me. No longer was I alone in this isolated place. The lighthouse wasn't a beacon for ships. It was a trap, a prison for anyone who dared to take the job. The tolling bell, the ghostly figure by the rocks, everything pointed to one conclusion. I was next. I tried to leave. I packed my bags, ready to abandon the lighthouse. But as I reached the door, I heard the bell ring again, louder this time, almost deafening. I couldn't resist. I turned back, drawn to the tower like a moth to a flame. Now, I'm here, writing this as the hours tick by, knowing that I won't be able to escape. The figure is here again, watching me from the shadows. The bell rings in the distance, calling me to my fate, and I know, with every passing minute, that the lighthouse is waiting for its next keeper, and that keeper is me. My name is Ethan Brooks, and I've been stationed at the South Ridge Lighthouse for the last 6 months. It's located on a small island off the coast, one that isn't well known, so it feels like a place untouched by time. But what I've learned in my short time here is that this lighthouse is more than just a warning to ships. It's a gateway to something far darker. It all started when I found an old journal tucked away in a hidden drawer of the keeper's desk. The pages were yellowed with age, and the ink had faded, but the words were still clear. The journal belonged to a man named Harlan Foster, the keeper before me. He had written about something strange. It wasn't until I read the last few entries that the unease set in. Foster had written about strange dreams, nightmares that seemed to come alive at night. He spoke of a feeling of being watched, of hearing whispers through the walls, even when no one was there. But the most chilling part was the part about the lighthouse beneath the waves. The journal spoke of a second lighthouse, hidden lighthouse deep beneath the water, just offshore. Foster had described hearing the sound of a bell tolling under the ocean, a sound that only the lighthouse keeper could hear. He claimed that the bell was a warning call from the sea itself, telling the keeper that the time was near. At first, I thought Foster had gone mad. The idea of another lighthouse underwater seemed impossible. But that night, as I stood at the top of the tower, I heard the sound of a bell. Faint at first, but growing louder with each passing minute. I dismissed it as a trick of the wind, but the sound persisted, clear as day. The next evening, I decided to investigate. I took the small boat out to sea, toward the spot Foster had described in his journal. The sea was unusually calm, and the sky was clear. I thought I was imagining things until I saw it. A faint glow emerged beneath the water, rising slowly, like a ghostly figure. And then, I saw it, a lighthouser, perfect replica of the one I was stationed at, but submerged beneath the waves. The light was still flashing, though dimly, and the bell rang again. Louder this time. I froze, staring at the structure, mesmerized by it. It shouldn't have been there, but it was, and somehow, I felt drawn to it. I had to get closer. I anchored the boat and swam toward the eerie lighthouse. As I approached, I felt a coldness that seeped into my bones, a feeling of dread like nothing I had ever known. When I reached the base of the lighthouse, I saw something moving in the water shadows, twisting and shifting beneath the surface. I reached out to touch the lighthouse, but as my hand brushed the stone, something pulled me down into the depths. The water was suffocating, and I struggled against it, trying to break free. I saw the lighthouse above me, but it was no longer glowing. The bell's toll was deafening now, filling my ears, my mind. I heard a voice, a low, guttural whisper. "You shouldn't have come, ... I fought to swim back to the surface, but the shadows beneath the water were too strong. They dragged me deeper, pulling me toward the dark, cold heart of the ocean. Just as I thought I would drown, I was thrown back into the boat, gasping for air. I looked around, and the lighthouse was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there. The sea was calm again, just as it had been before. When I returned to the lighthouse, I found the journal again. This time, there were new entries written in a hand that wasn't mine. Harlan Foster's writing had returned. His last words were clear. "The lighthouse beneath the waves has taken its keeper. The sea calls for you next." I don't know how I'm still here, or how I've survived. But I know the lighthouse beneath the waves is real, and it's waiting for its next keeper. I can feel it, calling me from the depths, and I know it won't stop until it has me. My name is Jonathan Hale, and I've been the keeper of the lighthouse at Black Rock Bay for nearly 30 years. It's a quiet place, tucked away on a jagged cliff, overlooking a sea that always seems to be angry. The lighthouse is old, too old. Some of the locals believe it's cursed, but I've never believed in such things. Until last night. I've always enjoyed the solitude of my work. The long hours in the tower, watching the waves crash against the rocks below, the rhythmic pulse of the light cutting through the night. But there's something about this lighthouse that doesn't feel quite right. It started a few months ago. The light, always dependable, began to flicker. At first I thought it was just the bulb, a minor malfunction that could be easily fixed. But every time I replaced the light, it flickered again. Then it began to go out entirely. I couldn't figure out why. The generator was fine. The mechanism that turned the light was fine. Yet, every night, without fail, it would extinguish. For a brief moment, before roaring back to life, I decided to investigate further. On the night I planned to explore the lower levels of the lighthouse. The air was thick with fog. The sea was eerily calm, a mirror of black glass stretching out as far as the eye could see. When I descended into the lighthouse's lower chambers, I felt an uncomfortable chill in the air. The walls were damp, and the sound of water dripping echoed through the stone corridors. At the far end of the hall, I found the old maintenance room. The light was still flickering as usual, casting strange shadows across the walls. But it wasn't the light that made my blood run cold. It was the footprints. They were small, almost child-sized, leading from the corner of the room to the old well. I hadn't seen those before. And worse yet, they were fresh wet, as if someone had just stepped through the damp stone floor. I followed the trail. The footprints led me to the well, an ancient structure at the heart of the lighthouse, and that's when I noticed the smell: salt water mixed with something far worse, something rotten. It wasn't coming from the well, though. It was coming from the floor beneath it. With trembling hands, I pulled aside the rug and found a hidden trapdoor. My heart pounded in my chest as I opened it, revealing a dark, narrow staircase leading downward. Against my better judgment, I descended. The air grew heavier, and the sound of my footsteps echoed through the silence. At the bottom of the stairs, I found something that still haunts me to this day. A small room, illuminated by a single, flickering candle, and in the center of the room, an altar, stained with something dark and viscous. The walls were covered in symbols I had never seen before, symbols that seemed to writhe and move in the flickering light. And there, in the shadows, I saw him. The figure was tall, dressed in tattered clothing, his face hidden beneath a hood. He turned slowly toward me, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "You shouldn't have come," he whispered, before I could respond. The door slammed shut behind me, and the light went out completely. I don't remember what happened after that. The next thing I knew, I was back in the lighthouse tower, and the light was shining as brightly as ever. But there was something wrong. The sea had become a storm of rage, and the waves were crashing against the cliffs, as if trying to drag the lighthouse down into the depths. I'm not sure how much longer I can stay here. The whispers have started again, and they come from the well. I can hear them every night, calling me down into the darkness. The lighthouse is no longer my home. It belongs to something else. My name is Alex Turner, and I've been the keeper of the lighthouse at Windward Point for just under a year. It's an isolated place, perched on the edge of a cliff, with the ocean roaring below. The lighthouse is old, built in the 18th. It has a history of strange occurrences, but nothing could have prepared me for the night of the phantom signal. It all started on a calm evening in late autumn. The wind was light, and the waves gently lapped against the shore. The lighthouse's beams swept across the horizon as usual, its light cutting through the dark night like a blade. But then, as I was monitoring the radio, I heard something I shouldn't have. A distress signal. It came through the radio static, faint at first. At first I thought it was a malfunction, but the message was too coherent. It was a call for help. Mayday, mayday, ... We're sinking. 47 degrees north, 120 degrees west. Please, ... help. We're trapped, ... I immediately checked the coordinates. The location was just beyond the horizon, barely visible in the distance, but there was no ship in sight, nothing that could explain the signal. No one else was around, just me, alone in the tower. I tried to raise a response. Windward Point Lighthouse, this is Keeper Alex Turner. We hear you. What's your location? But the only reply I received was static. Then, the signal cut off completely. I should have ignored it, but something urged me to act. I grabbed my flashlight and went to the base of the lighthouse to get a better look. The night was unnervingly still, the only sounds being the crashing waves below. Then I saw it, out on the water. There was a vessel, drifting slowly toward the rocks. It was a ship, old and weathered, but the eerie thing was, it seemed to be floating. No visible lights, no sound of an engine running, just a ghostly outline against the dark sea. I ran back up to the tower and grabbed the signal equipment. I tried to contact the ship, but again, nothing but static. The light from the lighthouse swept across the water, and for a moment, I could see the ship clearly. It was empty. No crew, no passengers, just abandoned. A cold chill ran through me as I watched the ship get closer. I could see figures on the deck, shadows, indistinct, barely moving. I tried to focus on them, but the figures seemed to shift, blending with the darkness. They weren't human, I was certain of that. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as the ship drew nearer. It came within 100 yards of the rocks before turning sharply and drifting away from shore. I couldn't explain it. The wind picked up suddenly, and the fog rolled in thick, like a curtain, hiding the ship from my view. Then the distress signal came through again, but this time, it was more urgent, more desperate. Please, ... HELP. They're here. I rushed back to the radio, but before I could respond, the signal went silent. I looked out across the water, but there was nothing. The ship had disappeared, leaving nothing but an empty horizon. That night, I locked myself in the tower, too afraid to leave. The following morning, I checked the records. There had been no ship lost in the area for years, and no one had sent out any distress signals. I even contacted the Coast Guard, but they found nothing. I don't know what happened that night, but I can't stop thinking about it. The distress signal was real. The ship was real, but they shouldn't have been. I hear the phantom signal at night sometimes, faint through the static, and each time, it seems a little closer. I can't help but wonder if it's a warning or if the ship is still out there, waiting. My name is Samuel Carter, and I've spent most of my life in the shadows of the sea, that is. I've been a keeper at the old lighthouse on the coast for years. The lighthouse, known as Morrow's Point, has stood tall for over a century, warning ships of the treacherous rocks below. But there's something about this place, a darkness that lingers. It started with the light. The light in the lighthouse never goes out. It never flickers, never dims. Most people would say that's a good thing, but there's something unnerving about it. Every time the sun sets, the beam of the lighthouse cuts through the night like a razor, never wavering, always watching. It's been that way for as long as I can remember. I've heard the rumors, of course, everyone has. They say the original keeper, Old Man Morrow, went mad before he vanished without a trace. Some say he drowned, others claim he was taken by the sea itself, but no one truly knows. The only thing that's certain is that the light kept burning. A week ago, something happened. I was alone in the lighthouse when I noticed the beam of light shifting. It wasn't much at first, just a slight tilt, but it was enough to catch my attention. I chalked it up to the wind, or the mechanical gears. But the next night, it happened again. And then again. The light was moving, as if it had a mind of its own. Sweeping across the sea with a deliberate purpose, I decided to investigate. As I climbed to the top of the tower, the wind howled around me, almost as if the lighthouse was protesting. But I pressed on. When I reached the top, I looked out across the dark sea. There was nothing, just the endless stretch of water. But then I saw it, in the distance. Far beyond the reach of the light, I noticed something shifting on the horizon. A shadow, long and dark, moving steadily closer. I couldn't tear my eyes away. The shadow wasn't a ship. It wasn't a boat. It was something far worse, something that the light had found. I ran to the controls, but before I could adjust the beam, the shadow was upon us. I saw it now, clearly a figure, tall and gaunt, rising from the sea, like a ghoul from the depths. Its eyes were black, hollow voids, and its mouth opened, stretching impossibly wide. And then, the light went out. I don't remember much after that. The darkness swallowed me whole. When I woke up, I was back in the keeper's quarters, lying on the floor. The light was still on, its beam cutting through the night. But there was something different. I could hear whispers, soft, distant whispers, coming from somewhere beneath the lighthouse. I don't think I'll be here much longer. The sea is calling me, and the light, it's still waiting.